Chapter 21, A Romantic Talk. Another year passed, and I'm 9 years old. I grew up a bit. I still didn't reach the chest of an average adult, but I was close. My black hair was still short, and my purple eyes had been growing even shinier. Every single year they grew more brilliant the more I trained my ability. I knew that my eyes were related to my ability, but maybe my eyes were my ability in itself. My work at the shogunate was easy. Just listened to things and pointed out when a lie was called. The first times I couldn't shut up, but after a few times the guys started speaking a lot less and giving vague statements. So now they had met for hours and nothing was realized. The shogun realized this, at least I hope, but she was ready to stay sitting for hours. The other guys suffered a lot. And now I'm lazing around, lying on the floor while waiting for yet another meeting to start. Kenshin, pay attention to your manners. I opened them eyes to see the angry face of a girl with short black hair and golden eyes. Sarah, I'm disappointed, I said while stretching. Why? She said, a little nervous. She didn't have friends and I'm the only person her age she could talk to, so anything I said that implied something negative about her made her feel extremely nervous. After all this time, I thought you realized that I don't have those. I smirked at her. Kenshin, she shouted in indignation. Come on, don't sulk. Why don't we go this weekend to do something fun? I suggested, knowing her answer. I can't, I need to train, she said firmly, but she looked at the ground, showing her sadness. She was being trained to serve in the army. The shogun was impressed by her talent and she was being groomed to be the general, or whatever it's called. I see. Then I will have fun in your place too. I smirked. Thank you, she thanked me with a nod. I can't deal with her. She is too serious and doesn't get even the simplest of jokes. We quickly entered the room, and I prepared myself for a 4 hours meeting where absolutely nothing was going to be said, only useless yapping. That was boring. I stretched while leaving the room, making everyone look at me. Except the shogun, of course, who stayed in the room like always. When does she have a shower? What are you all looking at? I snarked at them. If you all said something instead of making useless statements only so I don't catch you, we would have resolved something. Tomorrow we will need to have the exact same meeting, and I don't think it's going to be any more useful. These guys are wasting my time. And then glare at me. They averted their eyes. I learned this year that politics in Inazuma were full of corruption. Everyone here had dirty hands, except Aunt Ko, of course. She was perfect. And she bribes me with cookies. Kenshin-sama. Outside the building, a little girl in a Maiko outfit was waiting for me with a respectful expression. Gentlemen and bastards, here is where I leave. I have something useful to do after all. Goodbye. I waved at them before following the Maiko. Sara Kuju Takeyuki, the head of the Kuju clan, beckoned his adopted daughter. Yes, Father. Sara approached, afraid of not being allowed to speak with Kenshin. Stay close to him, Takeyuki instructed, watching Kenshin leave while talking animatedly with the trainee. He is far more capable than what he lets on. Yes, Sarah nodded, feeling guilty about spying on Kenshin. Not aware that there was nothing to spy on, he is as dumb as he appears to be. Kenshin-sama, can you tell me more about Liu? The little girl, Kuki Shinobu, asked me with a bright expression. Of course, little Cookie, I nodded, teasing her. Muyu, you said it wrong again. It's Cookie, not Cookie, she pouted. What an adorable creature. My bad, Cookie. I just came out of a meeting with the shogun and I was tired. That's amazing. How was she? She asked with an interested smile. Boring, as always. It's the truth. She just stays there immobile, just opening her eyes when I call out a lie, which scares everyone in there, except me, of course. They remember how that asshole died. You can't say that. Cookie shook her head. Mom says that if you insult someone, the god of eternity will punish you. The only person I'm afraid of is my mother. That's also the truth. Not even Gucci-sama? She asked in wonder. Are you scared of her? She nodded. I will teach you a spell that will make her stop being scary. Really? Of course, my little Cookie. When she is being mean or scary, you only need to say, "The slapping baby sends his regards." The slapping baby? She asked. Wait, why is she scared? My mom told me that if I am not a good girl, the slapping baby will curse me. I can feel a vein popping in my head. What is her family teaching her? We finally arrived at the shrine, where Yi was waiting for me, ready to depart. "Are you ready, Kenshin?" she asked, more out of habit. "As always." "It's Tatarasu again?" I wondered. "Yes." Nothing more needed to be said, and we departed. The amount of curses and ghosts this last year increased a lot, and the shrine was working at full capacity. After a few Mikos were possessed, Yi arrived at the conclusion that only he could seal them. Well, only me. Yi could too, but I reached the point where I was far better than Yi at sealing. She knew a lot more about rituals, but I'm the seal master. So we go to the place in question, I seal and she protects me. Sometimes there are Ronin or magical arrays I have no idea how to deal with. "How was the meeting?" she asked disinterestedly. "Boring as always," I replied, the same I always did. "And no, I don't regret helping Aunt Ko and Dayato. But it's just that." I hesitated, not knowing how to express my thoughts. "Just say it, you were never one to think much anyway," she said with a teasing smile. It's just that seeing the country I love being dirtied by this political savagery is infuriating. I studied a bit, and the amount of fallen families is staggering. I can't help but wonder if all of them were murderers. It's extremely sad." "They probably were," Yi admitted. "She had a whole ninja squad under her, so it's no wonder she knew more than everybody else. Even the Shogun." "Just thinking about her makes my blood boil." "What's wrong?" "Thinking about my dear friend again?" she asked with a smirk. "I can't understand how can someone be so bad at leading. The only reason she is still in power is because of the reverence the people has for her, and her ability to murder you in a fraction of a second. She just stays there and listens to obviously fabricated information with a straight face. I don't know if she's stupid or just doesn't care." "She has her circumstances," Yi grimaced. "And we are paying for it. The other day I saw a soldier, robbing a merchant from Mondstadt in the middle of the day. Those guys are dumb, but if it happens to someone from Liu, we will starve. We need Liu to survive, and some dumbasses are risking that relationship." Yi didn't answer, but I sensed her sadness, so I continued. "But again, I'm only a child, and I am not aware of everything your dear friend has gone through, so I can't judge her," I explained. "Maybe after I grow up I can learn more about this whole mystery." Yi couldn't say anything to that. "We have arrived. As always, I see the ghost, seal him, and go back." "Yi, is a war going to start?" I asked her. "Some rebels from Watatsumi want to start a war." "Some stupid shit like an independence declaration." "Probably. They don't want to be a part of Inazuma any longer." She nodded. "Are they idiots?" I asked. "They can't grow food, and it's very dangerous to arrive at Watatsumi by sea. You need to walk or the currents will drag you to the bottom of the sea." Yi shrugged her shoulders. "Kenshin, it's good for you to be aware of your surroundings, but you need to enjoy your childhood." "Let us adults take of this," she said while looking at me seriously. "Then why am I in a better position to convince the Shogun that you know it's true? You are respected because of your position, but aside from that nobody will listen to you." "Even I don't." "You little ouch, stop teasing me, woman. You won't marry ever if you keep doing this." "Oh, are you sure?" "I receive a lot of proposals, you know." "Maybe I will have to accept one," she said smiling lightly. "Good luck." "You won't marry someone who doesn't know of your nature, and that only leaves two people, me and your dear friend." "Maybe I will take pity on you." I gave her a mocking look. "I'm not marrying this woman ever." She clenched her teeth, but then smiled at me again, making me wary. "Have you found the little sweetheart?" "You are not at that age yet, but you have always been a precocious child." "Is someone making your little heart flutter?" She smirked at me. "Not really." "If you want to be embarrassed, you need to wait a few lives." "The only women I have contact with are the girls at the shrine. You, Aunt Ko, the Shogun, Sarah, Ayaka and my mom," I said while counting. "Leaving aside the Mokos, whose sneaky eyes are always revealing my movements to you, there are only 6. 6? That's sad." "Bet not count the guys. I only meet Tayato and my dad frequently." "From those 6 you need to obviously count out Aunt Ko, Ayaka, and my mum." "That only leaves you, Sarah and the Shogun," I said, counting again. Yi was stupefied. "You have a lot of courage. Why are you counting me and I in that list?" "You are a woman not related to me by blood. You are not a kid like Ayaka and you are unmarried." "Why shouldn't I?" I asked her, not understanding her confusion. Kenshin, I am almost 600 years old, she said bitterly. And I is way older than me. She is around 2000 years old. I still don't understand how that is a counter-argument to what I said. Kenshin, the age difference between us is too big, she explained. Why are you talking like I proposed to you? Your ego is the size of the Shogun idiocy, I scoffed. Then, suppose you want to marry. Are any guys of your age around? There are adeptus in Liu, but they are old. Old like old people, like to read and bask in the sun. I don't see you enjoying that. She was silent for a while. No, I wouldn't. Of course you wouldn't. That's why you need to pick a human, as there are no other alternatives, and as you said, this human, boy or girl, must know about your fairy nature. Who fulfills those conditions? I asked her with a mocking grin, but Yi was too distracted to realize it. You, she said, and fell silent. Now I will feel bad if I mock her. Gizhong, help. Tell me how to mock her without incurring her anger. There is still my trusted friend Gizhong. Kenshin, it's a sensitive thing for her. I'm lucky in that sense because I have Mrax that has similar conditions to mine. But she doesn't. That why I... Kenshin's voice sounded again, making me look at her. How would you solve the problem of my lifespan? I will have to bury my lover, no matter what. Wouldn't it be better not to love anyone in the first place? How would I know? I still feel nauseous when I see a kiss in the mouth. I shrugged. Yi looked disappointed, so I continued. But if I had to say something, I thought for a while. Yes. Yi hurried me. What's with her? She is never this sincere or open about these things. But I guess she also wants to find love, as disgusting as it sounds. It's like Hanko. If I asked her now, do you regret marrying your dead husband? I know she would say number, because what she already got is way more important than what she lost with his death. That sounds right. Yi fell silent, contemplating something. Does she still don't understand? Summarizing, you need to enjoy your married life so much that it will eclipse everything you may lose. You will live for a long time, so you will need to have a lot of fun and make a lot of memories so you won't regret it for the rest of your life. Do you understand now? You are a bit dumb sometimes. She looked pensive, like she didn't hear me. She didn't even react to my insult. Gizhong, help me. She is being weird. Can't you shut up? Let her think. This is a personal thing for her. But then I will get bored. I would worry about other things right now. Like this little girl. Are you that old that you can call her a little girl? And why should I worry about her? Number. You should worry about yourself. Gizhong, I think your IQ is receding, just like your chance to see Mrax again. Why? I don't know. I need to mock someone and Yi is out right now. I woke up just to see Yi staring at me. What are you doing? Asked Triley Yi. When I started looking around, I felt a shiver and don't know why I replied. Yi had a dark face all of a sudden, but as if remembering something she was happy again. What a weird woman. Why is the Shogun on your list then? Same, she is a woman, is older than me, we are not related. She is unmarried and she looks young. I listed my conditions. I think I'm a relatively open guy. Do you like older women? Yi asked me with curiosity. Yes, why do you like older women? Did Gizhong like this kind of love talk? I don't like anybody. It's just that I can't see myself marrying a woman the same age. Out of everyone my age I know, only Ayato and Sarah are people I feel comfortable with. The rest are a bit childish. The other day I saw two kids that had my age lifting some skirts. Tell me, am I supposed to find that kind of person attractive? I said wryly. I'm working for the Shogun, while kids my age are eating their snot and finding it tasty. Indeed. Yi nodded. I remembered something, making Yi look at me again. But I'm not sure the Shogun should be on that list. She is not human after all. You mean that she is a god? Yi asked. But her face said that she knew something. No, you dumb woman, if that's what I meant I wouldn't have put her on the list. I think her body is somehow fabricated. I thought her soul was shaped like a sword, but a while ago I realized that her soul is actually inside the sword. You are a smart one. Maybe you can ask her for a body for your sealed friend, she teased me. It wasn't a surprise she knew about Gizhong. Gizhong herself told me they met. No, I can't do that. I rejected that offer. Why? Why? They asked at the same time. Because Gizhong wants a family, and I don't think a puppet like that can carry a child. I saw all the important moments of her life, and I knew that at some point she wanted to start a family. I will look for other ways to make her gain a body she can reach her dreams with. I promised her I would make her reunite with Mrax, and I will do it right. Taking this shortcut can be nice, but the what if will always remain. Kenshin. That's right, Gizhong. Feel indebted to me and give me more blueprints. She gave me some, but right now I can't use them. Money won't resolve my problems, and attracting attention will make me look bad in the shogun's eyes. Those blueprints are too amazing to be done by a 9-year-old brat like me. The girl that will marry you will be a lucky one, Ni commented, but her eyes were looking far away. Maybe that's an option. I can seduce the shogun and make her delete that stupid cudgelord. I was kidding, of course. Of course. Ha ha ha. You, a little runt, wants to seduce something? And even the shogun? Ah ha ha. Dumb woman, I was joking. I don't want to go out of my way to do such a bothersome thing. Of course, if she asks I will take care of the both of them, I smugly said. The puppet has no feelings. You are going to be waiting for a while. Ah ha ha. Yi was still laughing. This woman, I will remember this. Vengeance will be mine, as she said. Stop dreaming, Kenshin. PFFF. Seeing how annoying you are, the only thing that will stand you are your clothes. You will get annoyed by yourself if you look in a mirror for too long. Gizhong, you trait. Wait, that's probably true. I can annoy even myself. I had a good laugh. Then the last one is Sarah. Same reasons, I guess? She asked, but her eyes had a certain glint that I wasn't able to identify. Yes, but she has blind faith in authority, and that's a huge minus. She is a good girl, but shy and strict, but she is not going to end well. Kajuda Kayuki, is obviously bad news. But anyway, that's it. I'm still 9. I'm sure there is enough time for me to find someone. There is also no rule saying I need to marry. Maybe when the time comes I will be more comfortable alone, who knows. What I didn't say is that I still need to find a solution for the Hilichurl curse. If it's really that dangerous, maybe having a lover or even a wife will put them in danger. I will wait and see. But enough of that. Have you ever shared a hot kiss with your dear friend? She looked at me like I was crazy. What? I saw your books, and a few were about that. Girls kissing each other and all that. Did you enter my room? Of course not. Why look so angry? I picked up a package in the shrine and I accidentally opened it and accidentally read every book. So don't avoid the question. If you never thought about that, why was there a book about Yuri I think was called? You brat. I always read everything my publishing house is going to sell to check if there are some weird things. Oh. And did that book sell well? It was the bestseller. I still don't know why. The sex scenes were great. Why do you know about that? We live in a shrine. Around 80% of the slips the people tie on that rope with the hope of fulfilling them are lewd, and there are some heavy ones. I saw one that said that feet we stop. I want to be able to wear sandals comfortably. But I still don't understand something. A few years ago I saw 2 guys kissing. Is that normal? There are people with different tastes. Why, does it sound weird to you? I never saw it before. But I need those guys to propagate their tastes more, I think. I'm almost afraid to ask. Why do you say that? They are not only not competing for women's attention with me, they are even taking another guy with them. This is not a fighting fic, but as I said before, the MC will have some fighting powers. What about a teaser? The resistance felt their silhouettes being covered in shadow, and looked up, only to scream in fear. A huge mass of incandescent molten rock approached them, eclipsing the sun and dispersing the few white clouds. And it was growing bigger the more it approached. Even Kokomi couldn't process what this meant. As the meteor approached, wind started appearing, and the closer the huge rock was the stronger it became. Soon, the resistance had to grab to the ground to avoid being blown away by the intense wind, now resembling a hurricane. Stop! Kokomi shouted, trying to be heard under the wind and the crackling sound the meteor was making in its approach. I know it's short, but that's why it's a teaser. That's from chapter 100, and I won't be able to fight any fights until this point. I never intended to introduce new fights even late in the fic aside from a few ones I already planned. But if you like it, I can try to introduce some. Of course, it's only a question. of you want or not. I will not make Kenshin fight an eldritch god and ruin the fic. If I try and can think of a way to introduce fights with some sense, I will. If I can't, even if 99% of the people want me to, I won't. I can't write something I don't like after all, but I'm interested in your opinion. Yes, I want fights against the heavenly principles and Cthulhu and all for one and the ... You get it, you want fights even if they are stupid. Yes, I want fights, but only if they make sense. No, I think this kind of stupid fic should be stupid until the end. Fuck you author. Also an option, that's all thanks. Chapter 22, Messing Around in Azuma. Another 3 years passed. I'm now 12. Hey Sarah. What? I'm bored. I'm flattered that I'm the first person you think of while you are bored. Don't put yourself down. You may be flattered, but you are definitely not flat. Shut up. Who would think that the girl whose chest was flatter than the Shogun's personality would grow to be this charming? She averted her eyes with a blush. Hey, don't insult the Shogun. The fact that you needed to do a double take to scold me means that you also think it. And no, I don't. Sarah, do I need to remind you why am I here? I'm the lie detector made flesh. I can also know when you are nervous. It's useless even if you shut up. Kenshin, she shouted, finally unable to keep it bottled. Hey Sarah, what do you want now? When are you leaving? She shut up and wore a serious expression. Tomorrow. Let's have some fun then. Okay. It's the first time in 4 years that you agree. Even if you are leaving tomorrow for the front, don't say something like it may be your last chance. Do you want to have fun or not? Okay. No need to be so feisty. As you heard, war started a year ago, and Sarah is leaving for the front as an adjutant to earn some experience. Then let's go. I know a few people nearby. I led her to the plains outside the city, where a group called the Arataki Gang usually were. These guys are stupid, extremely stupid, so stupid that you could even have fun with them. And they were good kids. That's enough for me. Who do we have here? The one and only Arataki Ayatu. That's the first thing I shouted while approaching. Yeez. Arataki Na tilde superscript Omuro Unuatu. Wait Kenshin, when did you arrive? The fact that he answered with his moniker on instinct should tell you how much of a dummy he is, but he has a heart of gold. He was a tall guy with some muscles. He will probably reach 2 meters when he grows. The pair of horns revealed his identity as a nun. Just know, my girlfriend leaves tomorrow, and I thought of introducing her to the illustrious Arataki Gang. Elusai what? Kenshin, stop saying weird things to confuse me. Did you forget? Today is our promised beetle battle. He looked at me with a smug smile. Of course your chicken friend can join us. She needs to find her own beetle though. What did you call me? Sarah looked extremely indignant. Chicken? Ito said confused. Boss, she is a crow, not a chicken. Agun reminded Ito. It doesn't matter. Chicken, bird, crow, they are all the same. He dismissed it. Right Yushi? Mew. The bull answered. Sometimes I think the bull is smarter than Ito. Maybe they even share the same brain. Sorry Ito, I forgot. Let me go get my heaven punish a giga beetle. I still retained a bit of Liu's influence. Dumb Kenshin. Okay, that made me angry. Go get it quickly. Grandma told me to go home soon. Yes, don't worry. Your red warrior won't stand a chance. Ha, sure, bring your sky ... Whatever. Bring yours. Sarah followed me to the beach. Having fun? I asked her, to which she sent me a dry look. That wasn't what I was expecting, she admitted. Sarah, not everyone is like us or Ayato. We 3 are already working, but the vast majority of kids are just playing. We need some contact with normal people. Okay, if you say so. If you want a beetle, why are we in the beach? We are not going to the beach. I have my beetle in a nearby island. Okay. Better stay at the Kuju encampment. Any further and we are in enemy territory. Of course. Kenshin, why are leaving the Kuju encampment? That Arasuna is dangerous. There is radiation everywhere. That's why we are here. Didn't you want a beetle? Why did we have to come this far? I saw a few beetles on the way here. Sarah, don't be stupid. I want my heaven punisher giga beetle, not a random insect. The radiation here is perfect to find it. What do you mean, Holy God, Kenshin, stay behind me. What are you doing? That's what we came here for. That is a beetle? It's the size of a dog. Of course it is, Sarah. Now that we have it we can leave. Oh okay. Damn it, that scared me. Kenshin, you said we could leave. Why are we in Yashiori? That giant serpent skull is scaring me. I said we could leave Tatarasuna, not that we will return to Narukami. That giant skull are the remains of a god the Shogun killed. Even if she looks like a statue, she packs a punch. Kenshin, I'm too tired to scold you. We have your heaven punisher Giga Beetle. Why are we here? I'm impressed you remembered that. Who told you this is my heaven punisher Giga Beetle? Then why did you get it? It is what will allow me to get my heaven punisher Giga Beetle. What? How? This dog-sized beetle is nothing more than a lure. What? Bait, I know what a lure is. I meant to ask. What is that? That's my heaven punisher Giga Beetle. Kenshin, please let's leave this place. Too late. Kenshin, let's run. Not without my heaven punisher Giga Beetle. Kenshin. Hey boss, isn't Kenshin taking too long? Hey, he is probably afraid of the great Arataki Na tilde superscript Omuro Unuito and Anna was boasting. Hey boss, Kenshin is coming over there. Ho ho, he dares to approach me? Wait, what is that? That a beetle, a mob said. Are you stupid? Boss, I don't want to hear that from you. That thing has pincers. How is it a beetle? Boss, I don't really think that what we should be worried about. Of course it is. If it's not a beetle he can't fight. I will win by default. Boss, I'm amazed you knew such a complicated word, but I have to agree with the more reasonable person here. What do you want to say? Why is Kenshin riding it? A huge scorpion with a bright purple hue approached faster than a horse could ever dream of. Ha ha ha, Ito, face my heaven punisher Giga Beetle. Kenshin, please, let me down. I still have to serve the Shogun. Kenshin, that's not a beetle. Really, my heaven punisher Giga Beetle disagrees. Now take out your puny beetle while mine destroys it. Be boss, they are not slowing. I can't show fear. I will not end move. Oh crap boss, you on Kenshin. I will remember this. Oh, they ran away. Hey Sarah, what? How do we stop? Kenshin. Come on Sarah. It wasn't that hard. We only needed to find a cliff to ride to and let the heaven punisher Giga Beetle fall to his death. Why are you so angry? Kenshin, I'm tired. I'm going home to prepare for tomorrow. No way, we haven't played yet. Ha, Kenshin, no, don't worry, the next girl is peaceful. She is a few years younger than us. Don't worry, I will trust you. Of course, you won't regret it. I am already doing it. We traveled to certain house in Narukami Island. Hey, Mimiya, come out to play. Isn't this the Naganohara family? The one that makes fireworks? Said Sarah looking at the house. Oh, I'm surprised you know it. They are the only place that makes fireworks. Don't mock me. Kenshin, you finally came. Mimiya left the house with a big smile. She is Mimiya Naganohara, 5 years younger than me, meaning that she is 7. We came to play. Sarah is leaving tomorrow for the war, and I need to make sure she has blast today. Can you help her experience some fun before she loses her innocence in the war? I don't like how you are saying it, and I dislike even more how you said have a blast in a place full of gunpowder. Sarah suddenly had an expression of fear. Hey, Annie-san, are you going to war? My dad says war is a sad thing. Yes, it is. But well, let's have fun today. My dad made some special fireworks, but I don't know if I can use them. Kenshin, can you buy some of them like you always do? She looked at me with puppy eyes. But I had a better plan. No Mimiya, I'm not here to buy. But, we can use a little deposit I have of them. Really? That's great. Are they in the shrine? Let's go. No, I can't hide them in the shrine. The monster will take them, I said, making a scary face. Oh, the pink monster you told me about? She shivered in fear. Kenshin, please, aren't you old enough to make those pranks? I don't know. Are you old enough to stop blushing every time I grab your hand? Oh, Annie-san, are you two a couple? Dad told me that I would need to be 40 before having a boyfriend. Are you being disobedient? No, we are not a couple. Kenshin, leave my hand alone. No, we aren't enough of this. My brain tells me that I'm not causing enough trouble today. Let's leave. Oh, please Kenshin, no more trouble. Here we are. I found this cave under the Tenshikaku. There are a lot of beetles here, but they can't compare with the heaven punish a giga beetle. Please, don't remind me of that. Kenshin, where are the fireworks? Asked Yoimiya with an excited face. Over here. Kenshin, you could blow up an entire fort with this amount. I know. I haven't seen this many fireworks in my life. Kenshin, can I pick some? Asked Yoimiya with an excited face, again. Of course. But leave those and those alone, okay? Yes. And Yoimiya left for the huge mountain of fireworks. Kenshin, how much money did you spend on this? How much money do we get? A lot. And how long have we been working for the Shogun? 4 years, almost 5 now. There is your answer. You spent everything in fireworks. Why? Don't know. I had a lot of money, and I live in the shrine, so I have shelter and food. I can't believe it. Then you are not going to believe this. As you see, they are on top of a boat. Yes, I can see that. Then what if I told you that I spent whole days connecting every single firework together? Please tell me you are not going to bomb my house. Of course not. I hate your adoptive father, but even I wouldn't do that. Thanks Kenshin. Not while you are inside at least. Haha, between being angry and embarrassed, you chose to blush. Shut up. Let's start. Hey Yoimiya, come here. Ready to see the biggest explosion of your life? Yes. What are you going to do? Hee, look at this. I ignited the rope that will make everything explode, and quickly I pushed the boat, letting it get far away. Boom! A huge explosion shook the whole island. After the blinding flash of white, a myriad of colors jumped around, dancing over the surface of the water and making it appear like the amounts of colorful lights had doubled. Wow, it's so pretty. Of course Yoimiya. Kenshin pro me. She not listening to me. What do you think, Sarah? Beautiful, right? Yes, it is beautiful. Thank you for the ... Is that a tsunami? Ups. Yoimiya grabbed me tightly. We need to run. Okay. Kenshin, why is trouble the only thing you cause? Shut up and run. Haha, go faster. Kenshin. I'm done. I'm going home. Please Sarah, one last stop. I have a present for you in the shrine. ... Okay. TSK, woman, you're easy. Shut up. ... Finally we are here. I will go take it. Can you do my job while I get it? Please. Fine. What do you want me to do? Do you see those tied pieces of paper? You need to untie them and put them in these baskets. On one the good ones and in the other the bad ones. How can I differentiate between the good and bad ones? You will know. I will come back soon. This guy. Let's see. I want to suck a D. Okay. This is bad. I want to drop the soap. It's a good one, I think. I want to marry the Raiden Shogun. This is blasphemy. I love futanari. What is a futanari? I don't like the vibe it's giving. Bad one. I want to meet Druk-kun. Who is Druk-kun? I want to be reborn in a land of young masters. I will be the chosen by the heavens. Whatever. Kenshin told me that if I read something with the word heaven I will get brain rot. Bad one. My friend is going to war and I'm worried about her. She is too serious and I'm worried she will be hurt emotionally in war. She is still a kid, yet she is being told to do something no child should be able to. I hope she can return safe. Hey, Sarah, I know you will leave for a few months. I wanted you to take this. I handed her an amulet. Kenshin, what is this? She's crying. That is an amulet. I know that. What does it do? Nothing. Nothing. I can put spells on them. I can't manipulate magic energy like the other Mukos, and asking them to do it would make this present theirs and not mine. This is not an amulet to protect you. You will have a lot of soldiers doing that. I wanted to give you something no one could give you, and that is this amulet. I want you to know that there is people still waiting for you here. When you feel lonely, remember that you are not alone. Thank you. Great. Now she's crying. Half an hour after. Good to see you have calmed. Now you need to leave, before it gets dark. I need to help around and can't go with you. We will see each other after you come back in a year. Yes. Thank you Kenshin. I won't lose it. I don't care if you lose it. I will give you another one. Just come back to receive it. Why yes. Don't start crying and go. Okay. She left. Yi stood by my side on the shrine as I looked Sarah run to her home while rubbing her eyes. Did you come here to state the obvious? Maybe you are being affected by those nasty curses going around, I said calmly at her. After you were so tender with her, why are you so sarcastic with me? Is this love? She teased me with a smile. Get your head out of the gutter, woman. No love will change the great Kenshin. I hit my chest with pride. Ha ha, it's been a while since I heard you refer to yourself that way. She laughed. Are you leaving too? Yes. There is nothing in Inazuma for me now. The Shogun won't change her ways, and I am not powerful enough to force her. It was frustrating. I wanted to change Inazuma for the better, but all I got was a headbutt against the iron wall the Shogun represented. What about the Kamisato family? They will be safe for another 6 years. Yi, do you want me to go for that long? I only planned for a short trip, maybe 3 months. If you want I can leave for a few years. I frowned at her. No, I'm just worried about the disasters you will cause. You went to leave for a month, and you almost caused a rebellion, she said, but I felt how her soul trembled in relief. Don't worry about that. I will go to Mondstadt this time, or maybe Sumeru. I replied. I won't leave to stay in Liu again. ... Please don't come back, Yi told to me. It's that bad? I asked. I knew Mondstadt was the city of freedom, but it wasn't that bad, right? What you going there for anyway? Asked Yi, deflecting the question. To look for a way to make a body for Gizhong. I already made her wait enough. Kenshin, we are not human, time doesn't pass the same way. Gizhong could have waited for 100 years and she wouldn't have felt that it was too much time, Yi explained gently. While 100 years is too long, I also agree with that. 5 years are a minap for us. I don't agree. I shook my head. While I don't doubt that, you still feel the time pass just as I do. Yi, you sleep the same as me, and eat just like I do. You have the same rhythm as I do. So why would you feel 100 years is short? Gizhong and Yi fell silent. Indeed, they get bored when there is nothing to do for an hour. Why did they think 100 years was short? Why? Yi asked herself. I knew the answer, so I gave it. In my opinion, you are tired. Tired of what? Yi had a perplexed face. You tell me. You have probably been doing the same thing for centuries. Prepare the festival, meet the Shogun, lead the shrine, rinse and repeat. You have entered in a cycle and you didn't even realize. You are used to repeat those actions, so now you don't feel like it's a long time. You are not in a hurry, not waiting for anything. You have no long-term goals. Why would you feel a year is too much? Yes, maybe. She was pondering something. I need all time I can get. I want Inazuma to be a better country. I want to help Gizhong. I want to train my ability. And I want to solve the Hilich Earl's curse. I will live for another 70 years at most, but I need more time. It's hard admitting that probably I will not be able to fulfill all my goals, but I will give it my best shot. That's why I'm in a hurry. Every year that passes is a year one will not be able to get back. Every day that passes is one day less I have to accomplish all that. So yes, the 5 years Gizhong have waited are a long time, but you don't know it yet. You have centuries to do everything you want. Yi listened to me and kept pondering. Let me ask you this. You have only 10 years to live. What are you going to do? 10 years. Yi looked surprised. She had trouble thinking about this. Is that too short? Let me remind you that I'm 12. Then, 50. You have 50 years to live. What would you do? 50. Yi thought for a while. I want to eat tofu. I think she means more than just the act. Maybe relive some experience she had on her youth or something like this. That's good. Something else? She thought for a while, but she couldn't think of anything else she could do. Maybe you want to see your dear friend again? I suggested. Yes, of course. But I don't know if 50 years will be enough for that, she admitted. Would 500 years be enough? I asked her. Maybe, she admitted. It's been 500 years since you last talked! Yi was stunned. Maybe she only realized now that she had wasted 5 centuries thinking that she had all time she wanted. You have been too used to let years pass by. It's no wonder your sense of time has dulled. Anyway, you should look for some goals to keep track of the time. I know you love novels. How about trying to write one? I suggested her. Maybe she nodded. What else? How would I know? What about creating a zoo? I saw a lot of animals around. Maybe you could build a place for the till of you people could learn more about animals. That's a good idea. Something else? What about? Under the starry sky, a boy and a kid soon talked until the late hours of the night. One of them, proposing ideas, and the other one listening to everything. Only the moon and a sealed soul were witnessing this moment, gently watching over the two of them. He finally fell asleep. I gently laid his head in my lap. I grabbed the slip he hadn't taken off in these 5 years. What do you think? That what he said is true. When did I start thinking that a year was short? I was a very active kid, always busy with something. An afternoon was a lot of time for me to do whatever I wanted. When did I start thinking 5 years was a nap? Indeed, we kitsunes are a very active type of yokai. When did I start thinking that a century was too short? It's almost scary. Is it because our long lives? I need to think about this. But Kenshin has a point. I'm always complaining about how boring living here is. There is no changes at all. So where did the last 500 years go to? Have I really wasted half a millennium? Maybe now I can start living in the present again like Kenshin said, and maybe work towards some goals. I sensed amusement coming from the slip. What do you want? Nothing. Is it soft? What are you talking about? Apostrophe. I suddenly realized that I was gently caressing Kenshin's black hair. It was indeed soft. Stop laughing. Ha ha ha, sorry. Are you growing a soft spot for the boy? You used to grumble a lot, but in the last year you gradually stopped complaining. That is true. No, before you ask, it's not love. I know you like those conversations a lot, but Kenshin is still a child. Falling in love with a child is nothing short of disgusting. But I admit I am excited to see what kind of man he grows up to be. Do you realize that he will be an adult in almost 4 years? At least in my time they were adult at that age. Now it's 18. But indeed, 6 years and he will be an adult. Maybe you will be attracted by then. You can't deny that you are pretty smitten by his personality. I think both your personalities mesh up well. Only his body needs to catch up. But you should be aware that his teenage years are going to be chaotic. I don't know what you saw of the relationship between him and that Tengu girl called Sarah, but I can assure you that it's at least 10 times worse than what you are thinking of. Don't remind me. Kenshin is too unpredictable now. In a few years he may even like men. I can't predict anything about Kenshin, and that's saying a lot coming from someone as old as me. Damn it. I hurt myself with that. While I think that's a bit of a stretch, you have a point. Just remember that our lifespan is way different. If you want a relationship you need to be aware that it will not be a conventional one. Knowing him, strange is the tamest word I can use. I know. But we'll think about it when the time comes. Meanwhile I will focus on trying to adjust my sense of time to that of a human. I don't know if I should say this. It may be cruel to give you false hopes. But why is she hesitating? What is it? Have you thought of letting your friend craft a puppet for Kenshin? I wondered what you were going to say. Yes, I have. But human souls can't resist being pulled out of their body, and they are not strong enough, I said bitterly. Well, Kenshin's soul is way stronger than that of a normal human due to his ability. Yes. Indeed. That's true. How could I have missed it? Kenshin's soul is way stronger than normal, and it will grow even stronger. But he still has the problem of not being to separate his soul from his body. I felt disappointed again. It was too good to be true. Didn't you tell me about how he was pulled into your friend's soul when he was a baby? I think that does count. Or maybe he will be able to train to be able to do it, Gizhong suggested. Yes, now that I think of it. It's a bit different, but yes, maybe we can think of something. Look at how happy you are. Are you sure? Yes, I am. I don't like Kenshin romantically. He is still a kid in my eyes. Maybe I won't like him when he grows up. But in the case I do and we decide to be together, now I have a possible way to solve the lifespan problem. I don't know if he will accept it. He has some strange opinions about the weirdest of things. Tonight has been a productive one. I felt a sting in my lower lip, and realized that in my excitement, my fox fangs are showing. What a surprise, it's the first time this happened in over 500 years. Chapter 23, I resign. I stood in front of a ship, the one that will take me to Liu. In front of me were Ayato and Ayaka, who decided to come here to say goodbye. I already said goodbye to the others. My family, the girls at the shrine, Yoimiya and the Arataki gang. Of course Aunt Kayo too, she gave me cookies for the trip. When are you coming back? Asked Chitiri Ayaka. Soon, I will be out only for a week, I replied gently. Yes, I'm lying to her vilely, but I won't be the one who will see her cry. I'm back, said Ayato after paying the captain of the ship. Now we can keep the tradition. The Kamisato clan will pay for your boats to Liu, he said amusedly. Next time I will buy my own fleet then. You really don't hold back, he said bitterly. Anyway, I'm not good with goodbyes. Just be careful about those mean people and that frigid ice cube. That Shogun is literally a statue. Around 4 years working for her and I still don't know if she is taking showers. I get that as a puppet she doesn't sweat, but still. Don't worry about that. I will not let that happen again, he said with clenched teeth. His father got murdered and the culprit was only caught because of a fluke. Did you tell the Shogun that you were taking a leave? Yes, I nodded. I left a letter in the meeting room in the Tenshikaku. Your Excellency, what are we waiting for? The meeting should have started an hour ago, a bald old guy asked to the still Shogun. Kenshin is not here yet, she answered, without opening her eyes. Kamisato Ko widened her eyes. She knew Kenshin was leaving. Why was the Shogun still waiting? They heard a knock on the door. Your Excellency, I have a letter from Kenshin, the guy said, giving the God of Eternity a letter. Oh no, was all Ko could say, remembering how destructive Kenshin letters were. Read it, she instructed the delivery guy, who didn't dare to refuse. Dear Aunt Ko, how are you? I hope you are fine, as fine as I know your homemade cookies will be. I will enjoy them on my trip. The Shogun finally opened her eyes in surprise. What is he talking about? She asked Ko. Why yes, Ko felt a bit nervous after everyone looked at her, including the god. He is going to go to Liu. I thought you already knew. I didn't approve any trip, the Shogun said with a frown. Continue reading. Why yes, the guy gulped down, finally thinking that reading this maybe wasn't the honor he expected it to be. I send this letter to tell the Raiden Shogun, the immortal Shogun, the Narukami Gosho, the god of eternity, the god of thunder and whatever name she has, that I'm leaving my job. Yes, I resign. Everyone looked to the Shogun while holding their breaths. What? The Shogun herself was confused. Of course she understood what resigning meant, but it was the first time in 500 years that someone with a good health resigned from a position she had offered. I mean, what am I working for? It has been a month since I caught anyone lying. Those old rats and bats are saying vague statements all time, that being the reason why we had to spend a total of 50 hours over 7 days to determine that we needed to buy more food. I'm wasting my time, and I hate losing time for nothing. Those old rats and bats looked furious, but it was true. They were not solving anything. Maybe now that Kenshin was out they could catch up and actually do something, without worrying about that lie detector. Continue. The Shogun calmed down, her thoughts unknown, but inside the plane of euthymia, Raiden, sensing the puppet's unusual surprise, was paying attention. She will decide what to do after listening to everything. And most of all, you don't listen. You are so stubborn that you could convince a wall to let you pass. I tried any way I could think of, but I don't know if you are not listening or not understanding what I'm saying. Over half of the people in that room are corrupt and stealing from the very citizens you are supposed to protect. And when I warn you, you still not listen. Everyone looked at the Raiden Shogun, waiting for her reaction. Leaving aside Kenshin's accusation, they were more interested in knowing the Shogun's reaction. It was the first time in the whole history of Inazuma that someone criticized the god of eternity. The guy reading wanted to disappear right now. And I have more important things to do with my time than stay in a room, listening to the same people saying the same things to get the same thing done. Absolutely nothing. So yes, I'm leaving. Of course I will be back, and I hope you can show mercy. Raiden was listening to this and felt perplexed. She wouldn't change her ways because of a child's words, but hearing such shamelessness made her surprised. Anyway, I'm going to Liu to meet my friend Mrax. He's older than you and still, he listens to me. I have adept as friends here and I'm quite liked, so sometimes I wonder why I didn't leave Inazuma before. I felt surprised now. This child knew Mirax, and he is even in good terms. Maybe this kid is special, and maybe she should have paid more attention. And after that I'm leaving for Mondstadt. Barbatos invited me last time, and I will make sure to take on his offer now. I didn't feel surprised now. That guy was the shame of Archons. Even a homeless guy with more drugs than blood in his veins could be invited to his nation. I expect to be back in a year. I know a lot of you rats are happy I'm leaving, but I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. I looked at the people near, and indeed, she saw how most of them had bright expressions. Are things really that bad? And to you, Raiden Shogun, I started working for you because I love Inazuma and wanted to work for my homeland. But I just wasted time. I will tell you the truth as someone who doesn't expect anything from you. Inazuma is not a good place to live. Ai's eyes narrowed at that. Inazuma was the last legacy her sister Makoto left in this world. Hearing that it was not a good place made her feel like her sister's legacy was tarnished. Of course, she didn't blame Kenshin. He was just a kid giving her opinion, but she wanted to hear his reasons. I haven't seen you leave that place in 4 years. I don't know when are you showering. I know you don't sweat or eat, but still Ai's frown grew more pronounced. This child knows something he shouldn't. She will ask Maiko about this. You don't go out, but I do, so I will tell you what I feel. Inazuma right now is dangerous. People are in his house after 5 p.m. because robbery has been running rampant. I even saw a guard robbing a merchant from Mondstadt. And now you all are wondering why is there not enough food? The Tenryu Commission is actively extorting people. Your vassals are still killing and fighting each other, even after what happened last time. I don't know how your brain works, so I will repeat it for you. I personally caught a murderer in that room you are now. He had poisoned the lord of the Kamisato clan, whose representative is sitting there right now. Sorry Aunt Ko. I was once again surprised. Were such things happening? She normally left everything to the puppet, but were things really that bad? Were murderers governing Inazuma with her consent? And the fat Yui are infiltrating Inazuma. Every day now boat arrives with more and more suspicious people, and the guards just ignore them. When a merchant comes with food, he gets robbed and deported. Do you think this is a good country? And last, you have a war in your hands. I can't blame you for that, honestly. I think the other party is at fault. But why are you sending a 12-year-old girl to fight? Ai's eyes widened in surprise. What is happening around her? Didn't she choose these people because they were people she personally recognized? What she didn't realize is that a great family is not going to be great forever. Maybe her own idea of eternity, maybe her long life, her ideals, or even her inability to sense that centuries have passed, but those families are not the ones they used to be. I'm not trying to tell you how to rule. This is your country. After all, you made it from scratch, but that's precisely why I would have liked for you to pay more attention to it, or there will be no Inazuma soon, only a group of thieves and murderers bickering with each other. Anyway, I said what I needed to say. I'm not that affected. I love Inazuma, but I can afford to leave and take my loved ones with me, so no sweat. I would feel sad, but hey, in Liu I can be happy. So yeah, please don't kill me when I come back, and pay attention to you, dear friend. She has been lonely for a long time. Good luck, Raiden. I closed her eyes, thinking about what she heard. She decided that she needed to hear from a third party, one that she could trust. Call Micah here, she instructed the sweating guy who read the letter. Why yes. Who is Micah? He looked confused. Micah, ye Micah, I clarified, thinking that the guy didn't hear her. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are referring to. The guy apologized. It has been a very long time since anyone called Yi by her name. Nowadays, people knew her as the Supreme Priestess or Guji. The head priestess clarified. I once again, feeling disoriented. Why didn't anyone knew about Maiko's name? Oh, right away the delivery guy ran out of the room, feeling happy that everything ended. Shogun-sama, is everything alright? A clan head asked her. Everyone felt that the shogun was a bit different now. Yes, she replied, and waited patiently for Maiko to arrive. I'm here. What does Her Excellency want? I saw Maiko enter the door, and felt relieved that she looked good. but Maiko had a faraway look. What was she so distracted by? "Can you read this and tell me what do you think?" she asked with gentle eyes. Expression that Yi didn't notice, and that stung I a bit. Yi quickly read the letter and looked at her. "What do you want me to say?" "What is true in that letter?" "Shogun-sama, this is not a matter the shrine should get involved with." "The shrine has never been involved in politics," Kujut Akeyuki respectfully said. "Does that answer your question?" Yi looked amusedly at I, to which I shook her head. "Oh, sorry, it's been a while, didn't recognize you," she said, knowing that it was I in front of her, and making everyone surprised. "Say it clearly," I said. She trusted Maiko's opinion. "What Kenshin said is true. Inazuma is no longer what you hoped to be." "Nor your sister," was left unsaid, but I realized what she meant, and frowned in anger. Not at Yi of course, but she felt angry all the same. "That's all I will say. You are too stubborn to listen, so do what you think you should do." "I will be by your side," and I nodded gratefully. She knew she could count on Maiko, but even she was confiring to some degree the contents of this letter. Things would need to change. She left everything to the puppet, believing it to be the best option, but if something was wrong, it was her duty to solve the problem. "What can you tell me about this boy?" Yi thought for a bit, and noticed that everyone was looking at her with curious eyes. Kenshin's true abilities were a mystery. Yi decided to reveal it. "In the worst case he will leave Inazuma. She will be sad, but she could take a vacation after 500 years of continued work. 8-year-long vacation." "You should know him." Her characteristic teasing smile was back. "Do I?" asked a puzzled I. "Yes, I was there when he said his first word." "Do you know what it was?" she asked, and continued seeing I's negative gesture. "He said I when he was a baby." While everyone felt confused, I's eyes widened. She remembered the baby she found in the plane of euthymia a while ago. Again, I's dulled sense of time didn't let her realize that a while had been more than 10 years. "He was so cute at the time, he thought he could scare me with that word. I had a lot of fun." He softly laughed. "How did he do it?" asked I, feeling cautious. This was screaming irregular like no tomorrow. And in her mind, that meant enemy of eternity. "Come on, don't get anxious. You should have realized that he loves Inazuma, and he was even working under you." "Do you think that if he was that dangerous he would be friends with Mirax?" "I will leave that disappointing Archon out of this," Yi reminded. "Is he truly friends with Mirax?" I felt that this question was key. She knew that Mirax loved Liu as much as she loved Inazuma, and he would never let anyone dangerous wander around. If he was friends with this boy, maybe she would give him a chance. Under her personal observation, of course. "Friend? He knew about your extremist ideology, and threatened me. If he is not welcome in Inazuma, Liu will welcome him with open arms. If any danger comes to him, I will personally take action." "That's what he said, so I recommend you think very well about what you do." "Of course, I won't stay still either. He is my personal assistant after all, and has been helping me cleanse Inazuma of the growing number of curses," Yi subtly warned. "Preposterous. Our Excellency is the strongest being in the world. That puny god does not reach even the soul of our God of Eternity's feet." Kujut Akeyuki jumped. His blind faith in the God of Thunder made him lose all critical reasoning. I stood silent, pondering. She had no confidence in beating Mirax. She knew she wouldn't lose, but winning was another story. Still, her Masuishin was extremely good against the Lord of Geo's shields. She could cut through everything, but Mirax's ability to cause massive destruction was unparalleled. She couldn't fight him and protect Inazuma from hundreds of meteors. She couldn't harm Kenshin. She could expel him from Inazuma in the best of cases. Now this was the question. Should she accept him into Inazuma to let him work for the improvement of Inazuma, or should she expel him to keep her eternity intact? If it was before, she would have expelled him with no doubt, but now her trusted friend Maiko was telling her that Inazuma was not doing good, and this child was Mirax's friend, so he meant no harm and wouldn't attract the attention of the heavenly principles. "What do you think?" She decided to ask Maiko to hear her opinion, even if the answer was obvious. "Let him in. His ability is extremely powerful and we may need it soon." "The amount of curses is abnormal, and is still growing," Yi said grimly. "It's like 500 years ago." I still remembered the incredible amount of monster that appeared in the air, They're corrosive or are killing an exaggerated amount of people. Even her sister came back with wounds product of the corrosion of the beasts. She still felt the pain the loss of her sister caused her. No, but we will need to observe the situation, Yi replied. Yes, let him back, but he still needs some punishment. Will you take care of that? I asked Maiko, deciding on the future plan. Of course, I will make him come crawling here, Yi said with her mischievous smile. I nodded and retracted her consciousness, but just before doing that, she left a last sentence floating in the air before returning the control of the body to the shogun. Make that child come back. No child will participate in a war. Chapter 24, Arriving at Liu. Again finally, we are in Liu again. I was feeling a bit sentimental. Liu is the place where I felt the most intense emotions in my life. Pain when I learned about Shinzia and the other gods, fear because of Yi, or Pink Woman at the time, fun because of all the people I messed with, but most of all pride, because I solved a great deal of the problems Liu was facing. Meanwhile Inazuma was a mess. I couldn't do anything. I felt like I wasted my last 7 years of life. Not wasted completely because I met Sara, my Miu, the Arataki gang. But in the end I couldn't do what I did here. Yes, I missed Liu. It feels good to be home. Gizhong agreed with me for a different reason. What Inazuma is for me, Liu is for her. Gizhong, remember that we are going to stay a couple of days. So try to enjoy these days, because I won't wait. Our objective is Mondstadt. Yes, I know. Now shut up and go talk with Mrax, she rudely said. I feel very weird now. Something inside me sees a guy in romantic light. Don't misunderstand me, I have nothing against gay people, but personally, my own stick is more than enough in a relationship. Gizhong, please phrase it in another way. I feel extremely conflicted right now. What do you mean? Oh. Finally, she understood my position. Even if she is an annoying hag, she's still no way. Mrax is mine, I won't share him with you. You dumbass, I can't care less about him. I'm not your vehicle so you can flirt. I prefer girls with big boobs. Yes, as you heard. I'm starting to notice girls. Don't be rude, I know what you are thinking. I'm starting to look at them, not merely acknowledging their existence, and from all kinds of females I'm in contact with, I can assure you that a pair of boobs pull stronger than 2 horses. Of course, that is not to say that nothing else matters. Look at how gorgeous Yi is, and her chest is moderate. Not small, but not big. I saw all kinds of things in the shrine, concretely in the slips where the people wrote their wishes. You may consider my actions as a violation of their privacy, but I couldn't care less. If some guys acted on what they wrote, they would find themselves on the receiving end of the shogun's lightning. There are some women too, of course, but men are much worse. Anyway, I don't feel like women with underdeveloped forms are going to be something I will ever like romantically. That's weird. Oh, you scared me. For a moment I thought you would break this slip where my soul is sealed so you could pursue Mrax without competition. She sighed in relief. I really don't know what to think of that, so I will ignore it. Let's meet a few people, it's the polite thing to do, right? I went to the same place where I saw Ganyu the first time, and yes, there she was, napping again. I guess old people love their routine. I came with some herbs to apologize for the last time I was here. I caused a lot of trouble. I'm a reformed person now, and those immature acts I did are something I will be ashamed of for the rest of my life. I approached Ganyu, but I couldn't resist. Let's do a little prank. I took one of the herbs I brought and approached it to Ganyu's mouth. She then nibbled on it in her sleep, and little by little she finally ended it. She tried to keep eating, and when she realized that there was no more to eat, she opened her eyes drowsily. Ugh, how rude. That's the first thing she does when she sees my face. Why are you here? To see your gorgeous face, of course. But seeing you scream like that, maybe I'm not welcome here, I added with a sad face. Ah. She looked stunned to see me sad. I guess she does have a really bad opinion of me. Before that, I need to apologize, I said and bowed down. I was a brat back then, and I was not aware of the amount of problems I caused for Liu. Please accept this as a repayment for all work I gave you, I said, handing her the basket with herbs. Huh, yes, sure, I forgive you." She nodded, a bit confused. "It's good that you finally realize the error of your ways." She nodded condescendingly. "By the way, Grass Eater, you should be ready," I added, making her be on guard. The fact I called her with the same nickname rubbed her wrong. "Is there a toilet nearby?" "Yes, why do you ask?" she cautiously said. I showed her the herbs I brought, and she looked curiously. Then she paled. "Kenshin, you haven't changed at all." And she ran to the toilet. Ah ha 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 ha. Of course, I didn't change, and she is stupid to believe that. In fact, after being tied in Inazuma for 7 years, I'm finally free here. How could I not prank somebody? "You're evil," Guizhong said, which I hadn't heard in a long time. "That depends. My mother says I'm a sweet child." "The fact that you can ignore the sarcasm," she said that with, is astonishing. "Shut up, we are going to visit the rest of all of my Dodge friends. I first saw the boss." "Guess where he was?" "Yes, in the same place. I found him the last time, sipping tea while hearing a storyteller." "Hey boss," I said. Now I remember how vilely he abandoned me back then, and it's making me angry. Still, I don't have much time here, better not to waste it. "How are you, Kenshin?" What a bland greeting. If I told ye her sense of time dulled, this guy must be the extreme case. "Good, but boss, why are you listening to these stories?" "You are the story." "Indeed, but I like seeing how humans interpret everything that happened." He nodded, agreeing with me. "Knowing us, probably we are butchering what really happened in favor of being dramatic and attracting more audience." "Indeed," he agreed once again. "Well, not my problem. If you get angry, I will not be here to suffer the wrath of the rock." I dismissed it. "That is only reserved for contract breakers," he clarified. "So it really exists." "I don't know when you are going to forget that fact." "You are really old after all," I said. "Old people tend to forget things." He said nothing, his attention returning to the story. After the story ended, I talked with him for a bit, mainly to satisfy Gizhong, who looked to be on cloud 9. "Kenshin, are you not going to check on your business? You told us that it was still making money." "It's amazing how a business you made in a week has resisted 7 years in the competitive Liu." Gizhong was impressed by that fact. "No, I don't care too much about that. If it's still making money, it's all good. I don't need any more now, and I would need a lengthy explanation of why our kid is the owner, and I would waste even more time." "So are we leaving now?" she asked sadly. "We can take a look around, but my plan is to depart today," I explained. And that we did. We wandered around, looking at every shop we found and trying any food we wanted. "Gizhong, why is a god here?" It was really weird. In the middle of the road, a confused small bear was looking around searching for something, or somebody I guess. Its soul was incredibly intense, befitting one of a god, but it was fractured, as if someone or something broke it, only leaving the smallest remains. Being the good guy I was, I walked towards him and picked him up, looking at him with an appraising gaze. "Can I heal him?" This little guy had lost a big part of his soul. "Can I regrow it?" "I would need to stimulate his remaining fragment to make it recover first, and later regrow the severed parts." If we compared this to a human body, I would need to cure a wound, and later give enough energy to the body to regrow the limb. That was something incredibly exhausting, and something I had not done before. "I will think about this." "March Osius?" asked a surprised Gizhong. "So you know this little guy? Any clue of what could have happened to him?" "No, I don't understand why he is like this. He used to be a big guy, almost as big as Mirax. He divided his soul. I felt this aura around some places in Liu during our last trip. He did something suicidal, maybe. Anyway, I will try to help him in the future. Now we need to find whoever is taking care of him. Then let's ask the nearby people for clues." Gizhong seemed to be excited, going into detective mode, but I had other plans. "I have a little bear, come and get it or I eat it," I shouted, making everyone look at me in disdain. But as always, I don't care. The bear looked scared and tried to escape from my grip, but I scratched his ears, making it relax again. When this guy recovers his memory, he is going to so embarrassed, and I plan to enjoy it. Gyuaba, a child, maybe a few years younger than Ayaka, came running towards us, and I handed Gyuaba to her. "Thank you, mister. Gyuaba gets lost easily," she said with a grateful smile. I can invite you to a meal as thank you. My father cooks in the Wangming restaurant. Impossible. I shook my head. Before she insisted, I added, I just literally came from there, and I saw this little guy, so I'm full. Your father is a good cook, I complimented him. The food was the best one around. Yes, I know. I will be better than him in the future. Right, Guava? She excitedly said, taking the nodding bear in her arms. With a god as a helper, I have no doubt. I started walking again when a little kid, no more than 10, stopped me. Sir, you are disturbing the rest. Please be more mindful of your surroundings, she scolded me. This is a first for me. In Inazuma nobody scolded me but my mom and the shrine girls. The rest of the population was too busy admiring my shrine garb to care. And yet here I'm being scolded by a uppity brat. Inazuma is really boring after all. And what are you going to do? I asked curiously. Report you to the Mylith, she said as a matter of fact. And do you think they will detain me? I shouted once to return a lost property, and have not caused any more trouble. Are you so sure they will detain me? I still don't understand. What is she trying to do here? Yes, no matter what your intention was, you still caused trouble. It's only natural for you to be punished, she explained with a firm nod. That's stupid. According to you, anything that goes against the rules must be punished, right? She nodded. Then what about the rules? Who made them? Are they still following them? Of course. The rules were made by Rex Lapis himself, but in the future, I will make sure we have our own rules, she added with pride. This is quite curious. The people in Liu are adoring everything Rex Lapis touches. I see you have a different take. I prompted her to explain her thoughts. I never saw anyone not blindly believing whatever their archon said. I believe that as humans, we should govern ourselves. Liu Harbor, as a human city, must be governed by us. We need to be independent from a god's rule, she said proudly. And that was disappointing. I see, I nodded, making the girl look proud of her vision being understood. That's a big stinky pile of shit. Wow. She looked surprised, but outrage was quickly filling her face. Listen, girl, before you are the one that the Mylith will need to detain. Who founded Liu Harbor? I hate to break it down for her in this way, but her thoughts are too stupid. Rex Lapis, she replied. Then how is this a human city? A god built it, a Yakshaw protected it, and adepts are living in it. Please explain to me, how is Liu Harbor a human city? But there are a lot of humans around, and it's us humans who are making the harbor work, she weakly explained. And without the adepts, this city would be nothing more than a pile of rubble. Believe me, after seeing the amount of hostile gods around, Liu would be in flames. Don't you think it's too shameless? You buy the ingredients, prepare them with care and dedication, carefully make the mass, pay attention to the oven for 6 hours, and when your dish is ready, a random guy takes it and says, what are you doing to my cake? Get out of here, and don't come back. That's basically what she is saying. Huh. She fell silent. And even more. There are a lot of adepts in this city. I personally know them. How do you think they would feel after hearing you? They have been working in the harbor for a long time, some even more than 1,000 years. Now they need to listen to how a brat is yapping about human supremacy. How would they feel? She is still silent. And lastly, look there. See those mountains? I pointed towards the Guian stone forest. Yes, she nodded. Maybe you know about this, but Rex Lapis made them appear during the Archon War. Tell me, if he gets angry because of your disregard towards their fallen friends and lover, what will you do? Rex Lapis won't damage Liu Harbor. The girl shook her head, showing how absurd the notion was to her. Because he cares about the harbor. Then why are you kicking him out with your humans must rule thing? But humans should be independent. And stand by their own feet. She looked unsure now. Then let me ask, if someone very strong appears, and I'm talking about god level strong, what will you do? Yes, don't look at me like that. I know for a fact that there are a few around. For example, you must know about the god of Inazuma. I don't think that will be the case, but if she decided to conquer Liu, could you humans stop her? I really hope that doesn't happen, but if it does and the boss was not around, Liu will be destroyed in half an hour. At most. No amount of adepti can stop her. It's the difference between a mortal, no matter how long they can live, and a god. This definitely convinced her, so no matter how much you want to be independent, you don't have the right to kick the Adeptus out, nor the power to defend the harbor. I still don't know. Catching Sama. I saw a few guys in gaudy robes approach with panic in their expressions. Where were you? We can't allow you to go unprotected. What if something happens to you? They asked. So this arrogant brat is young mistress ... Should have expected it. The young mistress in question looked at them with a teary look. I guess it's the first time someone told her how much of stupid she was being. And who are you? One of these guards asked me with an angry face. A tourist, I answered. Please Kenshin, don't start trouble again, Gizhong pleaded. But I'm not starting trouble. They are. For the first time in my life, I'm not at fault. It's refreshing. Scram. One of them said. What for? I am a bystander. This girl came to annoy, and then she started spouting shit. It's obvious I was going to call her for it. Someone needs to. And I don't think you guys are going to do it. I don't want to say she is pampered, but she has not been corrected a lot. Anyone could think of what I told her. Catching Sama is a future member of the Kaising, and she has been groomed for that position. A peasant like you has no intellect, no understand how she is thinking, one of them said. This is new. I didn't see this side of Liu my last time here. Was it because I was a kid? Nobody wants to argue with a kid after all. And yet, she was talking shit. I fear for the future of Liu if one of her leaders has that kind of human supremacy thoughts. After all, without a Adepti the harbor will not survive, at least until now. Without the Adeptus and more concretely Xiao, the harbor would have been run over by the monsters spawned by the remnants. If something of the like appears in the future, their only defense is the Adeptus arts. There is only so much exorcists can do, and they are quite weak. She is right, said the other guy. The harbor is operative because of us humans, so I really don't want to hear that again. But well, I guess I needed to do this. I prepared myself. Kenshin, maybe you don't respect Rex Lapis. How dare you, after all he has done for us. And now you want to usurp his place, I shouted, making everyone look at us. Unlike before, this time everyone had outraged faces hearing me. People here loved Mrax, so hearing that someone wanted to take his place was blasphemy. Wait, no, I didn't say that, the guy quickly backpedaled. You just said it. The harbor is only for us humans, and we should kick all Adeptus out and ignore Rex Lapis. How dare you? I pointed at them with false outrage. People around us were murmuring, sending glares towards the group. And then you had the gall to say that Rex Lapis should be grateful to us because we are living in this city. No, some shame. At this point, I was just thinking on the fly. No, I definitely not. And you consider yourself a citizen of Liu? You should know that Rex Lapis is our benefactor. Every year he descends to help us, you ungrateful peasant. Yes, but still no buts. The only reason I can think you don't want Rex Lapis to descend is that you are planning something bad. I again accused him with no proof. Why again? I love Liu a lot, so I don't want to think that a beloved citizen of this beautiful harbor is going to betray the truth Rex Lapis has on us. Are you one of those criminals, a fatui? They are criminals, no matter how beautiful you put it. They are not emissaries. Why are you, fatui? Get out of this peaceful harbor. You have no power here, I shouted at him. And then, obviously, the crowd followed me. Get out, fatui scum. But Lin Ming, one guy, spoke to a woman in the crowd who had been shouting at him. I'm your husband, get out, said Lin Ming. So after getting shouted at for a while, they left with the still shocked Ketching. Hey. She must have learned by now the height of human stupidity. I gave this lesson for free. How some people think of me as a mean person is beyond me. Don't you think you have gone a little too far? The old young woman asked me. I didn't even realize when she arrived. Of course not. Isn't she going to be a part of the Kixing in the future? Better nip some ideas in the bud. On the contrary, are you sure it's good to let those ideas fester? I asked her. Why shouldn't we? We can't force the way they think. That would be the opposite of what this place represents, she replied with a gentle smile. These old people are beyond stupid, really. Then if she arrives in a position of power and that thinking starts spreading? I know you like your comprehending and gentle old woman role, but what about Ganyu? She will be affected by this a lot. She is already conscious of her horns, and the only thing she needs is to be told in her face that adepts are not wanted here. I like teasing her, so if she is sad I won't feel good mocking her. She looked at me in thought. Even more, what about Yanfei? She also has antlers, and I'm not sure she can hide them. She is a half adeptus after all, I added, knowing that Yanfei was her disciple of sorts. Why would you think we would be driven out? Questioned the old young lady. Because of how humans are. We like feeling superior, feeling important. What can feed our ego more than commanding the extremely revered adeptus to leave our city? I can sadly see it happening. As you said, we are revered here. You are being an alarmist. She dismissed me. Are you sure? Old lady, the age of gods is coming to an end. There is nothing the adeptus are required to do here that humans can't do. You know about herbs, and humans do too. Mrak's might is not needed, as there are no enemies for now. Xiao has become unnecessary. As much as I appreciate him, there are no more monsters for him to kill, I explained, counting with my fingers. Even more, I know Gizhong and Cloud Retainer helped humans with their inventions, but no humans can invent them themselves. Right now, adeptus are doing what humans can do, which means that the reverence they have now will fade. Why adore and praise someone that it's the only difference is a long lifespan? As I just said, the adeptus power and intellect have become unnecessary. Humans won't forget what we have done for them. Of course, there will be some of them that will feel better trampling us, but humans are better than what you are thinking. I have been living here for thousands of years, believe me. I know them better than you. She didn't take my words seriously. Stupid grandma, the age of gods is ending now. 10 years ago people still needed you. People were watching how Xiao was battling a monsters day and night. But believe me, I know humans better than you. You are here in Li merely as a spectator. You probably sit on your stool and wait for people to come. If they don't come, no worries. If they come, you interact with them. Am I wrong? No, she replied. What can she know about humans when her only interactions with them are when they are buying flowers? That's literally the reality here. I come from Inazuma, where the same humans you so blindly believe in are murdering each other for power. You remember Aunt Keo, right? The woman you saved. Thanks for that, by the way. Yes, I do, she said, but more seriously this time. Hearing me mentioning murder. I stayed with them for a week. I even helped in the birth of the little girl. The whole family accommodated me to their best. Then you should know that her husband was murdered a few years ago, I revealed, making her do a shocked face. And the murderer had been sitting in the same meeting room as Aunt Keo for years, without showing the slightest sign of regret. His motive? Power. She was still in shock from my revelation. There are a lot of people. There is bound to be some bad apples, she said, but there was hesitation in her voice. Well, that's not a strange thing in Inazuma. Whole clans have died for the same pursuit for power. What I mean to say is this, humans can be extremely disgusting, and with time all the goodwill you showed them will be forgotten. By then, you should have some countermeasures so you don't get kicked out. From what I heard the last time, people were starting to intrude in your homes to look for valuable things. I meant your adeptus homes, not here in Liu. Yes, especially mountain shapers. He has a lot of jade around, and people are starting to intrude in his domain for that. She nodded. Did this happen thousands of years ago? By that time you were revered a lot more, and those places were considered sacred. Now though, that reverence is slowly being forgotten, and greed is making humans cross the finer lines. It was sad, but the truth. Look, I don't want you to think that humans are all that bad. Like gods, there are all kinds of people. I honestly hope that the harbor is as peaceful in the future as it is now, but this is a danger you have to consider. Today is a child screaming for independence, and 500 years in the future if a child screaming racist statements. It is not a time of how, but when. You have Ningguang in power now, but can you be sure that in the next 100 years, a racist guy will not rule? And in 200 years, 500? I see what you are trying to say, she nodded, telling me that she understood what I was trying to say. But I still want to believe in humanity. I don't want you to do otherwise, but in case you are wrong there are a few things you could be doing, I said. I like the Adepti, they have been nothing but kind to me. Except that big bird. They sacrificed a lot for Liu, and of course, Gizhong is one of them. I want her to have a happy life here, without worrying about a potential clash between two sides. What would you do? She asked curiously. I would try to release more information about Adeptus to the people around. You are known as mythical beings, something completely different. You need to make people of Liu understand that you are not some weird thing that doesn't care about humans. Make them realize how similar you are to them. If in the future a possible conflict emerges between two sides, your best action right now is to try to erase the limits that are separating the two parts. This way in the future, you won't have a society of humans plus Adeptus, you will have a society of humans and Adeptus. That's my idea. Make Liu an unbreakable thing, a single piece that no matter how you stretch it, you will not be able to extricate Adeptus from humans. A horizontal relation based on familiarity, and not a vertical one born from necessity. Humans don't like looking up. Inazuma is different because there are only two beings that are not human, the Shogun and Yi. And if you try to poke them, you get culled. Also, Sarah doesn't count. For all practical purposes, she is fully human. I see. I will think about this, she said, and slowly went back to whatever place she crawled up from. Gizhong, what do you think? I might be a bit biased after seeing the shithole that is Inazuma. I saw the worst part of humanity there, and it makes me sad. It's the country I love so much. I thought like Ping. But after being by your side I can understand what you are trying to say. I'm being forced to live at your speed, to put it simply, and I probably know more than Ping about humans. But I also think you are putting yourself in the worst possible scenario. She explained. I trust Gizhong, so maybe she is right. But I can't still have the same blind confidence Ping has in humanity. Maybe I need to get out of Inazuma for a bit longer. Still, I did what I could do to help here. I told them a possible path to prevent a possible clash. Now, it's the Adepti and the boss problem. There is no way I didn't notice that the boss was listening to our conversation. Chapter 25, Lupiku. After that grim conversation, I went around to look at Yanfei, the perfect target for me to have fun and forget that the teacher put me in a bad mood, and that's the student's responsibility. But I couldn't find her. I don't think she is avoiding me. I haven't been here for that long, but I had to change targets, so I looked at the floating rock above us. That's when Ningguang is at her. I find the mechanism fascinating. Gizhong had already sensed how that place worked. She is a genius after all. As for me, I'm obviously impressed. It's a floating house after all, but I don't see the point in spending millions to build that. In the case war happens, you are the perfect target. Anyway, I decided to see Ningguang. Granted, we only saw each other 2 times and one of them I publicly slapped her face, but I thought I could go and greet her. After coercing the guard on the ground to let me go to the floating rock, I finally was in a seat in front of Ningguang. She is a fully grown woman now, and had an imposing appearance, one that will command respect out of anybody. Yo! I lightly greeted her, making her sigh. Did she think her demeanor would make me shiver in awe and respect? Please, I worked for the last few years alongside a god that could kill you in the next second without reason. I still couldn't understand her after all, and not understanding someone makes you unable to know how they think or why they do things. So yeah, a sudden death was not out of the table. I knew you came back, but I hoped you would ignore me. She sighed again. How rude, even I can get offended. Lies. My skin is too thick. Where is Ganyu then? She asked with a resigned expression. In the toilet. With how much of that herb she ate, she is not going to live for a while. Isn't that because you fed her those things? I didn't feed her. I approached the plant to her mouth, and she willingly, without any coercion from my part, ate it. I'm innocent here. What do you want from me? She went to the point. A greeting, I replied. I really didn't want anything from her. I greet you then. Now that you are here I will negotiate something with you. I want to buy our business, she said openly. Number. There is no way I'm selling it. I can offer you. I don't care. I don't need any money, and the fact that you want to buy it, it's because it's doing good, and that's enough for me. To be honest, I know nothing about how is it doing. I shrugged. You have one of the biggest business in Liu and you don't know about it? She asked, surprised. Maybe she thinks everyone loves money as much as she does. Why don't you sell it then? Because it's my business. The pun was not intended, but it's true. And before you say anything, it's also the only business Inazuma has here that is connected to me. Yes, this business is a strategic thing. I can import things to Inazuma using it, and no one can do anything about it, except for the Shogun. All other business are connected to other people or the Kanji Commission, and the Tenryu Commission can deny their entry if that Kujudamas wants it. My business is connected to the shrine, and he has no authority over that. In the case the worst happens and we offend the merchants, it will be the only way to buy food. I will sell them to the citizens and let those guys I don't like starve to death. I see Ningguang nodded. She probably knew about this, but tried to buy it either way. You could be a good merchant. I don't care about money, even if it sounds strange to you, I replied. This whole floating rock screams that she has some issues, but it's not my place to get involved in. I got my greeting, now I'm out. As unpredictable as ever. We may have the chance to collaborate in the future, she added. Well, that's true, I need to buy goods from someone I guess. With that, I finally left the rock, and started heading towards Mondstadt. There was nobody left to greet here, right? I will seek Xiao in the way, and I can't find Yanfei. The bird is too far, and I don't want to see that sealed little monster. Yup, I'm good to go. But no, just after leaving the city I saw a little girl sitting on a cliff, crying bitterly. If she was just in the cliff, I wouldn't care, but she was crying. Yes, those are my priorities. Hey little girl, what's wrong? I approached her and asked. She looked at me with weird red eyes. They had a little star as the pupil. Sniff. Sob. The girl didn't answer me. She was too busy sniffing and crying. I saw the black hat she had in her lap, so I quickly understood what happened. I sat beside her and patted her head. She was still crying, but I felt that she appreciated it to some degree. After a while, she finally calmed down. I had to hurry or I wouldn't arrive to Mondstadt today, but I couldn't leave her here. Okay then, time for the express to sail. Listen here girl, I know you have lost someone dearly recently, I said in an energetic voice and pointing at the hat. She looked ready to cry again, but I wasn't going to let her start again. Let me ask you this, why are you sad? She looked stunned hearing that. Wasn't it obvious? No girl, the answer is not that obvious. Everyone dies, and it's not wrong or bad. It's a part of life, and it's natural. You like eating your favorite food, but you also need to take a dump later, and you think nothing of it, right? The girl nodded, still with a confused face. So whoever you lost, it was his or her time. Maybe it was of old age, or maybe it was an illness, or even an accident. It was his or her time. You are not crying for them, you are crying because of yourself, and how sad their departure make you, I said in the same loud voice. She also nodded with a look of realization. She was crying for herself. What you need to do now is laugh. She looked extremely confused now. She was sad. Why would she laugh? I don't know if there is an afterlife, and I don't know if you will see this person after you die. But whatever actions they did in life, they still persist here. You thought of this person dearly, right? I asked her. Yes. It was my grandpa, she said, looking at the floor and touching the hat. Then what has your grandpa left behind? I don't know. It's something you have to ask yourself. But I know that he left a crying girl. Your grandpa was probably an amazing person, right? I asked, and she nodded, with a bit more of energy this time. If he was that amazing, why is all he left behind tears? The girl looked shocked at that. Someone as amazing as her grandpa, why is the only thing he left such a sad thing? Yes, as you know by now, you should laugh. Because he was your grandpa. You knew him better than anybody. You are what he loved the most, so why is the only thing he left behind sadness? I said, raising my voice even more. She looked a bit unsure, but finally realized what I was trying to say and nodded with confidence. He died, but you should be happy, because he was such an amazing person and you could meet him. Why should you laugh? Because he loved you and you loved him, and you will make sure that what he left behind is something as beautiful as a smile. And you should appreciate not his death, but how amazing his life was. I was shouting at the end, as if trying to physically engrave my words in her brain. The girl looked convinced, and smiled, remembering about all the fun he had with his grandpa, and not the sadness she would feel in the future. I tried to do the last bit. It's okay to feel sad, because you are human. But remember, you should laugh and smile, Because I loved my grandpa," she shouted with a smile, a bit teary, but it was a smile nonetheless. "Good," I nodded, and started leaving. "Thank you. I'm Hu Tao," she introduced herself. I would have loved to talk with her more, but I had no time. "Hello Hu Tao, I'm Kenshin. I need to arrive at Mondstadt today so I can't talk, but when I come back we can talk a lot." "Does that sound good?" I asked her gently. "Yes. You can find me in the funeral parlor," she said and waved at me while I continued my trip. "I don't know how, but I feel that you released a monster in Liu," said Gizhong. "I don't care. They could get a bit more lively anyways. Liu is more interesting than Inazuma, but they are too serious." I arrived at the Wangshu Inn, but Xiao was not there. Maybe now that there are no more monsters nearby he doesn't need to stay put here. Instead of the spear by the wind boy is here. "Come out, I can see you." The green aura around me let me know that Barbatos was here. I trained a lot in my ability, so now I could see it even more easily. And yet, the Hilichurl curse is still resisting me. That thing is too vicious. "Hee. It has been such a long time that I feared you forgot about me," he said, while materializing near me. "I have been busy," I said. "I see. Did you do something useful?" he asked me with the same smile. The god of eternity doesn't want anything to change. After all, I said with a wry smile. "Hee. Of course she doesn't. It's in her name." He laughed. "I think this guy knows a lot more about the god of Inazuma, but I won't sack him." "Probably Yi knows too. And if she hasn't told anything to me, there must be a reason." "I will ask her when I get back. There is no use in asking now, and I can always take a quick trip to Liu if Yi doesn't want to answer. Anyway, I'm leaving for Mondstadt now." "Something I should know?" "All I know is that Mondstadt is the city of freedom, and that the people there are a bit weird." "Oh, I will wait for you there." "I won't say anything. Discovering it yourself will make you have more fun after all," he mischievously said and disappeared, a gust of wind the only proof of his existence. That guy was a weirdo even 2,000 years ago. He was fearsome in battle and very destructive, but outside of it he spent all his time drinking, Gizhong explained to me. "Maybe he had a hard past?" "No, he genuinely enjoyed the wine." Gizhong denied my comment. "Well, you can't live for that long without a few quirks." We continued our travel, the silhouette of the inn slowly receding, and we started to see more and more trees, until we were in the middle of a forest. "Gizhong, please tell me." "What can I do?" I asked in a calm but resigned voice. "Pray, but to Barbatos." "I don't think your god is too inclined to help other people," she answered in the same tone. "The truth hurts. As I am now, I'm surrounded by wolves, around 30 of them. You should know that while I'm in good shape, I still can't beat a Hilichurl. Something in me makes me unable to win a fight." I should explain about my ability at this point. "I can see and to some degree affect souls. I normally use the seals to deal with them, but I can touch souls, as I did while removing the black things that were pinning the gods to the ground inside the remnants. But I can't touch the souls of any living thing to incapacitate them, at least not yet. It takes a lot of energy, and I don't have that much. I can increase the energy available for me by training, but it's quite slow. If I overexert my ability, my eyes start bleeding and I feel really tired. I think I am somehow consuming my soul, but it replenishes quickly so I don't care that much. That's why I thought of healing that little bear. I send my own soul to him in the form of energy, and he uses that energy to regrow his own soul. Maybe in the future. But now I'm facing wolves, and I have no method to save myself. I tried calling for the wind god, but I got no answer. Before the wolves could jump at me, I heard a voice. "A human one, who you be?" "Hurt Lupika you for here are?" A child even younger than me came from a bush, and interrogated me with a blank expression. "I'm a traveler, I'm lost, hungry and needing to take a piss." I don't know what Lupika is. If it's a food I want to try it, and if it's something bad, avoid it, I quickly explained. "Huh?" The kid looked confused. "Why?" Maybe he didn't understand you, Gizhong uselessly said. "What is that to not understand?" Still, I tried to simplify it. "Me good, me lost. I feel stupid." Oh, the boy nodded energetically. "I really don't know how wolves educate their children, but they need to step up a bit." "Follow," he said, and I did that. The wolves around letting me go, but still looking at me. I followed Wolf Boy until a plain where I could see a giant castle. It was majestic. Go, he said before returning to her Lupika, whatever that is. That was weird, said Gizhong. Indeed, a wolf can talk, I mused. But Gizhong had been with me for a long time, and knew better than to take that bait. I walked towards the city, but a red figure jumped in front of me. Halt! Who are you? A girl maybe a year younger than me with a bunny-shaped ribbon pointed her palm at me. Me good. Me Mondstadt. The only human contact I had spoke this way. She looks a bit more intelligent, but I can't be sure. Why are you speaking like that? She wondered. I met a boy surrounded by wolves that didn't understand me unless I spoke this way. I explained that harrowing experience. You met Razor then? What were you doing in wolfdom? She asked me with a frown. She seems to be as stupid as the boy. If it was dangerous, why would I go there? I came from Liu, and there was no road, and no sign that warned me of danger. The last thing I need right now is being accused of trespassing, I rebuked with a frown of my own. Oh, the girl said. Yes, oh indeed. Sorry, are you going to Mondstadt? Is there anywhere else to go? Not really. We have a few rural places and small villages, but if you are from Liu, you probably won't be interested, she explained. I'm not from Liu. I came from Liu, but I'm from Inazuma, I clarified. Why don't you follow me then? She asked nervously. What's wrong? Are people from Inazuma not welcome? I asked. If that's the case, I should leave from Sumeru. I only came here first because I knew Barbatos and I could need some help at first, but realistically, my chances of getting a body for Gizhong are higher in Sumeru, land of wisdom and all that. Of course they are. It's just that normally the people from Inazuma are very arrogant, and they start threatening us with unleashing the might of eternity and all that, she explained with an awkward smile. I see. Not only are they bullying people inside Inazuma, but they are bullying them outside too, and using the name of the shogun no less. Can you tell me your name? My name is Amber. Sir, she looked unsure of what to call me. My name is Kenshin. Is someone from Inazuma in Mondstadt right now? I asked the now named girl. Yes. He is from the Kuka family or something like that. She trailed off at the end, maybe unsure about my sudden serious face. Can you guide me to him? I am an official back home, and I need to make sure our people are respectful, I gently said. Yes, it's not a problem, but are you sure? He is really arrogant, she muttered. Wait, you are not much older than me. Are you that important? You are not much younger than me, and yet you are patrolling, I commented, making her blush. And no, I'm not that important. The boss of my boss is, so I hope I can solve the situation calmly. I didn't lie. My boss in the shrine is Yi, and Yi's boss is the shogun. I already resigned, so I can't say I work for the shogun anymore, at least until someone pisses me off. I don't think that is going to be enough, Amber said awkwardly. From what he said, he is directly under the right hand of the god of Inazuma. That bullshit. Someone important would not be here. I don't want to offend anyone, but Mondstadt does not bring anything to Inazuma. I heard Amber. I now may know why. Don't worry, I will try my best, I replied. I don't think I want to know your plan, said Gizhong, feeling that trouble was arriving. Don't worry, I don't have any position in the shogunate anymore, and I can't order him around as a person of the shrine. The only thing I can do is to convince him with the power of my words. Chapter 26. A fine ambassador. We arrived at the huge castle, and the guards stopped us, but with Amber's words, we got through. I don't know what to think about this lack of security. They are trusting the words of a maybe 11-year-old girl. Please tell me it's not him, I said while looking at an energetically shouting man. No, it's not. He's from the Lawrence clan, Amber explained to me. Said guy was screaming to nobody, as he was being ignored. Are the people around so used to this? Is that him? I pointed at another shouting guy. No, he is selling vegetables, answered with a calm face Amber. Then why is he screaming? Wouldn't it be better to shout what you are selling or the price? Is that him? No, he is just a weirdo. You know what? Why don't you point me to him? I will analyze the habitat I'm in later. This was too strange. A lot of people were just shouting in the middle of the road for no good reason. It's him, she pointed at a guy screaming like all those from before. He wasn't shouting louder than the others, just at the same volume. But I guess this is like your room. If it's dirty, it's okay because it's your dirt. But if someone comes into your room and puts a single thing where it doesn't belong, get water because I start a fire. So it's my duty as a citizen of Inazuma to make this guy shut up. I will try the gentle approach. He was so busy screaming at the waitress, demanding a refund after he ate everything and threatening with a thunderstorm that he didn't notice my approach. Excuse me, sir, as a citizen from Inazuma, I think you are causing a bad impression of our country with your attitude. I will ask you for your cooperation to slowly change your attitude so our countries, although far away, can form everlasting bonds of friendship and sisterhood, I said with a gentle smile. Do you know WHO? Slap. Everybody looked at us in surprise. It was almost a miracle. The previously deafening sound of people shouting turned into an eerie silence. What did? Slap. I hit him even harder. The guy had a furious expression and raised his hand to slap me back. How could I not know the signs? I calmly raised the medal I prepared beforehand. The medal I got from the shogun herself. He looked too angry to care about a medal, but when I put it in front of his face, he finally recognized it and paled. Slap. I hit him once again, to be sure he understood. Understand what? I don't know. I couldn't use my position as a direct subordinate from the shogun as I resigned, but he didn't know that. All he knew was that I had a medal that symbolized the shogun herself. Of course, I didn't return it. For starters, I should return it directly to the shogun, and I don't know what would her reaction be. Maybe she doesn't let me go. I could return it by giving the medal to Yi, but I would put her in trouble by giving it back to the shogun. And lastly, I could use it. Knowing how isolated Inazuma was, I will probably be able to use this medal forever. Do you know what you are doing? You are causing all the potential merchants from Mondstadt to avoid Inazuma like a plague. If you were a serious ambassador, you should know that we need to buy food to survive, so why are you scaring the merchants? It was truly baffling. The guy was trembling, but I sensed the crowd was getting angry at him. They had swallowed his screams and threats, and now his superior was scolding him. People of Mondstadt, I am aware that nothing I could say will be able to repair the damage he has caused, but let me at least give you an explanation. I started. The guy looked at me with a pleading gaze, but I ignored him. This guy is a nobody. He is a member of one of the clans in Inazuma, nothing more and nothing less. He is not even an important one, just a random guy who got his position because of the political corruption in Inazuma. This kind of job does not belong to the Kuja clan. They are in charge of the police and internal affairs, not this. He told us his boss is the right hand of the shogun. A woman in the crown said, looking murderously at the guy, now trembling. There is one hand in Inazuma, and that's the shogun herself. The rest are the puppets she uses to control the country, so there is no right hand. I explained. I have this medal the shogun herself gave me, meaning that I'm her direct subordinate, but even then I'm nothing more than an advisor. I'm probably more important than this guy's boss. If you combine my position as the second in command in the shrine and the position these people think I hold due to the medal, I'm probably the third most important person in Inazuma. So people of Mondstadt, all I can offer you is to slap this guy until he is half dead. Don't kill him please. I need to take him back. After all, I ruthlessly abandoned the guy. After the mess he is causing here, if this helps to salvage our relationship with Mondstadt, I will readily sacrifice him. He is not important after all. I expected people to be uneasy or hesitant, but the woman who spoke earlier swiftly delivered a slap to his face. People from Mondstadt are different, I guess. And so, by the end of it, the guy's head was thrice its normal size. The guards, who had been participating in the slapping, took him to prison. I will take him back when I leave, or send a letter to Yi to order someone to bring him back. I really don't want this guy around me. See, problem solved, I said to Amber, who looked at me from the sidelines. You said you would gently convince him, she muttered. And gentle I was, I commented. A bit excessive, but I solved the problem while teaching him a lesson. Ha ha ha. I see that a huge guy approached me, and ruffled my hair. Nobody touched my hair, but this guy's hand could grab my whole waist, so I didn't speak up. I'm Vaka, the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. He introduced himself with a smile. I'm Kenshin, "A nobody from Inazuma," I replied in kind. "Why would a nobody have that medal?" He laughed, thinking I was joking. "I worked for the shogun but I resigned. It was too boring. I kept the medal to abuse other people of Inazuma with an authority they don't know I lost," I honestly replied. "Ha ha ha, yes, that's a good reason." He laughed even harder. "People from Mondstadt are really different. Why don't you come to our headquarters so we can have a talk?" he said. I agreed, of course. My experiences in Inazuma told me how important making connections is. If the Kamisato clan didn't know me, they could be dead by now. If ye didn't vouch for me, I would be dead by now, either by the shogun's hands or by some clan. "Grandmaster, what did you need?" A blonde girl my age approached us on Vaga's call. "Jean, show Kenshin around. I will finish some business and talk with him later. Bring him to HQ after an hour." And he went away. The girl looked at me with her blue eyes. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Jean Gunhild, serving as a knight of Favonius." She introduced herself with a serious expression. "Well, I'm Kenshin, a nobody from Inazuma that came to Mondstadt with the purpose of finding a way to craft a body that could house the thousand-year-old soul of a friend who is looking for love." I introduced myself seriously. "Kenshin, why are you saying that?" Gizhong asked in outrage. "Calm down. We need to find clues here, and we have no idea of where or how to start. If we tell some people in important positions about what we are searching for, we could save a lot of time." "But what if someone steals my slip?" she asked in a worried tone. "Don't worry about that. I don't need to touch the slip here. I have a lot of range so you can tell me where are you. In the worst case, I will swallow the slip and vomit it later. It will not be fun, but it's the safest method. I prefer that to fail a friend." Jean looked at me with a stunned expression. "No matter what do you think about it, it's the truth. So please, Miss Knight, do you have any idea?" I asked her. "No, I'm sorry." She shook her head. "Maybe you should ask for a person who goes by the name of Alice. She knows about a lot of things." "Some weird things, right?" That's the feeling I got from what Jean just said. She blushed and averted her eyes. "When was the last time I saw someone so innocent?" "Ganyu on her first days maybe?" "The fact that you can't see them is because standing by your side will make anyone lose their naivety," Gizhong scornfully said. "Okay, thank you. May I know where said woman can be?" I am finally feeling excited about finding a clue. "Ye only knew about the puppets from the shogun, and I couldn't ask in Liu because we would get caught. And Barbatos was." "Barbatos? She is out right now." "She should be back in a few years," Jean said with her calm expression. "Oh sweet yet cruel goddess, why must you torment me?" I asked, falling to my knees in front of her. "Sweet goddess." Her face went atomic red and she started stuttering. "Indeed, my sweet goddess, with eyes calm like the ocean and blonde hair similar to the most beautiful piece of gold. Why must you direct me to a path to success, only to cut it short by such heartless words?" I asked dramatically, hugging my chest as if I was in pain. I don't. She was stuttering even more. "How needy is this girl? I only said a few tame things and she is like this. She must not be getting a lot of love in her home. How sad." "Can my beautiful goddess indicate another path to victory, while avoiding the taunting maws of defeat?" "And no, so sorry, I need to go." And she ran. "Coward." You knew how nervous she was and still continued. "And you complain when I call you cruel," Gizhong reprimanded me. "I never complain about you calling me that. I complain about your lack of vocabulary." Now that I had no guide, I went looking around. Bought some food, some flowers, some wine. Wait, wine? I looked at the guy in the bar I found myself in. "What, do you want another one?" he asked me. "Why are you selling me this?" "Selling alcohol to a minor was a little ... you know." "Ugh, you must be from outside Mondstadt." He nodded. "This is the city of freedom, anything goes." "Anything?" "Anything." "That's weird. How can I cause trouble if they are even worse than me?" "I don't think Mondstadt is going to be as funny as I thought it was going to be." "You can just go outside naked." I was not eager to do that, but I wanted to be prepared in case I saw someone with 3 legs. "Of course not," he replied in outrage. "I see they have some rules after all." "You need to wait until night when there are no kids around." I take it back. This place looked very normal while I was getting food and flowers, but there was a jarring reality on the underside. I went out of the bar feeling stunned. But well, they I guess. I saw Amber's ribbon in the crowd, so went to talk with her. "Hi Amber. What a day. You were the reason," she wryly said. "Do you need me for something?" "My guide ran away, so I don't know what to do." "Can you tell me where can I find a hotel to pass the night?" I asked her. "The first things to look for in a new city are food and a place to stay the night." "I will give you the tour," replied happily Amber. She gave me the tour. While we talked, I asked about Mondstadt and she asked about Inazuma. By the end of the conversation she didn't look that interested in Inazuma. Can't blame her. It was a very boring place compared to the lively Mondstadt and the busy Liu. "Amber," I asked before the cowardly guide who abandoned me, "I need to find a way to craft a body. Do you know anything that could help, preferably in a short time? I can't wait years for that woman called Alice to come back." I tried again. "At this point, if we don't find anything of use, it would be better to go to Sumeru or try to find this mysterious woman." "I don't even know how can you craft a body." She shook her head. "But maybe Albedo does. He is an alchemist, and saw him call Alice auntie before. Maybe he knows how to find Alice." "Oh, that's great." I was feeling hopeful again. "Please tell me he's not away for years." "He's not. He is on an expedition in Dragonspine, but he should be back sometime within the week," she said, and my world was full of color again. "Yes, thank you so much." "Ah, my sweet bunny, how delicious your words sound in my ears." I was feeling genuinely happy now, so much that I didn't realize the words that escaped my mouth. I noticed Amber saying something, but I was too busy discussing the news with Gizhong. "Kenshin, calm down. We have nothing yet. Don't get your hopes up." Gizhong words finally made me regain my sanity again, only to realize that Amber had left at some point. "I know Gizhong, but it's the first time. We may know something else about this mess." No matter how much I investigated it, in Inazuma I couldn't find absolutely anything useful. "I feel for the first time that we are moving forward." "I know, me too. But you need to be prepared for a long search, and not expect this alchemist to suddenly give you a solution." Chapter 27, Awkward Sisters. A few days passed, and I finally knew why Mondstadt was called the City of Freedom. You are certainly free to do whatever you want. There are a few rules of course, but it was free because you could be whatever you wanted to without facing discrimination. I saw two girls openly kissing in the middle of the street, and nobody batted an eye. I saw people eating a soup with their hands and nobody cared. Only the waitress reminded the client not to wash his hands before touching anything else. The guy agreed, and no problem. I saw a guy barking and urinating near a tree, and nobody cared. The last one was disgusting. But you get it. If you don't disturb anyone else, you are free. And that's why, my blonde goddess, I think that this city, while it's beautiful in its own way, it's also boring. I was talking to Jean while we got lunch. We struck an odd relationship where I would talk to her, and she would try not to blush like a tomato. The interesting things is that no matter how much she got used to my flirty words, once I reached a certain point, she would inevitably blush, making her run away. For example, she got used to me calling her a goddess, but if I added sweet she would run away. She didn't answer. She blushed a bit, but readily looked towards her plate. I was curious, but decided to continue talking, hoping she would tell me what happened. "I like causing trouble." "Yes, don't look at me like that. It's at the prank level trouble." "But here everyone is so accepting that they will ignore me." In Liu, if I wore a hilichurl costume and start shouting and jumping like one, they would look at me with disdain. Even the guards would detain me. But here they will give me money, so I keep dancing and amusing them. It's disheartening. "So it was you?" "Yes, dear sight to sore eyes." I already knew her limit, and I was still bored, so I couldn't let her run. I still didn't know what happened to her. "I can't believe you." And with that she looked at her dish again. "I'm tired of this, woman. As the envoy of the God of Eternity, I command you to tell me the problem that ails you," I said in an authoritative voice. "You can't order me. We are in the City of Freedom," she cheekily replied. "Then I'm free to confess my undying love to when you are in a meeting at the Knights of Favonius. I will sing you a song while dressed on those gaudy robes the people in Liu seem to like, with a bouquet of wind-wheel asters. I know they are your favorite," I said in a calm voice, making her panic. Okay, I will tell you. Please don't do that, she pleaded inside. It's my sister. My parents divorced a few months ago and she went with my father while I stayed with my mother. I don't know how is she doing, she said with an anxious face. Go see her then. I don't see the problem, I really don't. It ''s ... complicated, she said, averting her eyes. Are you stupid? I asked. You have people like Hu Tao who can't see his dead grandfather, and Jean, who doesn't want to see her sister. Granted, there may be some circumstances, but still, for the City of Freedom it's such a stupid problem. I will go see her, I said. I want to help Jean. After all, she has been amusing me these past days and it's time for me to pay her back. Would you do that for me? She asked with a hopeful expression. I said that, so quickly spit her location. She is usually in the church. She should be around right now. She is a part of the choir and they are practicing now in front of the statue, she explained with an excited voice. My blonde goddess of chivalrously, you are really stupid. You care so much about her that you memorized her schedule yet you don't go see her. What the hell, if you squint you may even see her from here. Is that little girl, the second to last from the right? Yes. She blushed. Please don't tell me that's why you always eat here at this hour. That would mean that she is stalking her sister. She blushed and looked at the floor. You are stalking your sister, I confirmed the sad truth. She didn't answer me to this either. Wait here, I will go talk with her. I will respect your so-called complications, and that's the only reason I'm not dragging you over there, or dragging her here. I stood up and walked towards her sister, forgetting to ask for her name. Just now they were having a little break, so I went towards the exhausted but content girl. Hey girl, I don't know you, nor do I know your name. I'm a friend of Jean, and she is worried about you but is too embarrassed to show her worry, so I came in her place to question you about your well-being. Smooth. She looked stunned hearing me, but quickly looked towards the place Jean was waiting. I didn't even have to tell her where Jean was and she realized, which means that she was also aware of Jean's location. And yet, they didn't think of meeting. What a weird pair of sisters. Why didn't she come herself? She asked quietly. Is this the start of the drama part? Sorry, I got enough of that in lieu. Why didn't you go to see her? I returned her question. Because she is busy, she said. Miss, let me tell you something. I have a special power. Do you see my eyes? She looked at my face for the first time, and saw my glowing purple eyes. They are special. I can see when someone is lying. And just now you lied to me, I explained. She looked ashamed at having been caught, and I'm getting tired of this. The damn alchemist has not arrived yet, and now I'm dealing with this problem that is not a problem at all. Miss, here is what we are going to do. I will grab your hand, and will talk to your sister. Ask her anything you want, and I will tighten my hold on your hand every time she lies. I will do that twice when she is silent and is nervous, okay? She doesn't know my ability, so she won't notice anything, I explained. Oh okay, she said, a bit nervous about meeting her sister for the first time in a while. Still, why did she believe me so fast? Kenshin, you don't look yourself at the mirror, but from what ye told me your eyes are getting prettier, as she put it. The more your ability grows, the more they shine, explained the always helpful Gizhong. Prettier. Okay miss, I know your sister, and she will try to run when you approach. Maybe you can ask her about that too. Try to ask yes or no questions, okay? We are going to run so she can't escape. She still needs to pay after all. Ready? Go. And we ran towards Jean, who had a betrayed expression. You don't run now. I run more today than in the last year, one said. That was around 50 meters, said Jean's sister, a bit surprised. I reaffirm myself, I said with no shame. I walk a lot. Every time I want to visit somewhere I need to go down a whole mountain the Narukami shrine is in, but running? Never. I gestured to Jean's sister to start the questioning. My blonde goddess of victory, Miss Sister here has a few questions for you. As a knight of Favonius and a member of the Gunhild House, you must face all challenges in your way with bravery and courage, I warned her. Goddess? Asked a confused little sister. Yes. Do you see how she is blushing and moving her feet? I find that amusing, so I say that to her every time we see each other. If I could get that reaction, I would call her cow, butterfly or street light. But Goddess seems to get the biggest reaction out of her, I explained. Anyway, Miss Sister, start. My name is Barbara, you know, she said, but quickly asked with a timid voice. Why didn't you came to ask me how I was? This girl, I told her to ask yes or no questions. Blonde nun, I will reformulate. Question. Was the reason you didn't talk to her disdain or disregard? No, she exclaimed. Even Barbara could see that she didn't lie here. I looked at Barbara with a warning gaze, and she remembered how she should formulate her questions. Did you want to see me? She asked in a hopeful voice. Jean didn't answer and just looked at the ground. I sighed, released Barbara's hand and kicked Jean in the ass. Ouch! She squealed, and looked at me with an angry face. Don't get angry and answer your sister. You are being rude, I chastised her, taking again Barbara's hand into mine. Yes, Jean quietly answered. If you are not going to lie, why am I here? And Barbara asked, and asked, and asked, to the point I thought that woman Alice was about to enter Mondstadt. Jean, do you love your sister? I asked with a bored voice. Don't look at the ground, or I will kick you again. Yes, she muttered, but Barbara heard her, and seeing that I didn't tighten my hold on her hand, quickly hugged her sister while crying, making Jean cry. But still, all I needed to do was kick Jean in her soft yet firm ass. What am I doing here anyway? I left the place feeling that I lost my time. There were no complications at all. And then I saw a soul I hadn't seen before. It was different from the gods, yukais of Adeptus. It was of a fiery red, but encased in a jail of ice. It made a beautiful contrast, unlike that girl's, Shen, I believe. So of course, I did what I had to do. Miss, what are you? I asked the tall woman with a weird eye patch and ostentatious clothes. Said woman looked at me in astonishment, followed by anger. Brat, are you mocking me? Of course not. Your soul was pretty strange, so I wanted to ask. If you don't want to answer, never mind, I said and prepared to leave. Wait. Of course I did. Tell me what you saw, and how you did it, she commanded me. You should say please. But whatever, I was tired and wanted that damn alchemist to come. I can see souls with these pretty eyes of mine, and your soul is like a huge fire encased by a ice jail. Now answer me, what are you? The woman looked angry at my description of her soul, making the fire grow, but it was still inside the jail. How that ice was able to contain such a fiery soul was amazing. I don't know why you got angry, but the fire suddenly grew a lot. Hey miss, can you introduce me to the one who made that jail? It sounds like a good thing to know. If I knew that, maybe I could finally have a way to defend myself. Hey, what can a kid like you offer me? She mocked my age. What a mature woman. I conceal anything. It's the most valuable thing I have. Discerning lies and emotions is not worth enough, I think. Anything? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. I sealed a bunch of curses in lieu. I can't seal the soul of something that is alive. I can only restrain their souls with the adequate materials like I did with Shen, but I don't have much confidence in that. The ribbon I used with her was honestly pretty amazing. I didn't saw anything near as strong as that in the shrine, and Shen's soul was still weak. Even if you give me the strongest material on the planet, sealing a strong soul is impossible. Even so, I will keep the fact that I can seal the remnants of God a secret. I don't know this lady after all. Can you seal gods? She asked me with a serious face. No, they are too strong. Even if I could, I won't do it. That's looking for a free enemy. She was studying me with an appraising gaze. When you say that, you are saying that you have seen a god, she said, fishing for information. Yes, I have this. I showed her the medal I got. Seeing that she didn't recognize it, I knew she was not from Inazuma. That's strange. I thought you fatuas were knowledgeable about these things. Hearing that, she narrowed her eyes. Did you know from the start that you were a fatui? Of course. Who do you take me for? I can see how those two are looking at you in deference. I pointed at two guys that were dressed with the same clothes the fatuas in Inazuma did. And you still asked me, this woman said slowly. As I told you, I was curious. I have seen yukai, adeptus, gods, humans, ghost, spirits ... but never a soul like yours. I counted with my fingers. She looked at me for a while, before speaking again. If you want to know more about this, come to Sneeze now. And kid, Don't go telling that kind of secret. You might be in danger. I don't think so. I know Barbatos after all. I would like to think he would save me, I confessed. I knew what she wanted, but not why, and my curiosity was getting the best of me. I knew the Fatui were a big problem in Inazuma, but we didn't know their purpose. Maybe I can get something from this lady. She looks important. You know, she said in a dangerous tone, that you are looking for Barbatos? I confirmed it just now. Your soul trembled when I said I know gods, and you are pretty far from Sneeznaya, so yeah, a god in Mondstadt. It's Barbatos, I admitted. But I don't know why. Can you tell me, please? I asked politely. She looked aghast at me. If you tell me where is he, she said. Okay. But my answer is going to be vague, I warned her. I don't want troubles with her after she doesn't like my answer. I will vague too, she replied. Okay then. He is everywhere, I honestly said. I'm going to need a bit more than that. That is not vague. It's not even an answer, she said with a dark face. It's what you are going to get. He is a wind spirit. He is wind. It's everywhere around us. Even now. So he knows where you are and who you are, I informed her. Barbatos is way stronger than this woman, and he is not going to be caught if he doesn't want to, so I'm not putting him in any trouble. The woman thought for a while, but deemed my answer satisfactory as she answered her part. I want something he has, and with that, she left. If you come to Sneeznaya, come to see me, ask for La Senora, and she entered the hotel. I should write a letter to Yi informing her of this. The Fatuis were going for something Archons had, and only them. Talking to Jean, I learned that there are other strong beings around. You could call them almost gods, like a dragon or a giant wolf. They seem to be a lot weaker than Barbatos, so why didn't she go for them? Kenshin, are you okay? Asked an approaching Jean, looking to the place Signora had gone to. They are Fatui, be careful about them. I know, in Inazuma they are being a pain in the ass too, I told her. I need to go now, it's time for me to return to my work, she said, and left, not without leaving a parting comment. Thank you for helping me with my sister, I appreciate it, she said with a blush, and then she left. I dread to think how are your teenage years going to be, commented Gizhong. However they are, I will do whatever I need to do to have no regrets. Still, how are kids like Jean working in something so dangerous? In Inazuma Sarah and I were an exception, but here it seems to be the norm. Maybe they are trainees or something like that. Freedom rules here, so child labor was a thing. Chapter 28. The adventuring party assembles. A new day arrived, and with it my energy for a new day in this chaotic city. Good morning, Kenshin. What are we going to do today? Asked Gizhong. I guess she doesn't need to sleep. It must be nice having all that time to focus on her little gadgets. Don't call them gadgets. They are ingenious inventions, she complained. Again. I don't know. I want to wait for the alchemist to arrive so we have a few days. Maybe walk around for a while, or I will use this time to register in the guild. It may be good to have that as a backup plan in case someday I need money. You, Kenshin? You can't even beat a boar. I could feel her mockery hitting my heart. While I'm the master sealer, it's true that a boar is outside my abilities. They are too fast and too fierce for my relatively frail body. I can see their souls, but sealing the souls of something alive is a bit ... You know. I don't know what will happen, but I'm effectively disconnecting a soul from their rightful place. It feels extremely wrong to do that, and I'm afraid that if I start doing that, I would turn into the same person Yi and the boss feared I could be, and I would prefer to die than fail their expectations of me. So working as an adventurer is a no-go for me as I can't fight, but I heard there are some other commissions I can take, I explained to Gizhong while leaving the inn and walking towards the Adventurer Guild. You complained about having to clean your room in the shrine, and now you are saying that you want to be an errand boy, Gizhong scoffed. It's not about working. It's about having a backup plan. Maybe I can scam some people into letting me join a party. You are scum. But smart scum, how can I help you? Asked me the receptionist. Telling me what you are, I replied. I couldn't see a soul in her. It's my first time seeing this. How can I help you? She repeated with the same smile. The only change was a small twitch in the corner of her eyes. I want a cabbage, a bath full of hot ice, a blessing of the welking moon, a book on necromancy, if she is going to be a bitch, I will be one too. The best bitch around. How can the Adventurers Guild help you? Now her smile was obviously strained. I want to hire someone who can give me a cabbage, a bath full of. No problem. I know exactly the person you are looking for. She nodded, full of smiles. I will call him over. Oh, I honestly didn't expect that. The guild must be incredibly resourceful to have someone capable of all that. Why were you so mean? She was only trying to help. Giz-Hong scolded me. She started it, and I don't think she's human. She is something I've never seen before, or she is too strong for me to see through. Considering I could see Mrak's soul, I don't think that's the case. And you think it's a good idea to make fun of someone like that? Please, Giz-Hong, you have no brain, but you had one in the past, even if now it's nothing more than dirt. Do you think someone that powerful would be in charge of receiving requests in this city and still be sane? I'm probably the tamest person around. Here he is, his name is Bennett, said the woman, with a smiling expression. If you want cabbages, he is your man. Hello, I'm Bennett, said the boy. Looked to be around 8 years, scratching his nose with his finger bashfully. But wait, I wanted to reg. I can't believe I am going to be hunting for cabbages with a kid, one even smaller than me. Then you should have said so. I'm sure you will have a lot of fun. I could see malice in her eyes. I couldn't say anything, and went outside the city with Bennett guiding me. I was told by Catherine that you wanted a cabbage, ice, a blessing and a book, right? He asked me with an excited look. I can't believe how he was butchering my request, but I couldn't say no to those eyes sparkling with happiness. Well, it will be the good deed of this life. Yes, I am. Can you help me with that? I answered with a smile, one that hid the pain I was feeling. Do I really need to spend money in these stupid things? Okay, I will do my best. The boy called Bennett shouted in excitement, raising his arm, making a weird pose. But do you know how to fight? Not at all. I'm weaker than a hillit churl, I confessed. But if it's a cabbage and ice, why would we need to then wait here? I will go to recruit somebody very strong. He shouted with a wide smile. No, again, why do we need to fight? Don't worry, we will split the money of the commission. And he left in a burst of speed. I don't understand what is happening here, I admitted. That's how people feel about you. Giz-Hong had to mock me. As always, I will give you a dick bigger than the boss, I threatened her. Mercy. After 5 minutes of our back and forth banter, Bennett came with a blonde girl who was covering her eye with an eye patch. A bird perched on her head. She is Amy, a new girl in the guild. She is very strong and has a purple bird that can shoot lightning. Bennett introduced the small girl excitedly. My name is Thistle, not Amy. The girl corrected the innocent and naive boy who was ready to get involved with such an eccentric character. Kenshin could already feel the pain he was for sure going to feel after a few hours with this combo. This girl screamed of Chayuni, a term that was getting increasing popular in the novels from Inazuma. What my FRA tilde currency uln is trying to say is that I can already know what your FRA tilde currency uln is going to say. I was not ready to do this for an untold amount of hours we would lose looking for hot ice. I need to talk with the Grandmaster in a few hours, so let's get going. If I could use the promise that Bear with Human Clothes gave me now, I was going to use it for sure. Oh, you know the old man? Asked Bennett. Probably. Now let's depart. I want to be back this week, I said with a tired voice. I won't mock that receptionist again. As thy words demands, our assignment shall be concluded with paramount swiftness. The girl put a hand on her eye patch and the other pointed at the sky. Nice. Why don't we start with the easy one then? A cabbage should be easy to find. I even saw one before in the test. Let's go. Bennett grabbed my hand and quickly pulled me out of the city, while I saw a cabbage being given for almost no money in the groceries shop. Oh, the Radiant Lightning Lord stretches time itself in order to fulfill the promised oath. What the hell is this girl saying? Honestly, I pity her parents. We quickly found out a camp of hillit churls, who were dancing around a carrot. I gave up understanding them a long time ago. My interest in them was only about the curse. I didn't care about them personally. Of course, I care about the person they once were, but as of now I would be attacked on sight, and knowing how weak I am, my only choice is to run. And I don't like running. Anyway, the boy used a normal sword, but used his vision to make it burn in flames, and hit every single hillit churl, setting them on fire. I winced. I couldn't understand them, but their souls were screaming in pain. It was quite uncomfortable. The girl's bird, that she introduced as the herald of darkness that will extinguish the light of the cosmos, alias Oz, flew to the sky and made a lightning storm annihilate the hilichurl previously set in flames by Bennett's sword. Why fire and lightning provoked an explosion is beyond me. What the hell, aren't they too overpowered? It almost seems as the crazier you are, the most powerful your vision gets. I didn't knew anybody who had a vision except for Sarah and Hu Tao, but these kids are too strong. They could even beat my Heaven Punisher beetle. Now, let's see if we can find a cabbage here, said Bennett, approaching me to see if I was hurt. No hilichurl was even able to see me from all the explosions going around, so if I was hurt it would be from the artillery fire this bird rained on everything in the area. If there isn't a cabbage here, what are we going to do? I am dreading the answer. Of course, we beat another camp, Bennett shouted excitedly. This guy is a menace. Anyway, let's see our reward. No, Bennett. Wait. Amy forgot her persona and shouted at Bennett. Ow man, no cabbage here, said a disappointed Bennett. I usually find a lot. I looked curiously at the chest, only to find it empty, except for a single shiny red jewel the size of my hand, casting a mesmerizing light upon receiving the sun's light. Bennett, aren't you going to pick this? I asked in confusion. There is no way this shiny thing was worthless. Nah, it's not worth it. Nobody here will buy it, said Bennett, dismissing my question. Are you sure? It looks valuable, I insisted. Again, it's too shiny. I am sure a fool would think of it as a true gem. You are the fool here. I can assure you that's an eye of blood, an extremely rare gem only found after centuries of blood crystallizing under an enormous source of energy. Gizhong was almost shouting in excitement. Nah, nobody cares about it, Bennett repeated himself. If it's not food or mora, nobody cares. Oh, I see. Wait, what? I was once again reminded of the fact that Mondstadt was extremely eccentric. Well, if Bennett doesn't want it, I will take it. Of course, I will send him half of the money I get from selling this beauty. Let the girl share his money. I'm not giving him more than half. But still. This thing is blood, right? Well, money is money. I picked the gem and stowed it in my bag. Come on, let's search for other camp. It's good to see that Bennett is not disappointed by our failure in acquiring the rare treasure cabbages. Well, I only have to watch the fireworks these two are making. Sorry, even after all this we couldn't find a cabbage, said a depressed Bennett, but I was too busy to care about him right now. I was holding a transparent mechanism that looked too complex for me to understand. It had a lot of glyphs and magical sigils engraved in its surface, and it was even making weird noises. How a piece of glass was doing noises by itself was something I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Gizhong, what the hell is this? I don't know. Isn't this your area of expertise? If you can't even do what you are supposed to be the best in, then you are a waste of a god. Hey, don't be an asshole. Her language was getting worse and worse by every interaction we had during the years. I can't wait to see how the boss reacts. Then can you tell me what is this? Apostrophe. As I said, a total and absolute waste. Still, I like it. I am incredibly offended, but I will take it. Don't worry, Bennett. I'm sure the next time we will find one, I said, feeling excited myself. Every single chest Bennett opened was a mystery box, but you could only find valuable things. A ruby, a diamond, a crystallized piece of blood. This weird thing. I might even want to hire him in Inazuma. With his luck he may even be able to convince the Shogun. That's the thing, there are no more camps nearby, said Bennett while looking at me nervously, maybe afraid of my reaction. Seriously, why would I be angry? I made more money here today than Ningguang made in all her years in Liu. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Why don't we go for the ice? I expected that to be easier. Just find a guy or girl with a cryovision and ask him or her to do it. Okay. He was happy again. I know. Where can we find one? Wait, how can you find one? Ice? Follow me. Again, why is he asking to follow him when he is pulling me? Oh ho, my brain is now illuminated with the radiance of knowledge thanks to the wave your words created in the sea of consciousness residing in the cos. Amy, Shut up or I will tell your parents how you behave outside your house. I'm Thistle. But please don't do that, she meekly said. Then shut up. After half an hour of running we finally arrived into a cave. In the middle was an inconspicuous blue and white thing, but I knew better. This was not ice. Hey Bennett, let's go, Thistle. As we always do. Yes, my knight bathed in phlegm. Yes Bennett. They quickly left me in the entrance, shivering from the cold that thing was exuding. That thing sensed someone getting closer, and stood up, revealing its nature. A freaking huge whopper flower with ice powers. What the hell are they watering the plants here with? In Inazuma we only have a fire cube that loses his will to live by spilling some water on it. And that murderous puppet that is still around for no reason. There was a legend that said that the one who defeated it would be able to confess their love for the shogun and not get vaporized instantly. Really? What a load of crap. There is no way that ice statue won't incinerate you. And yet, a new rule had to be made. No one would get near that murderous thing, as the number of men in Inazuma was getting dangerously low. You told me that it was the most dangerous moment of the history of Inazuma since its creation. Not even the big war from 500 years ago came even close. The male population was reduced to 50, while the female one was around 6,000. They needed to make some sacrifices, I'm sure. Be proud, men of Inazuma, who had to form those disgusting harems the literature of today is all about. Thanks to your sacrifice, Inazuma is the same corrupt nation governed by an inexpressive tyrant with the power of turning us all into popcorn. I think you are spitting upwards. Kenshin. What you just said is going to bite you in the ass. Kizhong said something incomprehensible with a resigned voice. What does she know? She doesn't even know what this beautiful and weird thing is. How could she understand the greatness of the no harem tag? You are really going to regret saying that. I will mock you daily for the rest of your short life. Anyway, the two heroes quickly made a quick work of the whopper flower, using Bennett's flaming sword to make it fall. They were about to gang up on it when the ground trembled, and gaps started appearing. Thistle, retreat, it has mutated again, shouted Bennett. Wait. What do you mean again? Just a question I'm interested in. What name do you think would the most clickbaiting one? It's just to know other people's opinion. I'm not writing that. I think mine would be reborn as Gojo Satoru in DxD with the strongest lust system, and picture of Ria's covering her naked breasts with her arm while pouting. I feel like puking just by writing it. Chapter 29, The End of the Adventuring Party. My question was quickly answered, as an even bigger whopper flower appeared. It almost reached the ceiling that was 30 meters high. I'm not leaving this place alive, aren't I? Oh, now I understood. I was the ice from the start. Sorry Kenshin, I didn't expect it to mutate again, said an embarrassed Bennett, scratching the back of his neck. Indeed, our magnificent foe had surpassed the limits of his previous shell, giving birth to it got bigger. I sense a lewd joke there, but I'm still too young for that. What can we do? I don't know if leaving that alone is safe. It's growing even more now, I said, looking at the towering being. I think this is much cooler than the fire cube. Hee, cooler. Anyway, what can I do? There is no way Bennett and Thistle can beat this thing, as overpowered as they are. Try to use that weird thing, said Kizhong, but I could sense that she was hiding something. How do I use it? I said, rummaging in my bag to look for the weird thing. Throw it at the plant, maybe it will do something. Kizhong, do you think I'm stupid? Yes. Well, this stupid person knows that right now you are like a kid, hiding the blanket he has pissed on. Just because I will lose it doesn't mean your shame is going to be erased. Just what is this? I took out a shiny purple sphere, with lightning contained in it. I even had two of them, but I don't remember picking these spheres. The ... looks dangerous, Kizhong gulped, and I could only agree. If it's dangerous for me, it's dangerous for that thing. It reminds me of the storm above Sarai. Anyway, hey. I threw the mysterious ball to the growing whopper flower. A few 100 kilometers away, the god of eternity opened her eyes in confusion. Why was she feeling something that looked like her power activating? It stopped pretty quickly, so she lost interest. Meditating was more important. A huge flash blinded me. A lightning bolt had descended from the previously sunny sky, and hit the whopper flower in its head. instantly killing it. "What did you do?" asked a stunned Bennett. "I don't know, it looked dangerous so I threw whatever I could at that thing." I shrugged. Meanwhile, the plant was turning into ice. "That never happened before," mused Bennett, looking at the now statue of the bitwhopper flower. "It was made entirely of ice." "Indeed, we found one ice." "Look, there is your ice." "I hope your drink is cool enough now." If I didn't know that this kid had not a speck of malice in him, I would have thought he was mocking me. Did he really think that I would post a commission only to have a cool drink? That only tells me how stupid are the commissions people usually post. He approached the statue and with his sword cut a small portion of the statue, storing it in a bottle and giving it to me with an excited smile. "Here, your ice." He smiled brightly at me, while I could feel a few veins popping. We were so lucky this time. I never saw the whopper flower turn into ice. "Why are you speaking as if that thing was common?" I asked him while approaching the monster. I was curious about this thing. It was enormous, and it didn't look like it was going to stop growing. "How do they usually deal with this?" "It happens once a week." Bennett nodded, making me deadpan. "Now I understand why are they so overpowered. They need to fight with these kinds of things every week." "How do you deal with it?" "We don't." Bennett shrugged. "We leave it alone. It usually dies because it gets suffocated with the ceiling when it grows too big." "What the hell is that answer?" "What if one day this thing learns how to shoot its ice beam at the ceiling, or the ceiling crumbles because of the constant pressure, or this thing learns to grow sideways?" "I will need to tell Vaku about this. I wonder how this ice feels. It's a big monster after all." "Now that I think about it, there is no way I'm using this ice for a drink. It's disgusting." "Ouch. The damn ice attacked me." "I swear." "Are you okay?" asked a surprised Bennett, grabbing my hand. I now had a serious burn. "What happened?" "I touched the ice," I said, putting my hand between my tights, in a try to reduce the pain. It looks like the electricity from that orb remained inside the monster, and when it crystallized, the electricity was trapped inside. "When you touched it, it tried to escape through you." Gizhong graciously explained the obvious. "You have to be kidding. We found the hot ice," I muttered in astonishment. "Ugh, sorry Kenshin, it must be my bad luck," said a depressed Bennett. "You can't cool down a drink now." "What have you smoked?" "If this thing touches a liquid, it's not a matter of cooling down. You will have no liquid to drink anymore." "Don't worry Bennett, we can follow the list and worry about this afterwards. I may know a place I can find ice, but I need your help with the blessing." I cheered him up. He was giving me a lot of surprises today, but I still had money in my bag, enough for my grandchildren to be able to slap those fuckers from Inazuma's faces. "Okay then." He was happy again. "I may be jealous of that." "Oh, but let me heal you." "Oh, you also know how to heal." I suddenly saw him jump at least 10 meters into the air, and quickly come back to the ground with a face that screamed murder. "Bukan dia bukan." Jaya. I was not ashamed at all of the girly scream that came from my mouth. A red area appeared under me with Bennett in the middle of it, and my burn instantly disappeared. "What the hell Bennett, you are even better than the certified healer from the church," I said with a deadpan face. He bashfully replied. "What the hell are you bashful about? Between your flame sword and this, I don't understand why that drunkard of a god you have is still the archon." "You win Bennett, you win." "Now let's." Suddenly I felt how a stream coursed through my body, revitalizing me. But above the absurd healing this stream would surely provide me, I felt strong. Sorry, not strong, I mean strong. I grabbed a rock from the ground and crushed it using only my fingers. "Bennett, miracle from Celestia, please tell me what's happening, because I'm sure the reason my brain still works is because this red thing is healing it." I could only admit that he was the superior being here. It's my special move. I'm still training it." "It can make you a bit stronger." He looked bashful again. "What do you mean by a bit stronger? I'm sure I can beat you to a pulp now, disregarding all her magic shit." "And you are telling me that this is still not completed?" I touched the iced whopper flower, my stunned brain not reacting to the pain and the torment my roasted hand was probably being subjected to. And voila, it's not even hurt. My hand is recovering faster than what this pesky lightning can do. "Anyway Kenshin, let's go." He grabbed me again, taking me out of the paradise I was in. "No, I don't want to leave." In that red thing, I was strong, I was powerful, I was somebody. I screamed out of my lungs. I don't want to be a nobody anymore. Please let me go back. Oh ho ho. This one recognized that your egregious display of flippancy is only the validation of the absence of understanding the odium your current behavior is causing in the Princess Endeavor Lung, Queen of the Imanakdre. Each Thistle said with a mocking face. What are you going to do if I say that you have been torturing me to the guild? I said to her with a dark face. Pain is all your yapping is causing to my ears. Also, I don't even know most of those words. But there must be an error somewhere. You wouldn't. Thistle looked scared now. Didn't Bennett say she was new to the guild? Yes, I would. I nodded, showing a confidence I didn't have. Sure, I could report it, but it wasn't serious enough for them to penalize Thistle. They will revoke my license again. Please don't do it, she pleaded with teary eyes. I didn't know what to react to, the fact that she had lost her license a few times, or the fact that her way of speaking was motive enough for her to be suspended. Anyway, where are we going? I asked Bennett, who was pulling me to places unknown. To Starnatch Cliff. There is a rumor that if you go there with a friend, you will be friends forever. That a kind of blessing, right? He said excitedly. It's sunny now, so the chances will be even bigger. And just like Bennett said, we reached that cliff. I'm not saying the rest. To Chayuni. Starsnatch. Hey, what now? I asked him. Now we pray to Barbato-sama to help us, he said sincerely, and joined his hands in a prayer gesture. There is no way I'm praying to that filthy betrayer. I still remember when he abandoned me at the hands of Yi 7 years ago just because he feared that stone woman. She probably wasn't even interested in him. She was probably not interested in not bang. Lightning struck next to me. Is that woman punishing me even here? How much range does she have? Sorry Kenshin, my bad luck made the sun hide, Bennett said with a downcast expression. I'm starting to see the pattern here. Don't worry. I'm from Inazuma, so this lightning storm reminds me of my home. Maybe the god of eternity decided to bless me, I reassured him. I was still not sure if this guy wasn't the pyro archon in hiding. His soul wasn't special, but he was too powerful. Bang. Sorry Miss Shogun, I won't make more jokes about you. That's great, shouted Bennett, excited now. Again. As for the book, don't worry. I will give you mine, he said, handing me a worn-down book. What's it about? I asked. Even if standing by Bennett's side brought nothing but good fortune to me, I was getting tired from all the running around. I don't know, but the lady at the guild who gave me this because somebody lost it told me that it was a book about happiness and how to achieve it. It was too difficult for me to understand, so I will give it to you, he said with a happy smile. It was hard not to like the guy, and he is powerful. Thank you. I will read it when I arrive at my room. I wouldn't want it to be damaged under the rain. I nodded and put it into my backpack. Where is Thistle, by the way? She said that she had enough lightning this month, and every time Bennett came here thunder would arrive. He is known as the Archon of Rain and Lightning, Gizhong explained to me. He is definitely more impressive than that woman, I mused. I didn't see her fight, but Bennett's special move was awesome. We quickly arrived at Mondstadt, where I paid Bennett for the commission. Of course, I will send him half of what I get from the spoils. Hello, how did it go? The non-human asked me with a malicious smile. I misjudged you, I confessed to her. Hee, you should be more polite if you don't want to. I thought you were a spiteful bitch who sent me with an incompetent adventurer to make me suffer, I continued, ignoring her. She had an angry expression. She wasn't human, but she behaved like one. And yet, I got rich, got to know the most powerful person I ever met, and even killed for good a big plant. Thank you, I will be polite to you from now on, I nodded gratefully with a slight bow. Now I need to read a book my new Archon in Disguise friend gave me. May your non-life be filled with happiness and fulfillment. Now if you excuse me, I must bid farewell, and that I did, not caring about her reaction. It was raining and I was cold. Welcome back, sir. The receptionist of the hotel greeted me with a businesslike smile. We have good news for you. The expedition party will arrive in 3 days. Is this ... my blessing? Did someone bless me without my knowledge? I knew it. Bennett was the best. He was now the captain. After thanking the receptionist, I went into my room to read the book about happiness. What is happiness and how can you achieve it? That's what this book is about. By the end of it, you will be able to have infinite happiness, Literally. Yes, I know this sounds like a scam, and yet is only the truth. I will give this to the Shogun. She could have a bit more happiness in her life. And what better way than to experience ecstasy forever? You only need a fresh corpse, lube and a lot of willpower. The first that's enough. Chapter 30, Meeting New People. It's overrated. A new day arrived, and with it new opportunities to learn more about this wonderful and completely logical city. Today I have a meeting planned with the Grand Master as a representative of Inazuma. I'm sure the guys at home won't care. After all, I will probably do a better job than that guy, who by the way is still detained. But that's in the afternoon, so I will have a walk around. I wanted to buy some souvenirs, and I'm told that the wine here is the best. Maybe they sell that cursed Osmanthus wine. I swear the boss will die with that name in his mouth. Mrax won't ever die, said Gizhong with an outraged voice. Forgot about the simp. Anyway, I want to buy some wine. I already knew that they had no trouble selling them to minors, so I will go to the Dawn Winery. I might make some friends. I fear for your victims. Anyway, after paying homage to our captain, I finally exited the city to the Dawn Winery. That is what should have happened. There is another young girl crying near the cider lake. Well, she looks to be older than Amber, maybe my age or genes. She was crying, but it was not as bitterly as Hu Tao's, so I can deduce her reason is another, and her soul is sad for a different reason other than loss. Her hair was blue and it reached her shoulders, and her presence had a regal air. Hey girl, there is someone possessed by an owl here, I said with a worried expression. Who? She asked while cleaning her tears. I only looked at her with a raised eyebrow, but she only looked curiously at me, waiting for me to answer. Damn it, it was a stupid joke, but explaining it is going to make me embarrassed. Doesn't matter, I feel bad watching someone cry, so I demand you to reveal the reason for your sadness, I said while raising my chin and looking at her as if I was superior. Hey, are you from the Lawrence family? She asked with fear in her voice. Did my sudden joke remind her of them? Wait, doesn't that mean that they usually behave like this? Aren't the Lawrence than those pompous bastards? I only knew rumors about them and I don't want to judge people without knowing them, but they don't seem to be great people. I only heard the rumors, and they were even worse than those of the fucker from Inazuma. The girl didn't answer but started crying again, this time silently. Ah, now I understand. Girl, my great intellect makes me able to realize your problem, but to be sure I need to ask you a question that needs an answer, I said raising my fingers. Are you from the Lawrence family or have you been bullied by their young master? My time in Lee taught me a lot of things. Those young masters were the cause of 90% of the problems between kids. Both, she meekly said. I didn't expect that. Then bully them back. Aren't you from the same family? You probably won't get kicked out. But they tell me that I shouldn't be friends with peasants, she said quietly. Oh, so they are arrogant elitists? I saw a lot of them in Inazuma. She slightly nodded. Then start working like Captain Bennett and leave them. You seem to be older than Bennett and Fissel anyway. But I am proud of my name, she complained with a whisper. I see now. You are proud of the history of the Lawrence family but don't like how they are now, so you are trying to change them. But they are too set in their ways and they are scolding you because you are not following their tenets or something like that. Sarah was living through something similar. She saw corruption in the army and tried to change it, but she was not powerful enough and was mocked for being a weirdo. Yes, exactly that. What can I do? She questioned me excitedly. Nothing, give up, I curtly said. Nobody can make someone listen if they don't want to. Those people only learn when you beat them with a stick, so you only need to wait. They will receive one soon based on how the people are talking about them. But I don't want to let the Lawrence name be dragged in the mud, she complained with a frown. I really don't know what are you expecting of me. I think your only choice is to make everyone recognize you as the true Lawrence. That way if your family messes up, they will be the bad part of the Lawrence family. As long as you are recognized as the true one, people will blame them directly, not the Lawrence family as a whole. That's what I learned from all the politics in Inazuma. She pondered for a while with a thoughtful expression. That is a smart idea. How can I be the true Lawrence? I don't know. To answer that I would need to know the philosophy of the people of Mondstadt or their way of thinking, but that's the problem. You geese don't think people in Inazuma recognized the prestige of a family and Liu respected money above all. People from Mondstadt didn't think it was as simple as that. I see. I will try to be famous so I will eclipse the rest of the family. She nodded to herself. You should probably give up. From what I've heard, the rest of your family is rotten to the core. You won't be able to change the city's view of them. I shook my head. Their opinion of the Lawrence family wasn't in the mud, it was in the underground with the worms and snails. No, I will do it. She shouted with determination. I will show the world that the Lawrence family is still a respectable family. They aren't though. Shut up. Ula Lawrence will show the world the true face of the Lawrence family. No. Like I said, their true face is what is causing problems in the first place. Shut up. I will teach you a lesson. I will change the opinion on the Lawrence family, and you will swallow your words. She looked at me with a frown, not liking the truth I was spewing. Do what you want, girl. I'm going to buy alcohol. How rude. I gave you my name, it's only proper you do the same. She pointed at me with her finger. Yi. My name is Yi, I told her with a serious face. Yi? That sounds like a woman's name, she said, looking at me suspiciously. I'm from Inazuma, and our naming sense can be strange. I met a girl called Thistle here, and I didn't insult her by saying her name sounded like a certain activity involving a rod and a worm, I said, looking offended. My parents died leaving me alone, and that name, as stupid as it may sound to you, is the only thing I have left from them. I didn't come to Mondstadt to get insulted, I lied without any shame. Sorry Mom and Dad, I killed you to have fun at the expense of this girl. So sorry, I didn't know. The girl grabbed her dress with her hands, trying to hide her discomfort at having messed up. Well, now I feel bad. Or they just expected a girl and were lazy to change the name. I shrugged. You tricked me, she shouted with a red face from anger. I will not tolerate such villainy, mark my words. Vengeance will be mine. And she left, stomping furiously. That was weird. It would be so embarrassing if she started using that as her catchphrase. I mused. Still, she was a nice girl. I hope she can change the city's view about her. Her family is still rotten though. Don't say that too loud. I swear, your thoughts can shape the world, said an exasperated Gizhong. Now, if you have satisfied your mean side, let's buy some osmanthus wine. Are you so sure you are going to be able to gain a body that you are already planning to conquer him with wine? Wasn't she jumping a few steps here? Even if I don't, you will give it to him in my place, but the present will still be mine, she said in a triumphant voice. You won't buy the wine, you won't pay for it, and you will not give it. Please explain to me, how is it yours? The shame of this spirit. The intention is what counts, she said, but seemed to be unsure. Then I will only think of reviving you, or I will only think of buying the wine. Maybe I will even think of giving it apostrophe ... Please, she pleaded. That's better. I love the feeling of a 2,000-year god begging to me on her knees with a supplicant face. I approve of your groveling. Continue amusing me, mongrel. Hey, I have nobody to grovel, and I did not use such a face, she indignantly said. Whatever you say. With my friendly banter, I finally arrived at the Dawn Winery, where true maids were going around cleaning, selling and controlling the supplies. They looked busy, so I decided to ask them for wine. What, did you think I would respect how busy they were? That was their job, and they are getting paid for it, probably better than I was, even while working in a position above all those dumbasses. Excuse me, one osmanthus wine and one of the most delicious wines here, I asked one of them who seemed to be in charge of receiving orders. Sure, wait a moment, she tiredly smiled and left. Oh, they are selling osmanthus wine? Said a surprised Gizhong. Is it that rare? Very. The materials it's made from have almost disappeared, and the technique required to elaborate it is very complicated, she explained. Here it is. It's 3,000,000 more, she said with a smile. That's a lot. I mused, giving her the money. I collected the money from those leaving Inazuma in a bad position as ambassadors. In short, I bought wine with money that wasn't mine. Like all normal politicians do. You would be proud. My mum not that much. Thank you for your purchase, she said with a smile and eyes reflecting the mora I gave her. How they made these magical bags was a mystery. I made them, shouted suddenly Gizhong. I designed the technology for them. Cloud Retainer must have adapted it. She sounded proud. It certainly was something amazing. Then aren't you the richest person in the whole world? Absolutely everyone has one of these maybe, but I think Mrax gave the technology to humanity for free. I never thought the boss could be that stupid. Okay, I get it. Don't start shouting again. And while I was having a friendly exchange, I saw something that didn't let me leave in peace. Yes, another kid crying. Well, this boy wasn't crying, but her soul seemed to be in the same pain Hu Tao's was. My strategy with Hu Tao worked well, so here I go. Hello, big boy, what's wrong? I was going to imitate my conversation with Hu Tao, line by line. Leave me alone, the red-haired boy said in a bad mood. I see that you lost someone dear to you. I was not going to stop. Hu Tao was helped this way, and I would make sure this guy stopped crying. Praise me for my benevolence. Get the fuck out of my house. He looks pissed now. Is he the owner of the Dawn Winery? You shouldn't be sad. You should be happy. I woke up on the floor with a bloodied face. Did this runt punch me? I quickly looked around in search of the culprit with an angry expression, but I didn't see him anywhere around. Ha ha ha, that was so funny. You fell down in a single punch, hit your head on the floor and lost consciousness. Gizhong was laughing like she never had. Where is that dead kid? He left a long while ago. In fact, he looked surprised by how weak you are. He checked that you were all right before leaving with a confused face. And how are you going to face him? He is stronger than you. Gizhong, everyone is stronger than me. I will not fight him. I will put a commission for the captain to destroy him. Nothing will be left. Not even ashes, I said, remembering Bennett's power. Wait, with his special move I may be able to beat him. I only need to make sure he doesn't enter the red zone, or I will be the one who will scatter in the wind. You are truly devious, using your friends as weapons, she muttered. Wait, as powerful as Bennett is, he is still growing. I will call Xiao here, or even Mrax. Let's see his face contort in fear when he sees a meteorite approach. Ha 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 ha, you are the scourge of humanity. Chapter 31, Mondstadt economy is a work of art. What happened to your face? Asked the Grand Master Varka, looking at my face. It was still red even after wiping all the blood. A damn hooligan hit my muttered. Anyway, what did you want to talk about? About our nations, of course. He laughed. You want to talk about cooperation? I wondered. Yes, we want to have some commerce with Inazuma. We have the best wine here after all, he said with a smile while licking his lips. I haven't met anyone in this city who didn't like wine. There is no commerce with Inazuma. Just tell your guys not to approach that cursed place. It was my honest opinion. Huh? He looked stunned. I wonder why. Aren't you here on behalf of Inazuma? Shouldn't you be trying to promote your country? Why should I? Now I was the confused one. Inazuma is a cesspool right now, and the merchants from Mondstadt are being robbed in broad daylight. It's better for both sides if they don't come anymore. What? The one who raised her voice in indignation was Jean, who was learning from the Grand Master, possibly being groomed as the next Grand Master. And your authorities are allowing it? Jean, blonde goddess of the rising sun, I spoke gently to her. Maybe she wasn't aware yet. It's the authorities who are robbing them. How? She was scowling at me now. Is your god not saying anything about this? No, she doesn't care. She leaves absolutely everything to those guys. I can't hope to understand how a being 2,000 plus years old thinks, but she allows them to do whatever they want for some obscure reason. That's a problem, said Vaka, with a pondering expression. Of course it is. In that sense, despite our respective actions being total opposites, the result is the same. The nation is left to the humans themselves. But of course, in Inazuma, the guys in power are being backed by the god, while here you are exploited by the population, I said, shrugging my shoulders. We are not exploited. Jean was still angry about their merchants. Then why did you spend all morning looking for a cat when you are already busy? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Looking for cats that escaped due to the negligence of their owners is not the jobs for a highly qualified knight like you. That's because I could help Margaret find her cat, and it's my duty as a knight of Favonius to help, she said with a proud expression. Then when she loses that ball of fur again, she will ask you again. Then the people around will know about it too. Hey, you helped Margaret find her cat, You can also help me search for truffles, or help me search for the keys to my house, or help me clean my bathroom. If you are still not seeing the problem, you fail as a future grandmaster, I said with a straight face. She looked downcast. If you told Margaret no, it's your own fault. Your goddamn cat is lost. Search it yourself. I'm busy with more important things, she would be more careful next time. As it stands, she won't care if she lets it escape again, I advised her. Anyway, as things stand, you are better off leaving Inazuma out of your considerations for now. I have a business in Liu. If you are that desperate for money, I can't get in touch with it to ask for cooperation. We are good, said Varka with a light-hearted smile again, forgetting all previous problems. We caught a lot of treasure hoarders this month. What does that have to do with the money? I was confused. Giving wanted criminals over to Liu could get you a bit of money, but nowhere near enough to pay the whole army of Mondstadt in the form of the Knights of Favonius, and the whole basic spending of the city. Everything, of course. We get our money from the relics and things, Vaka said with a smile while nodding to himself. Are you telling me that the whole economy of Mondstadt is based on the treasure hoarders? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Yes. And it's gone good. Varka laughed at that. Madness. I studied about economy in Inazuma and learned even more in Liu. Seeing a nation living off criminals was something else. What if you don't catch enough, or they have no money, or they simply stop coming to Mondstadt? We would be in trouble. Varka shrugged. But we are good for now. You will think about it when it happens. That was stupid. We are going to start searching for solutions when they were already poor. Please Jean, tell me you understand how dangerous this is, I pleaded. Theon with a good head here. I understand what you are saying, but it has been this way for generations. She sided with Varka. And we already know who the treasure hoarders are. When catch them and steal what they have, we quickly release them so they can steal again. Wait, so you rob the criminals, and release them so you could rob them again? I was extremely confused. There are too many wrong things there. We are not robbing, we're lawfully seizing their belongings. She nodded with a smile, seeing that I understood it. And they come back obediently to get lawfully robbed? They risk their life in dangerous and perilous dungeons only to give it their earnings? I tried to make sure I was understanding what was happening here. Yes, Jean nodded. But she thought that something was wrong with what I said. But your job was supposed to be protecting the population. How is releasing criminals that you know are going to rob the citizens helping? This is too much madness for me. True. Jean nodded slowly. Are you telling me that in years nobody thought about it? Of course we have. We're not stupid, interjected Varka. But our people seem happy, so they don't care about the robbing that much. Anyways, all money they lose in robberies is going to go back into their pockets sooner or later. Of course they are happy, they're not losing that much money. 90% of the money the treasure hoarders have doesn't come from them, I wryly said. It comes from the merchants of Liu. These guys were basically surviving thanks to the money of Liu's merchants. Basically, Mondstadt lives off the money Liu lost due to robberies, which should give you an idea of how much money Liu was moving around. That's their problem, dismissed Varka. Of course not, it's yours too. You are not protecting your country, but I can understand that it's going well for you. But what if Liu's quickly expanding market starts protecting the merchants? No more money for treasure hoarders, and no more money for Mondstadt. To explained a thing that shouldn't need to be explained. Oh, indeed, I nodded, satisfied that they saw the light. Then the Dawn Winery will help us. They're rich after all. And Varka laughed again. I don't know what to think about that. A nation supported by a single business sounds like a recipe for disaster. If I wanted to wage a war against Mondstadt, I would target that business, and ironically protect Mondstadt from treasure hoarders. That would be enough to cripple their economy. But again, knowing how these people are, they would start bargaining and exchanging goods as if nothing happened. Okay, I give up. Do whatever you want. I resigned myself to consider this nation as an aberration. Of course, we are in the city of freedom. Ha ha ha. And Varka laughed again. Something else? I asked, feeling drained. Yes, I learned about your little adventure, and now that Whopperflower is dead for good. Varka nodded gratefully. I only threw a random bell and disaster struck for that big plant. He shrugged. It could very well have mutated again for all I know. And yet it died. So I wanted to thank, he said with a serious face. I will name you as an honorary knight of Favonius. I don't even know what is that, I said, not feeling excited at all. A title you get this easily must not be that good of a thing, probably as useless as a newspaper business in Inazuma. Nothing happened, and if something did, it was something stupid. Ha ha ha, it's a great thing you know. Varka laughed again. You will be a special member of the Knights of Favonius, don't worry. You don't need to do anything. That's a big fat lie, I said with a wry smile. You are letting me use the name of the Knights. There is something I must do in exchange. Nobody cared about that Whopperflower that milk after all. For all your laughs, you are quite the devious person. Kenshin. Jean looked scandalized hearing how I called the Grand Master of Favonius, probably the most important person in the whole nation. Am I lying? I asked Vaka, who didn't lose his smile. Even if I have no duties as a knight, I'm still expected to act as one. That implies helping Mondstadt if something happens. Maybe it's a drought, maybe it's those fatuous doing weird shit, or maybe the treasure hoarders stopped coming, and I will need to lend a willing hand, right? It's like that? Jean looked at Varka with a surprised look and a frown. Grandmaster, you shouldn't be trying to fool someone like that. Kenshin helped us with that Whopperflower. We should generously reward him, not trick him into a position he may not like. Jean, you are still naive, I told her, making her look at me. Mondstadt is supporting itself in some very, very shaky foundations. Your most reliable incoming is that red-haired menace. Wait, if he decides to stop supporting Mondstadt? It's the Grand Master's job to make sure Mondstadt can be safe, and that includes the economy. Jean nodded but didn't look convinced. The Ragnvindra family has been an integral part of Mondstadt since its founding. They won't forsake Mondstadt. Anyway, your Grandmaster saw a chance to rope a powerful individual like me, I said normally. You? Powerful? Jean looked at me strangely. I don't like how little you think of me, I replied with a frown. I was physically weak, but the rest? I have enough authority to kick the official ambassador of Inazuma in the balls. It just said I own a business in Liu, and when I heard he indirectly revealed that my business could be useful to Mondstadt, which means that my business is huge. And I was able to identify your little big funding problem, so I'm at least not stupid. In fact, I think I can help Mondstadt even more than you right now. Jean fell silent with a despondent look. As you said, that was my intention. Varka nodded with his smile unchanging. So from now on you were an honorary knight of Favonius. I looked dryly at Vaka, who didn't care about my look, and stood up. Now I have a lot of trouble to do. Jean, explain to Kenshin our inner workings, and be friends with him. You could learn a lot from him. No, you are trying to tie me down to Mondstadt with friendship, or a possible future honey trap, I said really once again. He didn't reply and just left the room. Honey, I wouldn't do that. My mother taught me that I would need to be at least 25 to hold hands with a boy. Jean said in indignation. I didn't say anything. I just walked towards her and grabbed her hand, making her push me and step back blushing. Kenshin, how could you do this without asking for my permission? It's so lewd, she said, stammering a bit. I rolled my eyes, knowing now why she was so stiff. Her mother seems to be quite the specimen. Your adored Grandmaster said that I'm an honorary knight. Dost that mean that there have been other fools? I asked curiously. Don't call them fools. They were great people to help Mondstadt in their most difficult moments. Treat memory with respect, she scolded me. Of course they helped. They had no choice or they would be punished as knights for not doing their duty, as I wryly said. Even I was expected to help, probably in the economic part, but still. Of they are fools as you put it. You are also one then? She asked, trying to get back at me. Of course not, I'm the only smart one, I said smugly. The fact that I got rich yesterday without lifting a finger means that I didn't use the chance correctly. What do you mean rich? She asked me with a confused look. Look at this, I said, showing the eye of blood, the crystallized blood that was shining, giving the whole room a reddish tinge. That's beautiful was all Jean said. If I showed this in Liu, a young master would be in front of me in record time, demanding that I surrender the gem in exchange for a disdainful look. I liked a lot the honesty and good nature of the people of Mondstadt. Of course, there were exceptions, but still. By the way, in Inazuma, I would be murdered unless another family could give this gem to the shogun as a present to win her favor. And most of all, valuable, I replied to Jean. Really? There are tons of things like that around, said Jean with a pondering look. But who would spend money on it? You can't eat them, and while they are beautiful, they are probably not something worth spending the money on. I now understand the pain of the merchants of Liu. They realize Mondstadt is a mine full of treasures, but the treasures hoarders use their insistence to rob them blind. In a way, treasure hoarders are protecting Mondstadt from being scammed by those cunning merchants. This is too weird for a normal person to understand. Good thing you are not one then. Chapter 32, The JRK is here. Jean, with the money this thing can get you, you wouldn't need to worry about food for a whole decade, I wryly explained to her. Really? She looked shocked. Are you sure? Sure, I affirmed while nodding. Why do you think the merchants from Liu keep coming? And I got a lot more things like this one when the captain gave them to me for free. Of course, I will give him a lot of money when I sell these things, but nobody here knows the value of these gems and weird things around. That could solve our money problem, mused Jean. We only need someone to act as the intermediary between us and other nations. Nobody here will spend money on them. I guess she isn't being taught by the cunning Grandmaster for nothing. That's where I come in, I nodded, feeling excitement about the huge amount of money I was going to make. I will start another business to sell these things. She glanced at me with a narrowed look. Wouldn't leave us in the same condition we are in now, depending on an individual's goodwill as you put it? She said with a frown. Who do you think I am? I'm hurt by that, goddess of betrayal, I said with a hurt look. Sorry, she looked chastised. Well, it's a normal concern. This business will be run by people from Mondstadt, but I will choose them as I don't want to be fooled or betrayed by the ones who will be running it. I will take 10% of the earnings, I said with a pondering look. 10%? That's almost nothing, said an astonished Jean. The few merchants that arrived here told us that the usual was a 60-40 for them. The standard is around 30%, but I don't need that much money, and honestly you guys need help. But at least in the start, I will be the one to use this money, I added with a narrowed look. I don't want an important guy here in the night to say it's our money, so I will use it to build a hot pool for the knights to relax. Nobody would do that. The knights are filled with admirable people. Jean looked scandalized. My business, my rules, and I will be the one to decide how trustworthy you guys are. I only know you and that sly man. After all, I shrugged, not minding her reaction. That 90% of the money will be kept safe, and nobody will use it unless it's a necessary thing. How will you rebuild the city if an earthquake destroys it? But before making a substantial withdrawal, I will be notified. Again, I trust you and the actual Grandmaster, but a different guy may try to use their authority to do something weird. I agree. It sounds like a good idea, Jean said after thinking for a while. How will you name your business? JRK, I replied instantly. JRK? What does it mean? Jean looked at me curiously. Jean the Radiant Knight, I explained while nodding sagely. No, I don't accept that. She instantly denied. I do. Varka came into the room. I knew he didn't leave. I could see his soul even through the wall. After all, from today on, the JRK or Jean the Radiant Knight business is established. No, Jean shouted with a blush. I don't accept it. You have no right to use my name for that. Of course he does, replied Varka with a smirk. Indeed, I added. This is the City of Freedom, and I'm helping a lot of people with this, so I'm allowed. Please Kenshin, change the name. Jean was begging now. How will people react to that? They will laugh at me, or they could adore you. They will be getting a lot of money from a business with your name after all, I said with a pointed look. I don't want fame. I'm happy helping the citizens of Mondstadt, she argued with a pleading look. Then suck it up, because you are helping a lot. Do you think I would care to do all this just because of the captain? I know nobody in this time except for him, a drunkard, and you too. Also, That bastard who punched me. I whispered that last one. But Jean looked defeated but realized something. Are you doing it for me? What gave you a clue? The name? I deadpanned. You are the best friend I have here. Who else? As I said, I don't need money. And do you know how much of a pain starting a business is? I didn't do it exclusively for her, but she was my only deep friend here. I only knew the captain for a day after all, and I liked her honesty a lot, as much as a stiff girl she was. Hearing what I said, she blushed a lot more, and quickly left the room in a burst of speed that made me amazed. Even Sarah, the most athletic normal kid I knew, wasn't able to move like that. The little monsters in this nation didn't count. You're really shooting yourself in the foot, replied a resigned Gizhong. Are you still about that harem thing? I don't love Jean if that's what you are thinking about. I decided, I will make you leave that perverted sect and teach you the joys of being a no harem fan. Please do so, and then remember your own words in a few years, she wryly said. I'm not liking this. She isn't usually this meek. There must be something brewing underneath. Ha ha ha, that went good. Varka laughed. Nice, I will give you all the authority you need to start that business. Is there anything I can do to help? Yes, if I'm starting a business, I will need a lawyer to help me with the bureaucracy, and let me tell you that it's not a fun thing. I will need the best, so please contact one from Liu. I stated my demand. She is called Yanfei. I didn't choose her because she avoided me last time. Believe me. After talking a few more things, I decided to take a stroll in the city. Just peacefully walking around, no funny business. I saw a man making out with his lover in the plaza, a woman blowing fire, a man on four legs imitating a cat. The usual here. Hey. A little girl with ash-colored hair and golden eyes was carrying a box even bigger than me. Really, a more insecure man would have felt his manliness hurt by this. That's all. She shouted at the man in charge of the store. Thank you, Noelle, you are a lifesaver, he said gratefully, handing her an ice cream. Thank you, she said, eating it happily. Yosh, a new day of training. I will be the best knight of Favonius. You want to be a knight of Favonius? I approached and asked curiously. Who might you be? She asked me while eating her ice cream, not looking taken aback by a stranger suddenly talking to her. Maybe it's because I was a kid, and the people here were a bit weird. Look at this. I showed her the medal Vaka gave me with a proud look. If the only thing this medal is going to give me is recognition, I will use it as much as I can. What's that? She asked, still eating her ice cream. Of course, nobody knew what this damn medal is. I feel scammed. The badge of an honorary knight of Favonius, I wryly said. Oh, sir, are you a knight? She asked, forgetting her ice cream with sparkling eyes. An honorary one, but yes, I smiled. That's incredible, she said, looking at the badge. Here, take it. I will need to have it back later, I said, handing her the badge. She took it with trembling hands and a happy smile. She started manipulating it with curiosity and admiration. Why do you want to be a knight? I asked her once the hype passed. I want to help people, and always be ready to help whoever they need, she replied with a determined look. Is that why you were helping that man earlier? I asked curiously. The only child I knew would do something like that was Ymir. Yes. I also clean, do the laundry and cook, she replied with an energetic voice. More than a knight, you look like a maid, I replied without thinking deeply. What is a maid? She asked curiously. Someone always ready to help, capable of doing everything, being proficient in them, and always looking composed, ready to never give up, I said, looking emotional. A maid was a man's dream. Ooh, that sounds awesome, she answered with a dreamy look. I want to be a maid, but I also want to be a knight. She looked conflicted now. Why can't you be both? I suggested. A knight when you are on duty, and a maid when you are not. Or even better, I said with a look of realization. Even better? She asked me with expectation in her eyes. Why can't you be the maid knight? I asked her with a look that expressed immense admiration. A maid knight? She looked astonished by that notion. Well, if a knight was cool and a maid was a man's dream, a maid knight was something extremely appealing to a man's fantasy. Of course, in my head, the actual maid knight was a grown woman with ample chest, not this squirt. Stop. I don't want to see those images. I will be tainted. Gizhong shouted. You are just jealous that, Unlike my vivid fantasies, you have no boobs to be a maid knight. Why would you need a big chest to be a maid knight? Also, those clothes were useless, they didn't cover the important areas. Just be thankful that I decided to leave her with some. Stop. Giz Hong, I'm starting to show some interest in girls, and yet I have to control myself because I have people with me at all times. Do you know how hard it's to control myself? Stop. I don't want to know anything about this. I will do it, sir. I will be the maid knight of the Knights of Favonius, the little kid told me with a determined face. Good. Know that even when I return to Inazuma, I will always support your dream, I said while nodding in approval. I have a task for you as your temporary superior. Yes, she nodded seriously. What do you mean yes, sir? Yes, sir. That's how you refer to a superior, I said, adopting an imposing demeanor. Sir, yes, sir. She looked serious about this. I am going to start a new business here, called the JRK. Do you know who Jean is? A blonde knight more or less my age, I asked her. Yes, sir. She is the future Grandmaster, Noelle replied in her firm posture. I didn't know it was widespread knowledge. I thought people wouldn't know about Jean's training under Vaka. The initials of the JRK stand for Jean the Radiant Knight. I revealed the horrifying truth to Noelle. At least for Jean it was. Oh really? Noelle asked me, the military behavior being forgotten. Well, I had fun with it. Indeed, I chose that name to honor our everlasting friendship, I admitted. That's beautiful, she said with a dreamy look. Beautiful? I thought she would consider it amazing or admirable, but beautiful? Indeed, but she is going to try to hide it, I said with a sad expression. Why would she do that? A confused Noelle asked. Because she is too altruistic to associate her name with a business made exclusively to help Mondstadt. Even if I will start it only for her, I twisted the truth a bit, but I need Noelle's cooperation. That's very admirable, said Noelle with a touched look. Jean is a very good person. She told me that she would help me train when she had time. Indeed, that's why I can't accept that, I nodded in agreement. She should reap the good things she is sowing. Don't you agree? Yes. Noelle nodded energetically. That's why I want to ask you a favor, I admitted with a needy expression. Of course, mister. How can I help? She asked with an excited look. I want you to call for everybody and read a letter, where I will explain how good of a person Jean is, I said with a determined look. People need to know how fortunate they are to have a good person like Jean around. Yes, I agree. She shouted in excitement, ready to carry out my request. I will read it now. No, not yet. We will do this when the business is doing well, so people can already know that this business is actively helping them. Don't you think that's better? I asked her with a smile. Yes, but I don't want to wait. Jean is a good person. She looked sad that she couldn't help her now. Kids can be impatient at times. Haha, yes. I understand that you want to help now, but you need to wait. It will take a month or so. So be patient, okay? I said, patting her head. I needed time to escape, so reading that letter now was not a good thing. The JRK wasn't even established after all. Yes. She nodded energetically. Noelle, we need to go home now. A woman's voice sounded all over the city. How strong are her lungs? Sorry, mister, my mom is calling for me, Noelle apologized. Don't worry. Go with her. My name is Kenshin and I live in the nearby hotel. Look for me if you need something, okay? I smiled at her, making her nod excitedly. He then left running, and I could hear her speaking with her mother. Mom, you know what happened? I was helping Uncle Tom with his boxes when you were messing up with the girl again. She is going to faint from shame, Gizing sighed. Used to my harmless pranks. Just think of it as me teaching her the malice of humans. This way she will never trust anybody again. Why are you saying it as if it's a good thing? Chapter 33, The Consequences of Peeping into a Dark Place. The next 2 days passed in a blink. I met with Barbara again to get her on board with my plan. When she heard the name I chose for the business, she had stars in her eyes. I think girls her age are in love with the idea of romance. I secured her help easily after that. She would read the same letter Noelle would in another place. Considering how popular she was, I didn't need to fear that people wouldn't learn about it. Jean was in for a big surprise. Kenshin. Amber saw me and hurriedly approached. I wanted to get Amber on board too, But she was smarter than Noelle and Barbara. She might realize that my intention was not good at all. I only wanted to make fun of Jean after all. What does my favorite bunny-haired girl want? I asked calmly while eating a chicken mushroom skewer. I told you not to call me that, she complained with a pout. It's only my ribbon that looks like bunny ears, I pointed out. Anyway, what did you need? Albedo came back, Amber said with a smile. I knew you were looking for him, so. Kenshin, alchemist. Wait for me. I immediately identified the alchemist in question. Simply put, he is not human. His soul was made to look exactly like a human's, but it was not. It's almost as if you wanted to copy a very famous painting. You can get very near perfection, but even the slightest of details can give you away. Do you need something? The non-human guy asked me. Yes, what are you? My curiosity was acting again. I'm afraid I don't understand your question, Albedo replied with a straight face devoid of emotions. You are not human, right? I can sense that you are very close to being one, but are not human, I explained with my own straight face. Indeed, I am what you can call an homunculus, he replied without any inflection in his voice. I haven't heard that word in my life. Are you an artificial soul? I sense your soul is too close to that of a human to be a mere coincidence. Yes, I am. I deduce you can somehow sense souls. Is that related to your eyes? He inquired without expressing surprise. Yes, I can see souls and curses, and everything in between. I wanted to ask you for help. I have a soul that needs a body. Do you know how can I do that? In case you can't, I was told a woman called Alice could help. May I know where she is? That won't be necessary. Crafting bodies is not a problem for me. In exchange, I would like you to participate in a few experiments involving your ability, he suggested. If they won't maim, cripple or impede me in any way, I agree. I obviously agreed. Then let's meet tomorrow morning here, he said. No problem, I agreed again. We both walked on our way. My face was still calm and relaxed. I left the city and started climbing a random mountain. After a lot of sweating, I finally reached the top. Yahoo! I was euphoric, happy, excited, emotional, whatever you wanted to call it. I was feeling that. Did you hear that, Gizhong? We can craft a body. Yes, but you should be ready to be disappointed. I don't think it's going to be easy. She tried to calm me down, but I could sense some hope in her voice. That doesn't matter. We can learn how to craft a body. After that we only need to adjust the process to make a body similar to yours. Yes, but we need to be careful about that. I am still a god, a powerful soul. I don't know if this alchemist can craft a body able to house my soul, she said with worry in her voice. If the body is not good enough for her soul may suffer backlash and be damaged, so we would need to wait until her soul has recovered to try again. Not a problem. I can still seal your soul again to try again. With a body and my ability to seal and make your soul recover, we can afford to fail no matter how many times. Yes. It was a perfect plan. I slowly went towards Mondstadt after having released my energy in the form of screams. Nearby the gate, a kid with long dark blue hair was sitting. He looked to be my age, maybe a year older. Coming to Mondstadt has been the best idea I have ever had. Look, Gizhong, 3 peculiar souls in a single day. Yes, this boy's soul was special, but not as much as Albedo's artificialness or Signora's. Honestly, hers was extremely peculiar. This boy's soul had a darkened part, and it was somehow being contained by a small sheet of white paper, that kept this darkened part separated from his main soul. I remember having seen this color somewhere, but I don't remember where. In any case, I was too happy to listen to another tragic story, that it was what this guy's face was screaming. I will ask him another day. I have been waiting for a while, I said to Albedo, who looked ready to go on a trip to the mountain and got with him a canvas. I knew better than to question the guy who may have a solution to Gizhong's body. I'm ready. We should go outside. This is something a few people don't approve of, he mysteriously said, and led the way to a nearby mountain. It was early in the morning, so nobody was near us. He then proceeded to paint a butterfly, and suddenly the butterfly escaped the canvas. This insect had the same artificialness that his own soul had, but it was impressive anyway. This is called the art of chemia, focused on the creation of life. I can paint something, and it will give me life. As you can probably see with your eyes, it's not perfect. That right now was merely the imitation of a butterfly, not a real one. He explained something amazing with a straight face. I don't need life. I already have it. I only need a container to house it. It must be a human one, preferably a female one. I'm sure the boss won't complain. He can change his form anyway. That is a bit complicated, said Albedo. I was told not to create anything remotely similar to human life, but if all you want is a human body, we can work on that. I'm feeling hopeful again. We only need to iron out some details, but I thought about this during these last years in Inazuma. I couldn't do anything, but if we somehow learned how, we would need to be prepared. The body must be a special one. I have the soul of a god, so the body must be strong enough to house it, I clarified. Then the difficulty has gone through the clouds, said Albedo with his straight face. The bodies I can craft are designed to house the soul of the form they have. If I tried animating the soul of a boar inside the body of an ant, the ant would explode, unable to resist the pressure the soul puts on the body. I thought that would be the case, but I was prepared. So you need to paint a god, or I should weaken the soul enough to fit the body, I deduced. Yes, but I can't paint a god. That won't work then. My friend's romantic interest is a god, and if she is in a human body, she will die too soon, I mused. In that case, asking the shogun for a puppet would be a better option. What if we let the soul of my friend paint her own body? That can't be done. Albedo denied my idea. To paint, you need to be able to interact with the world, and a soul can't do that. Even something much like a ghost can't paint. Sure, they can put colors on a canvas, but that is different to the painting we are talking about. I see the problem. You need to somehow put the life in the painting, and you need a body to do that. The soul alone can't go out of the body to. Hey Albedo, I think I have an idea. Yes, this could work. In fact, it's revolutionary. This could change things forever. The soul can't paint because they need a body, and they can't insufflate life to the body, right? If the soul needed a vessel to live in, this vessel was a body. Of course, this vessel needed a living body, so the soul could paint the body, but couldn't give life to said body. Yes, that's correct, he agreed with me, making my idea gain credibility. What if we can make the soul paint from the inside? Explain it, Albedo replied with a straight face, but I could feel his curiosity brimming from his soul. We gave the soul a living body, and let the soul paint. I'm a genius. That can't be done, he denied. A being must have a soul at the same time the body is given life. You could make a living body, but the soul won't be able to enter it too. But I can do that. I'm the best at manipulating souls. I can put the soul inside the body at the same time you give it life. With this, Gizhong's soul can be introduced into the body at the exact same moment it's given life. If you are talking about the soul of a god, it's still impossible. He once again denied my plan. I can't paint the body of a god. I told you, you don't paint it, leave it to the soul. My plan is to let the soul mold the body. After all, the soul must recognize a body as hers, I explained. You are telling me to give life to a body not yet painted, mused Albedo. Yes, you craft a ball. I introduce the soul the same moment you give this ball life, and then the soul makes the ball automatically turn into the body she had when she was alive. Yes, this could work, and Gizhong will have the exact same body she had before her death. But this is far grander. This is a method of revival, granted that the soul remains. And of course, my help is necessary. There is nobody out there who can play with souls as well as I can. If I have the soul, with the art of Kimia we can craft the exact same body the soul had. There are a few little problems, ones that will make normal souls be unable to enjoy this. I can't reincarnate human or weak souls, they are not firm enough. But with stronger souls, I can do this infinitely. Even if said souls deteriorate with time, I can heal them using my ability at the expense of my own soul, but I can recover with time. Indeed, this could work, replied Albedo with a small smile. The first I saw him do. Be careful with this. Suddenly a voice reached us. It came from the air, and I recognize this green hue around us. Barbatos, come and talk. If this is dangerous, I would prefer knowing before putting my friend in a dangerous situation. I'm not going to take any chances here. A green silhouette materialized before us, but it had no face, Looks like this guy wants to keep his identity a secret. Albedo didn't change his face, but the shock was there, only that it wasn't reflected in his face. Albedo, Alice warned you before, the art of Kimia is dangerous. It is the reason a kingdom fell 500 years ago. Creating life is prohibited by the heavenly principles, he warned us. Barbatos, are we really creating life? The life is in the soul, and we are not creating that. The only thing Albedo is going to do is make a ball of flesh. Breathe, I said seriously. I'm not trying to convince him, but I need to know the risks we are about to take. I don't know. The only thing I know is that you are playing with fire. If you are going to proceed with this, be sure to make it far away from Mondstadt, he said, and promptly disappeared. We fell silent for a while, thinking about what Barbatos told us. Albedo, is what we are doing that dangerous? I loved Gizhong like a friend, but I wasn't going to risk millions of lives for her. Let me show you something, he said, and started painting again. Look carefully now. This is what I wanted your help for. Observe the exact moment where I create a soul for the body. I watched what was happening carefully. He did something that I was sure was the main step of the art of Kimia, and a soul appeared. It wasn't a sudden thing. I saw how a few streams of soul were sucked into a point, and the imitation of a boar soul was molded using those streams. Albedo, repeat it, please. Try to condense a bigger soul, I asked him. You know that I condense them. I guess you saw something, he muttered, and proceeded to paint a Jevishap, a particularly annoying creature that lived in Liu. I saw the same streams appear, but this time there were more and bigger. I tried to see where they came from, so I approached my face to the point the stream was being released. Kenshin, stay back, I don't like this, Gizhong muttered, but I was too focused on what I was doing. A tiny hole opened, and the stream was being released. I tried to peer through the hole, but I couldn't see anything. Until I saw it. I didn't see it with my eyes, I sensed it with my soul. I had no form or color. I'm not even sure I should describe what I did as seeing. Just like entering in the shadow of a huge mountain on a hot day, you feel surprised by the sudden cooling and look up, to see an enormous mass of rock and stone. The same happened here. I was suddenly looking up at an enormous creature. That was all I could do. I was too busy trying to understand how big it was to realize anything else. I knew one thing. If this being came into Teyvat, the fall of a nation was not a problem. The whole world would crumble under the might of this being. And then it looked at me. Again, not with his eyes, but his existence noted that there was something here, something that wasn't him. I felt how a planet suddenly was focused on me, crushing me with the mere pressure of his gaze. I didn't sense interest, anger, shyness or sadness. It just noticed me, and under that pressure, I couldn't run. My whole existence was frozen. If this thing focused even a little more on me, I would disappear. I wouldn't be killed, stomped or crushed. I would simply disappear, like a sugar cube in a glass of hot water. My abnormally strong soul would just be dissolved in this thing. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't move, and soon, I won't be able to think. I understood that when that moment arrived, Kenshin would be dead, and yet I couldn't react. Maybe this is what people saw when a meteorite was heading towards them. You recognize the danger, but your mind and body are too shocked to form a response. Kenshin. I heard something, but I couldn't understand what those sounds were. That combination of sounds reminded me of something important. But I can't remember what. I am starting to th by t slow no w. Suddenly, I took a huge mouthful of air. My body hadn't been breathing for a while. I still couldn't see anything, but I could feel my body again. Kenshin. Are you okay? I could understand Guizhong now. I am good. My body still wasn't answering me that well. The frequency and amplitude of the tremors in my soul were telling my mind what to do, and the mind would communicate it to my body. Maybe that's why souls like Gizhong's have all the memories and thinking abilities, and they are not floating around like rocks. The soul is the life, the body the mere vehicle. Are you okay? This time was Albedo. I can see perfectly his soul now. A masterpiece without a doubt, but a step short of that of a human. Yes, he lacks a bit here. Oh, and that area is a bit different. Maybe if I can. Kenshin, shut up. Oh, I didn't realize I was saying it out loud. Albedo, get this thing off my face. My hands are trembling too much, I said, trying to point to my face. Oh, Kenshin, why does Gizhong sound so sad? Kenshin, there is nothing over your face. The worried voice of Albedo reached my damaged ears. I had lost my sight. Chapter 34, Explanations about the peeping. I will start from the end. Kenshin is blind now, at least like a normal person is. He still can see souls, in fact his ability has multiplied now, as I will explain in the following chapters. A blind MC is not great. But remember that this is not a fighting fic, it doesn't matter that much. At some point in the future he will see again, so it's a temporary thing. Now then, I didn't know how much pain writing a blind character is. I usually describe the faces the characters do, and now I won't be able to. It's in first person after all. So I came up with the only thing I could. The soul works as the brain, sending the signals to the body. I know it's stupid and extremely twisted, but it's all I could came with. Now Kenshin can see when someone raises his arm, but won't be able to see that arm. He will only know it's raised, and same with the expressions. If I write I know Jean is making a sad face, it's for the same reason. Kenshin will have new things of detecting things, like marking places with some things he can see, so he won't be a helpless guy alone in the world. Said that, I know this can be a huge turn-off for the vast majority of people, but I won't apologize for it. I wrote this fic from start to finish, and I will keep writing what I think it's a good idea. I got a lot of funny moments out of the blindness, so many that I think the balance is positive towards making Kenshin blind. I thank you all for coming to this point, and if you decide to leave, I wish you the best. If you are still reading, be aware that I may miss something, but I will try to revise every chapter as much as I can, but with exams coming it's going to be difficult. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the fic until now, regardless of your decision. Chapter 35, Touching a Friend. So I'm a blind person now, huh? I asked myself in a quiet voice. Kenshin, I'm sorry, because of my wish you. Gizhong was crying. I know it. I can recognize the soft tremors. Her soul was suffering. As I said before, the soul commands the body. If Gizhong had a body, her body would be convulsing and crying due to the orders her soul was issuing. Albedo, there are a lot of things I need to tell you, but please wait a few days. I feel very tired and sad too. Losing my sight is honestly a tragedy for me. Of course, I'm also at fault for this. He felt guilt. Again, I can see it. No, you aren't. I will tell you more about why later, but please promise me you won't use the art of chemia until I speak with you. I want him. That being didn't notice a part of him was being siphoned because Albedo was only condensing small souls, but in this case, he was alert now because of my presence, so it was better to avoid poking him. Yes, of course, he readily agreed. I was trying to look where the souls came from and ended in this state. It was obvious something was wrong here. I will take you to the church, maybe they can help. I saw something around us, but now I was able to discern even the smallest of changes and feelings. Come to say I told you? I asked bitterly at the air. Sorry. What? Albedo asked me in a confused voice. Of course not. Barbato's voice reached us. There is no way I would be happy about this. He is a softie in the end. But Barbatos, I got something out of this. I felt a single good thing coming from this. The dangerous part of the art of chemia is condensing the soul. There is no problem with the body side of things. So our plan is safe. I smiled wryly. Kenshin, why are you still talking about that? Look at how you are now. Gizhong screamed, still crying. That's precisely why. Now that I'm like this, it's better to go all the way. Let my loss be worth something. And now we know our plan is safe, so no trouble. I genuinely believe this. Either way, please Gizhong, the last thing I need now is more scolding. You can do that later. Help me please. I was obviously not asking about telling me where the toilet was. Of course. I will help you with everything I can. She nodded with determination. I will help you go down the mountain. Albedo, carry him from there, okay? There are a few reasons why I can't show myself, Barbatos said, taking the both of us to the foot of the mountain, and then near the gate. The Albedo put my arm over her shoulders and carried me as good as he could. Hey, over here. he shouted, and I saw two souls quickly approach us in worry. While losing my sight was a tragedy, maybe I could somehow be able to see certain things, so at least I could avoid crashing into someone. Of course, soulless or inanimate things are invisible to me. Albedo, what happened to Hai? Oh my God. Judging by how his soul twisted in horror, I must not be in a pretty state. Questions later. Please help me carry him to the church was all Albedo said. Between the three they quickly carried me to the church. Thankfully nobody saw us. I don't want to see more people feel horror while looking at me. Hello, it's so early in the morning, what do you owe? A woman's voice said. Quickly, help us carry him to TH. I was too tired, so sleeping sounded very good. I woke up, and the first thing I did was remove whatever was hindering my vision. Of course, when I touched my face and slapped myself I realized that I was blind now, so of course I didn't see anything. Hey Gizhong, are you there? I felt like slapping myself again. Where is she going to go? Yes, where am I going to go? She replied shakily. How much time passed? A day, she succinctly replied. How are you? Very tired. Now let's leave the bed. Weren't you tired? How about you rest a bit? She was worried, I could see it. My exhaustion isn't a physical one, I replied in a calm voice. I need to get some air. Oh of course, Gizhong replied. We can talk about whose faults this is later. We have days, months or even years, no matter what happens with your body. Now help me. Never mind, you are useless, I grumbled. Hey, I was worried about you for the whole day, show a bit of respect. She was back to usual. Sorry, I will try to eat your worry when I'm angry, or heal my head with your worry when I hit a door. The same way I will piss on your worry when I can't find the toilet, I scoffed. No need to be so rude. She grumbled. I don't need a moping friend. I am going to need a lot of time to adapt to this, and I could use some happiness around. I have no use for your worry, but that happiness I need a lot. Okay, she muttered. For the love of God, where is the damn door? I have been trying to find it for a while, but I can't find it. Crack. Just then the door opened, hitting me on the nose, and based on the sound, breaking it. Oh, I'm sorry, a voice said. I looked at her, realizing who it was. Hey Miss Sister, nice to see you here, I greeted her with a nasal voice, a product of the hit Right Now. Let me heal you, she said, and took her Hydra vision. How curious. I could sense a fragment of her soul inside that thing. It was connected to her by a small but robust thread, and it was sending a signal to somewhere in a certain direction. Curious, but I will think about it later. I felt how my nose was healed, and let me tell you, it was a surreal experience. I had never been healed by anyone before, maybe some gauze when I scraped my knee, but this was amazing. I felt how my broken bones realigned themselves, and suddenly, voila, I was healed. Barbara, do you have anything to do right now? I asked her. I was going to need a lot of help, at least to arrive at a place I could eat. No, what do you need? She asked sadly. I rubbed her head after a few tries and she looked up to me. Yes, I saw her soul send those orders to her brain, so while I couldn't see her eyes, I knew she was looking at me. To arrive at the bathroom, I smiled. She blushed hearing me but nodded and took me to the bathroom, where I could finally relieve myself. I had a bit of trouble washing my hands, but I could do it. Bravo Kenshin. Thank you Barbara. I will go alone from here. Please try to find a stick or something I can use. There is no point in being guided everywhere. I need to do this for myself. I can avoid hitting someone with the stick, but I still need to know if there are stairs or something in my path. After a lot of convincing, I finally started my adventure. Mondstadt is truly special. I caused a lot of trouble in Liu but left unpunished. I caused trouble in Mondstadt, blind in 3 days. Indeed, Liu is the best. Where are we going now? She asked. To see Albedo, of course. We need to make your body, I answered her. Are you still going on that? She asked, a bit scared. Well, if you are so guilty, what about helping me after you get your body, or can you help me now? I asked, a bit tired of her whining. I'm the blind one, and I'm saying that there is not a problem with the process of creating her body. Why is she still complaining? There he is, I could sense him all the way from here. He should be 500 meters away from me. Again, I can see with my soul now, There is no meaning to walls. Kenshin. I saw a bright golden soul approach me. Hello my radiant knight, would you be so kind as to lend me a miracle? I cheekily said. I sob, I can't do that. Jean cried a bit. Hey, don't worry, I'm not completely blind. I can see animals and humans somewhat, but I can't see walls or objects. And I got a clue of what I came here to find, so I'm pretty happy with the result. I honestly thought this, so I would do the same all over again. My sight for a friend's life, the choice was obvious. That's also why I wanted to let Gizhong acquire her body as soon as possible. It would let me think that my loss resulted in something worthy. If I lost my sight and still couldn't get Gizhong a body, I would feel really bad. Maybe after Gizhong gets her body and I can relax, the reality of losing my sight will crash into me, but now I have a mission. But still, she was still sad. Nothing I can do. Then help me find Albedo, I said. I was planning on doing this alone, but now that Jean is here, why not? Yes, she nodded, her soul brimming with determination. We quickly found him, and he was doing something. Yes, I can't see what he was doing, but he was making weird sounds, so he was doing something. Hey Albedo, we can have our talk now. Also, I would like to finish the project, but I don't know if you are still up for it. I said this, but I really need him to say yes. Of course. It's also my fault, so that's the least I can do, he said, making me breathe in relief. I have everything ready. Oh, this homunculus guy is great. Wait, are you going to continue doing whatever it was that left you in that state? Asked an incredulous Jean. Of course. Finishing this is the only way to make this mess somewhat worthy, I answered without skipping a beat. What are you talking about? She was angry now. Do you know how horrible you looked? Unfortunately, I couldn't see it. I tried to joke about it, but she got even angrier. You had blood all over your face. You had 2 holes as eyes, as your eyes were completely black. You were bleeding so much that I thought you would die of blood loss. She exploded, but I knew how worried she was feeling now. I was his only friend. The others tended to avoid her due to her excellence or simply because she was always busy. She was very good at her job, mainly battling, but she was also good at administrative affairs. I wanted to bring her with me to Inazuma, maybe those fools could learn from her. Jean, it will be all right. We already know that there is no danger to us. That's why we are proceeding with this. I tried to calm her. She tried to say, before leaving in a hurry. She was worried and angry, but that was no reason for me to stop. Albedo, let's go. I will need you to tell me the timing now that I couldn't see. I was going to need his indications. No problem, leave it to me. He sounded as he always did. We went to the mountain we were in, where I called Barbatos. Barbatos, please carry us to a place we can do this. Maybe I should bribe this guy with wine to make him my personal vehicle. We felt a gust of wind gently making us float and zoom. We were thrown at amazing speed until we arrived at solid ground again. Here you can do those foolish things again, he said, but still stood here to watch. You really are a dear, I mentioned. Albedo, what do I need to do? Put the soul in the body when I tell you to. After that, it's the soul's work. I will tell you if the process is failing, so you can seal the soul again. I brought a lot of materials, and we can repeat this a few times. He is really far-sighted. Maybe I should make a few of him to take care of Inazuma. But remembering that huge thing is making me shiver, better not. Gizhong, are you ready? I didn't expect to do this so soon. She was comprehensively nervous. Are you ready? I repeated myself in a stern tone. We can't have something as useless as nervousness being the reason for a failure. Yes. She replied more confidently this time. We are ready. Whenever you say, Albedo. I nodded to him. Then I will start. Be ready, he instructed. I readied the slip where Gizhong was, and prepared another one, in case I needed to seal her again if she failed. I was obviously not seeing anything, but I could focus better now in listening to Albedo's signal. Now. And there it was. I swiftly released Gizhong's soul, and she entered something I couldn't see, but I realized her soul trying to expand, but the place she was in was restricting her. It's not good, she is going to fail. She is expending too much energy, but the rate at which she was expanding is not enough. She will tire out. I had another brilliant idea. I tried to send her energy, and it worked wonderfully. After my meeting with the Cosmos being, I felt a lot stronger. At least my soul was. Just like after straining a muscle, it grows stronger, my soul did too. I helped her, and the rate at what she was expanding inside the vessel also grew, until it finally stopped. I also stopped helping her and fell to the ground with a thud. That was so tiring. Giz-Hong, did it work? I could see her soul with no problems, but the problem had always been her body. For all I know, she could have 6 arms right now. Yes, it worked perfectly. A soft voice I hadn't heard before reached my ears. Realizing that it was Giz-Hong who spoke, I lay down on the ground, feeling happy. But it also made me realize that I was now blind. I won't be able to see Jean's blush. I won't be able to see Sarah's angry expression. I won't be able to see Mrax's surprise, not Ganius, nor Xiao's. I won't be able to see Yi's smirk and teasing expression. And I won't be able to see my parents' faces again. So I lay down on the floor with those complicated feelings, not knowing to which side should I fall. So I silently cried, both of happiness and sadness. I suddenly felt someone hug me, and by the soul, I realized that it was Giz-Hong. I returned the hug back. Finally, I was able to touch my friend. Chapter 35, Touching a Friend. So I am a blind person now, huh? I asked myself in a quiet voice. Kenshin, I'm sorry, because of my wish you. Giz-Hong was crying. I know it. I can recognize the soft tremors. Her soul was suffering. As I said before, the soul commands the body. If Giz-Hong had a body, her body would be convulsing and crying due to the orders her soul was issuing. Albedo, there are a lot of things I need to tell you, but please wait a few days. I feel very tired and sad too. Losing my sight is honestly a tragedy for me. Of course, I'm also at fault for this. He felt guilt. Again, I can see it. No, you aren't. I will tell you more about why later. But please promise me you won't use the art of Kimia until I speak with you. I want him. That being didn't notice a part of him was being siphoned because Albedo was only condensing small souls, but in this case, he was alert now because of my presence, so it was better to avoid poking him. Yes, of course, he readily agreed. I was trying to look where the souls came from and ended in this state. It was obvious something was wrong here. I will take you to the church. Maybe they can help. I saw something around us, but now I was able to discern even the smallest of changes and feelings. Come to say I told you? I asked bitterly at the air. Sorry, what? Albedo asked me in a confused voice. Of course not. Barbato's voice reached us. There is no way I would be happy about this. He is a softie in the end. But Barbato's, I got something out of this. I felt a single good thing coming from this. The dangerous part of the art of Kimia is condensing the soul. There is no problem with the body side of things. So our plan is safe. I smiled wryly. Kenshin, why are you still talking about that? Look at how you are now. Giz-Hong screamed, still crying. That's precisely why. Now that I'm like this, it's better to go all the way. Let my loss be worth something. And now we know our plan is safe, so no trouble. I genuinely believe this. Either way, please Giz-Hong, the last thing I need now is more scolding. You can do that later. Help me please. I was obviously not asking about telling me where the toilet was. Of course, I will help you with everything I can. She nodded with determination. I will help you go down the mountain. Albedo, carry him from there, okay? There are a few reasons why I can't show myself, Barbato said, taking the both of us to the foot of the mountain, and then near the gate. The Albedo put my arm over her shoulders and carried me as good as he could. Hey, over here! He shouted, and I saw 2 souls quickly approach us in worry. While losing my sight was a tragedy, maybe I could somehow be able to see certain things, so at least I could avoid crashing into someone. Of course, soulless or inanimate things are invisible to me. Albedo, what happened to Hai? Oh my god. Judging by how his soul twisted in horror, I must not be in a pretty state. Questions later. Please help me carry him to the church was all Albedo said. Between the 3 they quickly carried me to the church. Thankfully nobody saw us. I don't want to see more people feel horror while looking at me. Hello, it's so early in the morning, what do you owe? A woman's voice said. Quickly, help us carry him to TH. I was too tired, so sleeping sounded very good. I woke up, and the first thing I did was remove whatever was hindering my vision. Of course, when I touched my face and slapped myself, I realized that I was blind now, so of course I didn't see anything. "Hey Giz-hong, are you there?" I felt like slapping myself again. "Where is she going to go?" "Yes, where am I going to go?" she replied shakily. "How much time passed?" "A day," she succinctly replied. "How are you?" "Very tired." "Now let's leave the bed. Weren't you tired? How about you rest a bit?" She was worried, I could see it. "My exhaustion isn't a physical one," I replied in a calm voice. "I need to get some air." "Oh, of course," Giz-hong replied. "We can talk about whose faults this is later. We have days, months, or even years, no matter what happens with your body. Now help me." "Never mind, you are useless," I grumbled. "Hey, I was worried about you for the whole day, show a bit of respect." She was back to usual. "Sorry, I will try to eat your worry when I'm angry, or heal my head with your worry when I hit a door. The same way I will piss on your worry when I can't find the toilet," I scoffed. "No need to be so rude," she grumbled. "I don't need a moping friend. I am going to need a lot of time to adapt to this, and I could use some happiness around. I have no use for your worry, but that happiness I need a lot." "Okay," she muttered. "For the love of God, where is the damn door?" "I have been trying to find it for a while, but I can't find it." Crack. Just then the door opened, hitting me on the nose, and based on the sound, breaking it. "Oh, I'm sorry," a voice said. I looked at her, realizing who it was. "Hey Miss Sister, nice to see you here," I greeted her with a nasal voice, a product of the hit Right Now. "Let me heal you," she said, and took her Hydra vision. How curious. I could sense a fragment of her soul inside that thing. It was connected to her by a small but robust thread, and it was sending a signal to somewhere in a certain direction. Curious, but I will think about it later. I felt how my nose was healed, and let me tell you, it was a surreal experience. I had never been healed by anyone before, maybe some gauze when I scrapped my knee, but this was amazing. I felt how my broken bones realigned themselves, and suddenly, voila, I was healed. "Barbara, do you have anything to do right now?" I asked her. I was going to need a lot of help, at least to arrive at a place I could eat. "No, what do you need?" she asked sadly. I rubbed her head after a few tries and she looked up to me. Yes, I saw her soul send those orders to her brain, so while I couldn't see her eyes, I knew she was looking at me. To arrive at the bathroom, I smiled. She blushed hearing me but nodded and took me to the bathroom, where I could finally relieve myself. I had a bit of trouble washing my hands, but I could do it. "Bravo Kenshin." "Thank you Barbara. I will go alone from here. Please try to find a stick or something I can use." "There is no point in being guided everywhere. I need to do this for myself. I can avoid hitting someone with the stick, but I still need to know if there are stairs or something in my path." After a lot of convincing, I finally started my adventure. Mondstadt is truly special. I caused a lot of trouble in Liu but left unpunished. I caused trouble in Mondstadt. Blind in 3 days. Indeed, Liu is the best. "Where are we going now?" she asked. "To see Albedo, of course." "We need to make your body," I answered her. "Are you still going on that?" she asked, a bit scared. "Well, if you are so guilty, what about helping me after you get your body, or can you help me now?" I asked, a bit tired of her whining. "I'm the blind one, and I'm saying that there is not a problem with the process of creating her body." "Why is she still complaining?" "There he is, I could sense him all the way from here. He should be 500 meters away from me." "Again, I can see with my soul now. There is no meaning to walls." "Kenshin." I saw a bright golden soul approach me. "Hello my radiant knight, would you be so kind as to lend me a miracle?" I cheekily said. I sob. "I can't do that." Jean cried a bit. "Hey, don't worry, I'm not completely blind. I can see animals and humans somewhat, but I can't see walls or objects. And I got a clue of what I came here to find, so I'm pretty happy with the result. I honestly thought this, so I would do the same all over again." My sight for a friend's life. The choice was obvious. That's also why I wanted to let Giz-hong acquire her body as soon as possible. It would let me think that my loss resulted in something worthy. If I lost my sight and still couldn't get Giz-hong a body, I would feel really, really bad. Maybe after Giz-hong gets her body and I can relax, The reality of losing my sight will crash into me, but now I have a mission. But still. She was still sad. Nothing I can do. Then help me find Albedo, I said. I was planning on doing this alone, but now that Jean is here, why not? Yes, she nodded, her soul brimming with determination. We quickly found him, and he was doing something. Yes, I can't see what he was doing, but he was making weird sounds, so he was doing something. Hey Albedo, we can have our talk now. Also, I would like to finish the project, but I don't know if you are still up for it. I said this, but I really need him to say yes. Of course. It's also my fault, so that's the least I can do, he said, making me breathe in relief. I have everything ready. Oh, this homunculus guy is great. Wait, are you going to continue doing whatever it was that left you in that state? Asked an incredulous Jean. Of course. Finishing this is the only way to make this mess somewhat worthy, I answered without skipping a beat. What are you talking about? She was angry now. Do you know how horrible you looked? Unfortunately, I couldn't see it. I tried to joke about it, but she got even angrier. You had blood all over your face. You had 2 holes as eyes, as your eyes were completely black. You were bleeding so much that I thought you would die of blood loss. She exploded, but I knew how worried she was feeling now. I was his only friend. The others tended to avoid her due to her excellence or simply because she was always busy. She was very good at her job, mainly battling, but she was also good at administrative affairs. I wanted to bring her with me to Inazuma. Maybe those fools could learn from her. Jean, it will be all right. We already know that there is no danger to us. That's why we are proceeding with this. I tried to calm her. She tried to say, before leaving in a hurry. She was worried and angry, but that was no reason for me to stop. Albedo, let's go. I will need you to tell me the timing now that I couldn't see. I was going to need his indications. No problem, leave it to me. He sounded as he always did. We went to the mountain we were in, where I called Barbatos. Barbatos, please carry us to a place we can do this. Maybe I should bribe this guy with wine to make him my personal vehicle. We felt a gust of wind gently making us float and zoom. We were thrown at amazing speed until we arrived at solid ground again. Here you can do those foolish things again, he said, but still stood here to watch. You really are a dear, I mentioned. Albedo, what do I need to do? Put the soul in the body when I tell you to. After that, it's the soul's work. I will tell you if the process is failing, so you can seal the soul again. I brought a lot of materials, and we can repeat this a few times. He is really far-sighted. Maybe I should make a few of him to take care of Inazuma. But remembering that huge thing is making me shiver. Better not. Gizhong, are you ready? I didn't expect to do this so soon. She was comprehensively nervous. Are you ready? I repeated myself in a stern tone. We can't have something as useless as nervousness being the reason for a failure. Yes. She replied more confidently this time. We are ready. Whenever you say, Albedo. I nodded to him. Then I will start. Be ready, he instructed. I readied the slip where Gizhong was, and prepared another one, in case I needed to seal her again if she failed. I was obviously not seeing anything, but I could focus better now in listening to Albedo's signal. Now. And there it was. I swiftly released Gizhong's soul, and she entered something I couldn't see, but I realized her soul trying to expand, but the place she was in was restricting her. It's not good. She is going to fail. She is expending too much energy, but the rate at which she was expanding is not enough. She will tire out. I had another brilliant idea. I tried to send her energy, and it worked wonderfully. After my meeting with the Cosmos being, I felt a lot stronger. At least my soul was. Just like after straining a muscle, it grows stronger. My soul did too. I helped her, and the rate at what she was expanding inside the vessel also grew, until it finally stopped. I also stopped helping her and fell to the ground with a thud. That was so tiring. Gizhong, did it work? I could see her soul with no problems, but the problem had always been her body. For all I know, she could have 6 arms right now. Yes. It worked perfectly. A soft voice I hadn't heard before reached my ears. Realizing that it was Gizhong who spoke, I lay down on the ground, feeling happy. But it also made me realize that I was now blind. I won't be able to see Jean's blush. I won't be able to see Sarah's angry expression. I won't be able to see Mrax's surprise, not Ganius, nor Xiao's. I won't be able to see Yi's smirk and teasing expression. And I won't be able to see my parents' faces again. So I lay down on the floor with those complicated feelings, not knowing to which side should I fall. So I silently cried, both of happiness and sadness. I suddenly felt someone hug me, and by the soul, I realized that it was Gizhong. I returned the hug back. Finally, I was able to touch my friend. Chapter 36. Karma. I woke up, confused about the lack of light, but remembered that I was blind now. It's going to take a while to be used to this, I commented, expecting Gizhong's answer. I got a bit anxious when I didn't receive an answer, but realized that I didn't need to. Gizhong was not in the Hade slip anymore, she now had a body. Gizhong, are you there? I asked aloud. Yes, what do you need? I heard a soft voice answer me. Damn it, my brain may have been affected too. I could have just looked around, I could see her soul. What do you think we should do now? I know you want to get to Liu, but I need to stay here for a while. I need to start the JRK. And Yanfei must have been waiting for a few days now. I asked her. She always had an opinion, and I valued it, but now we didn't need to be together at all times. She could go to Liu while I worked here. Don't be stupid. I will stay with you until you are ready to leave. You still need to ask Mrax for forgiveness. After all, she teased me with what I could sense was amusement. Oh, that's true. He is not going to like it, I said nervously. The boss had already accepted his past and his losses. My appearance with Gizhong was going to open some wounds, and that's what I knew for sure. He knew more of this world than me, obviously. So he might know what was the thing that left me without sight just by appearing in front of me. I don't expect anybody to heal my eyes. Now that I think about it, I don't even think my eyes are damaged. After all, I can still see souls even from a very big distance. Going even further, I can understand souls now, something I couldn't do before. Gizhong, are my eyes different? I saw them shine with more intensity the more my ability grew, so I don't know if they are any different. Now I asked an important question. My ability had evolved somehow, so if my power resided in my eyes, they should be different now. Yes, they did. Gizhong confirmed my suspicions. I am still not used to hearing her voice with my ears. They are still bright purple, but there are specks of golden and white swirling within them. They are beautiful eyes. Of course they are. They are my charming point after all, I exclaimed. I knew I was handsome, but what made me rise above the masses were my eyes. Aito was more handsome than me, but my eyes let me catch the girl's attention more than him. Oh no, what happened? Asked a worried Gizhong. You have now a body, right? You lost your sight for that. I expected you to know it, she wryly said. Then you are not with me again. Yes, which means I can now fantasize about everything I want. Why are you thinking about that now? But then, I lost my sight again. Yes, I expected you to know it by now. Then how am I going to get FAP material? What the hell, Kenshin? Think about it. I'm in my hormonal years, but I have no way of getting exciting content unless... No, Kenshin, I'm not going to describe to you those dirty magazines. You owe me at least that. No, I don't. I would give up my body before doing that. Before I could use my powers of persuasion, a knock on the door interrupted us. Excuse me, sir, but there is a woman with antler horns downside asking for the owner of the JRK, whatever that is. Should I tell her your room? The receptionist told me. No. Tell her to go to the Knights of Favonius headquarters and ask for Jean. I will go soon. Yanfei didn't know the owner was me, or she wouldn't have come here. I was going to surprise her, and thank you. No problem, sir. Then he left to carry out my request. I don't know how you still have the energy to prank people, Gizhong muttered. Why shouldn't I? I did what I wanted, and got what I wanted. I'm not regretting this, Gizhong. While it's a tragedy for me to lose my sight, the fact that you recovered your body leaves me unable to be sad. Of course, I'm affected by this and I feel depressed about certain things, but I don't lament it. Let's go, she said, but I knew she was tearing up a bit. If you are that grateful, how about no? I'm not describing you pornographic material. We finally arrived at the room where Yanfei, Jean, and Varka were. My new power is amazing. I could see their souls to the smallest detail. I could now see how Yanfei's soul was a very homogeneous mix of two types of souls. Speaking of which, Gizhong's soul was awesome. It wasn't as mighty as the boss, but it dwarfed Yi's. Probably Yi was stronger than her. She knew a lot of sparky shit, but Gizhong's soul was extremely more intense. A strong soul wasn't synonymous with power. To a certain degree, vision bearers were stronger souls materialized and a stronger signal being sent to wherever place it was sent to, and they could show more powerful abilities. But I realized that visions were only a crutch, the only way humans had to show inhuman powers. But there had to be a caveat in it somewhere. I didn't believe someone was granting humans powers for free, and I didn't like that. For example, Sarah or Jean could be losing something in return for this power, and I didn't know what. They were not selling their souls for power. I would have noticed that, but the world was too big for me to understand everything, and this whole vision thing seemed to hold a lot of secrets. Kenshin, are you okay? You have been standing there for a while. I sensed Gizhong's worry. Gizhong, you can use elemental power, right? I searched for confirmation. Visions were a vessel for humans to store a small part of their souls. That's why when someone's vision got stolen or lost, they quickly got depressed. The soul shard stored in the vision was the one where all aspirations, dreams, and desires were. Imagine how tragic it is to lose that. It would be a miracle if you didn't kill yourself. Yes, I can. Gizhong nodded. But I'm not strong. I'm the goddess of dust, and there is not much I can do. That's why I allied with Mrax back then. You can't turn people into dust? That would be awesome. Of course not. What a disappointment. You only can clean a house then. I don't like the connotations in that. Anyway, let's enter. I opened the door and entered confidently. I saw Yanfei's soul tremble in shock and anxiety. What are you doing here? Of course, start a business. That's why you are here after all, I replied with a smirk. You are the owner of the JRK? Asked a nervous Yanfei. Yes. I'm leaving, she said and tried to leave, but Jean stopped her with a frown. I don't know how or why do you know each other, but you accepted our commission, so you are not going to leave now. And be respectful to Kenshin. My radiant knight is defending me. But I don't like it. I'm not some invalid. Well, I'm now, but I don't need anyone to protect me, at least not more than what they did before. Even a Hillich Earl can beat me. Oh, I need to look at them now. Maybe I can see something new. Respect him? Do you know how much trouble he caused a few years ago? Yanfei replied to the stern Jean. I don't care. He is a great person who is doing all this to help us. It can't have been that bad. She tried defending me again, but it was my turn to squirm in my place beside the door. It was that bad. He sent a revered adeptus whose animal form was a crane recipe for cooking birds daily for a month because he was spiteful. She rejected him. Jean looked at me in surprise, but I was able to keep my face straight. He told me, a lawyer, that rules were useless. And when I tried to teach him a lesson, the millennial and only Yakshaw appeared, telling him that our god, Rex Lappers, was busy and couldn't come. Do you know how I felt? I could sense Jean look at me with a perplexed but equally accusing face. My facade broke down a bit, but it held up. And he started a rebellion. A lot of businesses left Liu to relocate just outside the city to avoid paying taxes. We needed 4 years to restore the harbor to its normal state. Even Rex Lapis had to intervene, and only after his 4th appearance did people calm down. Even he was ignored the first 3 times. Do you know how revered he is in Liu? Even he was ignored, so there was no way we could have solved that problem, she said, extremely agitated. I didn't know that it escalated that much. Even the boss had to make an appearance, 4 times at that. He could have destroyed the harbor just for fun, and do you know the origin of it? I and other 2 very important people, one of whom is Ningguang, the leader of the Kixing, were face-slapped in public. We are still being called gods touched, even after 7 years. My facade crumbled, and Jean looked at me with a scandalized face. In my defense, if a 5-year-old child could make your system crumble, it was not that good from the start. I defended myself weakly. Ha ha ha. As he said, Varka started laughing. Look, the Grand Master agrees with me. I quickly jumped at the opportunity. I haven't caused trouble here. I'm an honorary knight of Favonius now for my great merit. You are lying, said a disbelieving Yanfei. Somebody trusts you in this world? Hey, that's too much, said Gizhong with an angry face. He helped me a lot, so please retract that statement. Sorry. Yanfei looked stunned at being scolded all of a sudden. She lost her cool remembering the past experiences Kenshin had made her live through. Who might you be? You don't need to know, we will go to Liu soon, I said, not wanting to say anything that could reveal Gizhong's identity. And look at this. I showed her my badge, the one that symbolized that I worked directly under the shogun. Now you have to be lying, said a shocked Yanfei. I know how much of a psycho the Goof of Eternity is. She hates uniqueness and trouble. And you are telling me you are her trusted guy? I don't know anymore, I shrugged. I resigned from my job and left Inazuma. It's too boring there. Anyway, we are here to work. Let's finish this. I tried to end this farce. The sooner I finish this, the sooner Gizhong can leave for Liu. Okay, said resigned Yanfei. Then sit so we can end this quickly. Also please, go to Inazuma directly, don't stay in Liu. If I could, I would, I said with a bitter expression. I don't want to face an angry dragon. I remembered the layout of the room, so I quickly reached my chair with no problems. Ouch. Or not. Who the hell moved this thing? I hit my knee on a small table that was in the middle of the room. We are cleaning, so how could we not change it? Said Varko amusedly. What are you planning now? Yanfei asked suspiciously. If only I did that on purpose, I grumbled. I'm not hiding my blindness, but I don't want pity from her. It would make pranking her lose its attractive. Gizhong stepped forward and helped me find the chair. Now that I think about it, why didn't you tell me about this? I asked her with a frown. Karma, she succinctly replied. What's wrong with you? Asked Yanfei, sensing that something was off. I'm blind now, Karma, said Yanfei. Chapter 37, A Talk About Souls. After a very long session, we finally concluded our business. Varka left midway, so only Yanfei, Jean, Gizhong, and I were in the room. We were drained, except for Yanfei, who looked happy about our business. She wanted to be paid with a small portion of the JRK, but there is no way I would allow that. I paid her 10 mora, which Vaku allowed me to take as a loan. It was a lot of money, but an insignificant amount compared with what I would have needed to pay in shares. Happy to do business. Now I will take my leave. See you around. Of course not, you Kenshin. You can't see, she mocked me before running. Wait. I called you here to prank you. If you are gone, I can't do that, I shouted. Why was she here if not to provide me with the amusement I craved so much? But she had already left. I will take my revenge. Vengeance will be mine. At this time I miss Gizhong inside me. That sounded weird. I need to buy some things. I will leave you alone for a while, said Gizhong honestly, but I could sense her amusement. She turned into dust, leaving me shocked and jealous. The best power of all, running away, was held by that disappointing goddess. What are you going to do? Asked Jean. Who was she anyway? I saw her by your side these past days. She is the reason I came here. She was a soul I sealed in a jade slip 7 years ago, and I wanted to make a body so she could see her friends. I confessed the truth. It didn't matter now, nobody was going to attack me for the slip. Is that why you lost your sight? She asked in a sad voice. It was a lot more complicated than that. This world is too big, and there are too many secrets. I lost my sight because I looked at one of them, I admitted. Now I feel like I understand the boss feelings a little. Some things are better left alone. Do you regret it? Losing your sight in exchange for a friend? She asked. She looked curious about this. What are you on about? Of course, I don't. While I'm sad about not being able to see anybody's face, she is able to live again. There is no way I could regret it, I answered honestly. I saw her soul move a little, and I was shocked when I saw a small purple tinge turn her soul from pure golden into one with a few purple spots around it. I admire your sacrifice a lot, confessed Jean with a serious voice. The most serious one I heard her use. I think that someone who can make such a big sacrifice without any regrets for a friend is something everyone should learn from. I didn't answer. I was too busy studying the changes in her soul. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you blind? She was nervous. As you can probably deduce by now, my eyes are special. I can see souls, I confessed. I knew you were looking at something else since I met you, but I didn't expect that, she said. In Mondstadt there were a lot of weird things around, so maybe that was why she didn't seem to be so surprised. Anyway, your soul changed just now, and I'm intrigued by that, I readily admitted. I don't know how I feel about you being able to see my soul, she said in a conflicted voice. No need to be ashamed, yours is a beautiful soul after all. It's majestic and golden, akin to an eagle or a lion. I simply described what I saw. Oh, thank you. I guess she is blushing, and I don't know why. I only described what I saw. What do souls normally look like? It depends a lot on the person. Greedy people look a bit stretched, people easily angered have little thorns covering their souls, and selfless people are more rounded. Brave people have vivid colors, like red or golden, as is your case. Shy people take more soft tones, not that colorful. An example would be your sister. Her soul is light blue and more or less rounded. That tells me that she is a shy person, but a selfless one, I explained. I am glad to hear that, Jean said, happy that her sister was a good person. Of course, she knew it even before meeting Kenshin, but hearing a confirmation from him reassured her. Of course, it is a bit more complicated. I don't know that much by seeing. Most of the information comes from how I feel about them, I admitted. Have you seen any interesting souls near? She asked, curious about my answer. The most interesting one is the soul of the Fatui lady, Signora, I believe I said, remembering the fiery flames trapped by the unforgiving ice. How was it? Jean asked with wariness in her voice. I understand how you feel, and you should be wary about the Fatui, but I won't tell you that. I rejected her question. Souls are very private. I won't be spewing those things. I told you about your sister because you are family, but just like you wouldn't want anybody to know about your soul, I won't reveal anything about hers. Jean looked abashed at hearing that, but also admired Kenshin's integrity about it. That's a good thing. I would regret having to kill you for saying things you shouldn't even know. A cold voice interrupted us. Hello, Miss Fatui. I can see your soul is as bright as ever, I said, looking at Signora who came from a nearby alley. And I see that losing your sight hasn't made you any more smart, said Signora with a cold smirk. Jean stood in front of me, but I put a hand on what I thought was her shoulder. I could see her soul that was somewhere on her chest area, so with some estimations, I could generally guess where her shoulder was. Jean, stop. If she wanted she could kill us both, I admitted. While a stronger soul wasn't the same as being strong in a fight, her soul was too fierce to be unrelated to her combat abilities. I was wrong. You are indeed smarter now. She smiled a bit. I am curious about my soul too. Can you tell me more about it? She didn't seem to care about Jean's presence, so I answered her. As I told Jean before, souls are normally solid, to somehow describe it. But there are special souls, souls strong enough to change their own state. An example would be Rex Lapis. His soul isn't just solid, it is pure stone, extremely malleable and lively, always changing shape, but generally has the form of a dragon. Believe me, lady, even with that hideous thing you have on your waist, you stand no chance, I told her. She had a vision-like thing, but instead of emitting a signal, it was swallowing it, sending it to places unknown. You are once again seeing things you should be, she warned me, so I backed off. Okay, no need to get angry, just an advice. Anyway, adeptors also have different souls, but they are not that strong. Their souls are mostly liquid. It gives them a high malleability, but also are more susceptible to weird things being mixed with them. If someone invented a soul poison, they would fall like flies. Of course, with my health there is no way someone dies because their soul is ill, so no funny ideas, lady. I warned Signora. I knew the Fatui were planning something big, and they were not good people, so the chance of them trying to do something weird in Liu was still there. You can never know, she smirked. Continue. As I said, different beings have different souls but generally are similar. All human souls look similar, all Adeptus souls look similar. Except for the gods. They are extremely different. Just like Rex Lapis is a malleable stone, Barbato's soul is wind. There is no way to describe it more accurately. Have you seen Barbatos? Asked a shocked Jean. Of course, and even talked with him before arriving at Mondstadt, I said with a smirk. He was even present when I lost my sight. That was not even a week ago, said Signora with an excited expression, making Jean worry. Why didn't he help you? Asked Jean, feeling conflicted. I was her friend, and Barbatos was her god, whom she believed a lot in. She may feel somewhat betrayed. He was there to stop me, he even warned me several times, but I still went with it. I can only be grateful to him, I explained with a slight smile. He was a drunkard and a joke of a god, but he was still a gentle soul. I won't tell Jean about how Barbatos is everywhere. He seems to prefer being thought of as an absent god. I see. Jean looked pacified now. Her god didn't allow me to suffer my accident without moving. He tried to help. We are leaving the original topic. You were going to tell me about my soul. Signora seemed to be in a hurry, but she was still curious about her soul. From what I know, I'm the only one with the ability to see them and describe them so clearly. Yours is a lot like a god's but lacks the intensity of one. Your soul is pure fire, twisting in sadness and anger, but is trapped by that ice jail I told you about. And the flame is weakening at a fast pace. Whatever it is you have in your waist, it's sucking your soul to another place, I warned her. She looked extremely angry now. She didn't seem to like how I described her soul as fire twisting in anger and sorrow. Now, lady, even if you don't want to see my face, it's time for you to pay. I answered quite clearly now, so you must answer equally as clearly. That was our previous deal, I said with a serious face. She looked scary now. But I was in the middle of the city. She could freeze us like that Whopperflower is now, but I trusted that she was intelligent enough. What do you want? She asked in an eerily calm voice, surprising me. I expected her to use her usual arrogant way of speaking, but she seemed to have changed into another person altogether. She was that hurt by my description. What is that? I asked without explaining what I was referring to. It was obvious at this point. A delusion was all she said before turning around to leave. I was quite dissatisfied with her answer. I told her a lot of invaluable things and only got a word in response. Kid, she spoke once again. You should never leave in Azuma again, or my co-workers might take some drastic measures. A few of them would love to dissect you. You are free to use my name if you ever decide to visit Snezhnaya. Don't worry about that, I said, as we felt a soft breeze in our faces. I have a god on my side. Without reacting to that, she left, leaving a worried Jean behind. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Gizhong is with me after all. She is a god. The most useless one. But still, I revealed to Jean. I trust you know what you are doing. She nodded to herself. Still, I looked again at the purple spots in her soul. Stop, I will be angry if you keep staring at my chest like that, she warned me. Oh, sorry, I was too focused on your soul. I need to be careful about that. I know, that's why I only warned you, she replied with a smile. How does your soul look like? I don't know now that I think of it. I haven't been able to look at my soul. My soul isn't reflected in a mirror, so I can't see it. I will think about it later. Now please help me reach my hotel. Gizhong is waiting for me at the door. The hotel is 300 meters away. You can see that far? She asked in an incredulous voice. And more, but more tests will need to be conducted after a while. Now, my radiant knight, aid the powerless prince to reach his bed, I said dramatically. She blushed and looked at the floor, but still grabbed my arm and pulled me. Looks like this wasn't enough to make her escape. Oh, my dear knight, whose blonde hair shines as the morning sun, dazzling everyone with its brilliance, whose blue-gray eyes pierce through every hidden truth, allowing her to vanquish her enemies, whose golden soul shining with determination and courage makes her rise from the unnamed masses. I started. I was going to continue flattering her when he realized that Jean was about to escape. You wouldn't leave a blind man alone in the middle of the night, right? I said with malice in my voice. She was going to listen to every single one of my words. She didn't answer, but I could sense her soul trembling in shame. So, my dear knight, what's wrong? I saw how her soul suddenly went still. She wasn't dead or something like that. Her soul was still shining brightly, but it was like it was sleeping. Gizhong, what's wrong? I asked Gizhong, whose soul had been with us the whole time. It looks like she can turn into dust. She fainted, revealed an astonished Gizhong. Why do I still feel her hand grabbing me then? I asked curiously. She fainted standing up, Gizhong revealed. She has an amazing willpower. Sure, now help her. I will reach the hotel from here. I can see the receptionist coming. Are you going to leave her? Asked a surprised Gizhong. Do you think I can help her now? I asked bitterly. I needed her help to come here. What does she want me to do? No, I meant if you are not going to prank her now, Gizhong clarified. It's not fun if she isn't reacting. Now leave. Someone is going to come and I don't want to be seen in this situation. Chapter 38. A possessed being. A few weeks passed after that. I finally ended everything I had to do with the JRK and was ready to give my goodbyes. First, the arsehole. I still didn't forget about the dumbass that punched me. With a not-so-mighty god on my side, I was ready to have the second round. Where are we going? A happy Jean said. Our relationship deepened during these weeks. Of course nothing further than being friends, but I considered her to be a close one. Just like Sarah. Everybody in Mondstadt saw us together and was angry at me. Angry, can you believe that? Looks like they felt I was stealing their gene. Until they found out that I owned the JRK, then they gave us their blessing, whatever that meant. The JRK worked quite simply. You find a gem, you take that to the JRK. The JRK gives you a ton of money and sells it outside Mondstadt for millions. Then the guy who sold the gem would receive a percentage, and the rest was for Kenshin and the knights. 1090, as discussed before, every adventurer saw how much money they would receive for the useless but pretty rocks and started looking for them like crazy. I had to tell the people that their percentage would need to wait until the gem was sold. We couldn't sell everything at once. The people of Mondstadt, being the eccentric but good-natured people they were, understood it and calmed down. Varkas and Jean were astonished by the amount of mora they got. They didn't think having that much mora was even possible. Now they had enough money for years. The merchants in Liu saw that someone started a business in Mondstadt with these gems and tried to imitate me, but they were robbed by the treasure hoarders who were happy to see that a lot of people were so willing to be robbed. That made the knights win even more money by detaining these criminals. In the end, people were happy by selling gems, the treasure hoarders were happy by robbing the increasing amount of merchants, and the knights were happy catching these criminals. And finally, those merchants were sad, but who cares about them? Mondstadt was growing rich, getting all money from Liu, and it didn't look like it was going to stop. Of course, I was happy too. I know I am making a shit ton of money, but I didn't care about the exact amount. Anyway, I got along pretty well with Jean. I tried to sing with Barbara until she begged me to stop. A thing I didn't do, of course. I can't wait to sing in the Narukami shrine. I had adventures with the captain, and they were amazing. We didn't find that many gems again, but we had a lot of fun. Of course, Gizhong came with me to make sure nothing happened to me, but honestly, I thought Bennett was stronger than her. She felt ashamed when I told her that a human kid was more powerful than a 2,000-year-old god. I didn't see that Kidulu around. I heard she was training to be a knight, and I was happy for her. Knowing how famous I am, I will always be her superior. And that was it. I didn't bother with that non-human in the guild. Signora didn't appear again, and the rest were on my list to say goodbye to. And the first was the red-haired teenager. I learned that he was 2-3 years older than me. It made him around 14-15 years old. And Vaka, knowing that it was my last day here, allowed Jean to come with me. So now we three, Gizhong, Jean, and I were going to start visiting the ones on the list. To meet the red-headed freak, I answered with a dark face. Red-headed? Are you talking about Deluxe-senpai? She said with a surprised face. So I'm his superior now? I'm sure I was having a very evil smile right now. Ouch. I stumbled into a rock. Gizhong, what the hell? I obviously complained. Stop thinking some weird things. Why are you looking for him anyway? It was your fault last time. Gizhong scolded me. Did something happen? asked a confused Jean. I tried to cheer him up when I saw him moping and he punched me in the face. I grumbled. I don't think Diluc-senpai would do that. Jean looked at me suspiciously. After these weeks she got to know me better and realized that I was not the kind-hearted person she thought I was. So she started scolding me every time I tried to prank someone, while I tried to convince her that I was trying to help. I wasn't able to. The people around us got used to our bickering and started to ignore us like they did with all the weird things people here did. He tried to help him, admitted Giz-hong, who acted as a mediator. Sometimes. Why was he punched? Asked Jean. She respected and listened to Giz-hong, and I still don't know why she trusted Giz-hong more than me. Because of how he tried to do it. Giz-hong exhaled in exasperation. I tried to do the exact same I did with Hu Tao, and let me remind you that she was even happy. Afterwards I defended myself, but Giz-hong ignored me. He started saying that this boy, Diluc, should be happy when his father died. Why did you say that? Shouted an indignant Jean. Jean, calm down, said Giz-hong. He was trying to make him appreciate the fact that he was able to know someone as brave as that man as his father, or something like that. Oh, I see now, nodded Jean. I don't was all I could say. I enjoyed making people uncomfortable with my blindness. I'm sure of that. Jean mocked me. It only worked the first days. After that she was the one teasing me like this. Chatting like this we finally arrived at the Dawn Winery, and I saw this Diluc guy's soul near the river one, so I approached him. Hello, edgy boy, I cheekily greeted him. Not you again, he sighed in exasperation. Wasn't my previous punch enough? Do you want another one? I don't think you can hit me now. I have a go. Hey. He tried to hit me again, but now the result was going to be different. I could see the soul more clearly now, so I knew what he was going to do before he moved. So much for his astonishment. I dodged him and retreated a few steps. What's wrong? I stumbled into the wall and was going to fall, so I grabbed the first thing I could, the guy's arm. Of course, he didn't expect it. As a result, we both fell, but in my back there was no ground, only the river. Splash! We both fell into the river, and it started dragging us to places unknown. What the hell are you doing? He shouted. But I was the one angry now. Why did you punch me then? You were going to start with your bullshit again. How can you know that? Everything that comes out of your mouth is bullshit. You have a point, and how did you not see the wall? I'm blind now. How do you expect me to see something? Don't lie, you clearly saw me trying to hit you. Hey, look out. I hit a rock in the middle of the river face first. Ouch. Tell me earlier, you dumbass. Are you really blind? He sounded calmer now. Yes, I can see people and animals, and maybe big plants. I'm still wondering about that, but not inanimate things. So if you don't help me, I'm going to drown after that. He complied and told me the direction I should swim to. We finally reached the shore, but I had no idea where we were. Do you know where are we? I asked him. He is the young master of Mondstadt. He may have an idea. No, he replied curtly. I could see that he was still angry, but I was not that calm myself. Doesn't matter, we can ask Barbatos if we can't find our way back, I calmly said while sensing my now wet clothes. I don't want to catch a cold just before leaving. What are you talking about? Don't ask me why I think you were going to spout bullshit, it's all you do, he scoffed, clearly not believing me. His loss. I was about to answer, but I saw something gray in the air, almost like Barbatos, but it was a lot less intense and darker. I knew that this was a soul. After all, that was all I could see. Now my vision was entirely dark except for souls, so I couldn't miss them. If I ever saw something, it was a soul. Hey, red boy, what do you want now? He asked, clearly in a bad mood. There is something wrong here. I have no time to explain it to you, but it's dangerous, I warned him. I didn't want to leave him here, and I would need some help to get out of this place. What do you mean? He sensed my seriousness and looked around cautiously. There is something in the air, and I think we should leave or check it out. It's something from there. I pointed at the direction this miasma in the air was coming from. If it's dangerous, we should check it out, he said, taking a great sword from his vision. I'm an honorary knight after all, I sighed. You are? He asked, surprised. How did you do it? I threw a dangerous bomb at an overgrown plant, turning it into hot ice, I explained as simply as possible. He didn't answer to that, Maybe he was used to these kind of things. I orientated him, and he guided me, putting his hand on my shoulder. I felt disgusted touching this asshole, but this was serious. I can hear something. It looks like a battle, I suddenly said. Losing my vision allowed me to focus on my other senses. Stay here, I will check it out, he said, ready to go forward. No, take me. Whatever this thing is, you may need my help. I rejected his plan. I may even be able to participate. If this thing is alive, I can sense him to a degree. Okay then, tell me what you see, he said, guiding me again. It is difficult to see something with all this black smoke, but there are 4 people ahead of us, I said, uselessly squinting my eyes. I still had some habits I had when I was able to see. Red boy, let's hurry up. I can go as fast as you can, he said, and we increased the pace. The closer we got, the better I was able to see. There is a badly injured guy on the ground. He has a cryovision, and his soul is very weird. I will question him later. Another is being possessed by the thing causing this miasma. There is a man with an electrovision, and he seems to be very strong, maybe even stronger than you. And lastly, a guy with a pyrite. That's Amber. I met her almost every day, even if we only greeted each other. I can see it now, he said, and I could feel his soul trembling with worry and hate, some conflicting emotions there. He was looking towards the injured boy. Go and help him. I will try to follow the steps you take. The electro guy seems to be able to fight that thing for now, but it won't last, I instructed. The red boy didn't answer, but with a burst of speed, he left me behind. He is even faster than Jean, but still weaker than Signora. Honestly, the only person in Mondstadt able to fight her off is Vaca, not counting Barbatos, of course. I tried to follow his path, stumbling a few times, but I was able to get close. Judging by the fact that the electro guy was moving all around, I realized that we were in a plane. I analyzed the situation, especially the guy with the black thing inside him. His soul was being eaten by the black being, making him unable to control himself. He was rampaging around, but the black thing was growing stronger with every moment that passed. The electro guy was starting to struggle, and I realized that I needed to get involved. Amber, I shouted at the girl who was simply looking with worry. Kenshin, please help Kalai, she pleaded to a blind guy who wasn't able to grab his dick on his first try. Calm down, I need you to carry a message, okay? She nodded energetically. Tell Diluc to fight that thing for a while, and the electro guy to come here. Wait. Diluc won't be able to fight that thing alone, so tell him to play it safe and try to win time. Now go. Amber did exactly that. She told Diluc my plan, and he agreed without questioning it. Before long, I had a panting guy near me. What do you want? He asked me in a grave voice. I know you are struggling and I have a plan. I don't know what that is, but I may know how to solve it, I quickly said. We can't afford to lose time, or Kalai's soul will disappear and we will need to fight this strong thing. It reminds me of a remnant. Tell me your plan, I will think about it, he agreed. For now. That thing is consuming this Kalai's soul, we need to make it stop. We can kill it if you have a weapon able to kill souls, which probably doesn't exist, I said, asking him about his abilities. I don't, he succinctly said. I saw Diluc starting to struggle. Or I can seal it. Don't start questioning me, there is no time. I need to get close to touch that guy, so go there and fight that thing alongside that boy. Coordinate an attack and tell me when can I start running. I explained my plan. Sure, seems easy, he said, looking ready to re-enter the fight. Also, I'm blind, so while I can see that thing, if there is a single pebble in the ground I will probably die, I commented offhandedly, making him look at me in shock. Kenshin, what can I do? Amber returned to our side. You need to guide me to this Kalai dude. I need to touch him. This electro guy and Diluc will make an opening. Can you do that? I seriously asked her. Yes, but Kalai is a girl, she replied. I don't care about the presence of a dick or not. Wait, that sounded weird. Anyway, let's go. The guy near us disappeared and started fighting with the black thing again. I saw how 2 silhouettes, one red and one purple, moved in the darkness, fighting about this gray thing. Sometimes they would get close, probably because the purple figure was explaining the plan to the red one. Then they started coordinating better, and I knew the moment was approaching. Amber, Be ready. Is there something in my path? I hurriedly asked her. I had been too distracted by their elegant dance. Yes, there is a rock in front of you, around 5 meters away, Amber replied. Then guide me to a place where I only need to run forward, quickly, I said with urgency in my voice. The two figures were doing some pretty specific movements, probably executing the plan. Just when Amber oriented me, the red figure's soul shone brightly, and I could feel the heat even from there. I guess this is his special move. Now, the purple one shouted, while dancing through the air, maybe dodging the flames, and attacked the reeling black figure. I started running forward, in a straight line, just like Amber told me to. I could see the black thing approaching, but the purple guy's attack had stunned it, so it couldn't attack me. I finally reached this thing and took a jade slip I always carry with me and touched it, trying to seal it. The black thing struggled and grabbed desperately to the soul of the girl, making her scream in pain. I realized that it would split Kalai's soul before I could seal it, so I did what I did with Giz Hong. I injected my own soul energy into her soul, revitalizing it. Between the two, Kalai pushing while I pulled, were finally able to separate the thing, and I promptly sealed it, making it disappear. Now I could only see a lackluster soft green soul, and not a single speck of black. Kalai. I faintly heard Amber shouting, ha ha. I lay down on the floor, panting. I only ran for 20 meters or so, but injecting soul power was too tiring. Did you do it? The purple guy asked, and I could feel his worry. Yes. It apostrophe yes. And I replied between breaths. Where is it? He asked again. Here. I showed him the slip. I always carry a few with me, they are my only way of defense after all. I can't seal strong being like an adeptus, and I refuse to seal the soul of living things, but in this case, it saved our lives. I will take it, said the Electra guy with a voice that admitted no discussion. Sure, I replied, giving the slip to him. Hey, red guy, how's that other dude? I was a bit worried about a possible infection. I'm good, the other replied in a pained voice. I will judge that. There may be something wrong, I countered. I was the eminence of souls here. I looked at his soul, but only saw a black area being isolated by a white sheet of something. How is he? Asked Deluc in a calm voice, but I could sense his worry. Don't be a dear, if you are worried about him you should show it. And he is good. Well, this black thing didn't leave any side effects on his soul, but he is a bit peculiar, I commented based on what I saw. What do you mean? Asked suspiciously Deluc, and I sensed this cryo guy's alarm. I won't tell you that. I won't comment on other souls, I instantly said. You should be relieved that he is good. I will talk with him personally about anything else, but that will have to wait. I need to check the girl again, I said before approaching the green soul. Thank you, I heard the cryo guy say. No problem. I don't know about your circumstances, but you are safe from whatever is in there, I reassured him. I don't know how much he knows, but he should be relaxed about this. I approached the girl and saw Amber hugging her while crying. Kalai, are you okay? She said while sobbing. It hurts, complained the other girl. I'm sure of that, I interrupted. Amber, move aside. I need to check for other injuries. Why yes, Amber quickly moved and left me able to see the green soul. I hadn't seen it before, but now I could see some black spots here and there, but they were incredibly small. I was not knowledgeable enough to say what effect this could have, but she was safer now. There may be some side effects, I said, and the two girls looked at me with horror. But you won't die. I am too exhausted now to help you, and even if I rested, I need to be stronger to help you, so we will do this. You leave to whatever place you need to go, I don't care where, and contact me if symptoms start appearing. I am Kenshin, from Inazuma, but if you contact Amber she will be able to contact me. Okay? I explained what I saw. Thank you, she quietly said, before falling asleep. Thank you, Kenshin. Amber hugged me. Okay, now leave me. I need to speak with the last guy who is getting nervous, I said looking at the purple guy. Amber released me and started fusing over Kalai again. How did you know that? Asked the guy. I have a special power that allows me to see things. Sorry, but I don't trust you, I confessed. I know better now than to start telling everyone about my power. Even Senora warned me of that. a sound decision. He nodded. My name is Sino. I work in the Academia of Sumo. He introduced himself. I'm Kenshin, from Inazuma. I replied in kind. I will leave now. I got what I came here for, he replied, touching the jade slip. If you come to Sumo, come and look for me. There are a lot of people who could help you develop your ability and dissect me too, I bitterly said. It's my job to see that something like that doesn't happen, he said, and disappeared again. I'm so tired, but I have something to do. Red boy, stop moping about your loss. Focus on those alive, I said to Diluc while looking to the east, where I could see Gizhong quickly approaching. Diluc didn't answer, but I saw his soul twitching in acceptance. He would need to find his own path. But maybe this could be the start. Chapter 39, something amats. Another day passed, and I was too tired to leave Mondstadt after that, so Gizhong told me to wait for another day, and I agreed. I didn't hear anything from Amber or Kalai, so I decided to leave a letter for Amber, saying goodbye and to tell her where could she find me. In any case, Jean knew everything about my standing in Inazuma, so her letters would reach me without problems. Now that Diluc's goodbye was finished, and I planned to leave a letter for Amber, the next was Albedo. I found him in the alchemy shop. Hey Albedo, came to say goodbye. I greeted him. I knew you were leaving, so I assumed you would say your goodbyes sooner or later, he said with his characteristic expressionless voice. Don't feel guilty about this, Albedo, I said, pointing at my eyes. I did what I wanted and got what I wanted. I don't know about your circumstances, so I can't tell you to stop doing that art of Kimia, but be careful. The thing I saw could raise Teyvat to the ground, I warned him. I know. I will talk to Alice about this. He nodded. He saw firsthand what merely looking did to me. Here I gave him a book. This is my present for you, to thank you for everything. Thank you, he simply said, and opened it to see what it was about. I asked Gizhong to write everything I told her to. I wrote everything I know about souls, the differences between them, how to manipulate them, how the sealing works, and even everything I remember from looking. Even if it's not much. I even included some possible ways to solve the problem of your artificialness, I explained, while his eyes were shining with interest. He was an alchemist after all, and this book was quite convenient for him. Even if I explained a lot of things he wouldn't be able to do, like sealing, it could help him understand things a lot faster. This book was something only I would be able to write, so it was priceless. It was the only one in the world after all. This is invaluable, thank you, he gratefully said, before storing it in his George vision that briefly shone. I still don't know how it works. No problem, see you around, I joked, and Gizhong took me to our next destination. It was the last one, as Varka already said his goodbyes. He was busy preparing for a long expedition that they were going to do soon, and he expected it to take some years. Now, where is my radiant knight? I went to the library, where I was told she was in. I stopped when I saw her soul trembling with something I wasn't able to recognize, something rare as I could recognize almost everything, or absolutely everything until now. Gizhong, can you see what is she reading? I whispered to her. Her soul is doing weird things. Okay, she nodded and used her supervision to read aloud what she was reading. And he pushed her to the ground, penetrating her deep with his member and making her squeal like a pig, drowning in the pleasure he was. What the hell is this? Gizhong blushed. That is called a porn book, I explained. They give horny teenagers the much-needed mental stimulus they will later use to relieve their hormonal instincts. Why do those things even exist? There was nothing like that in my time. She argued. That, dear friend, is the proof that humanity has advanced. Also, weren't the women in your time getting pregnant at 14? I wouldn't be so proud of your time, I replied seriously. She nodded, but I saw her shame. Literally. Gizhong, are you sure? No, I won't read you those books. She quickly rejected my unvoiced petition. Wait another minute, I once again realized something. You mean Jean is horny now? Is that what those weird tremors mean? Gizhong fell silent, but I could see her dismay. She and Jean were the ones helping me, and they had a good relationship, and she knew that nothing good was going to happen to Jean now. Gizhong, no. Yes, tell me if there is something between me and Jean right now. Yes, a lot of tables and chairs, liar. Wait here then, I am going to talk to my friend. Please know I carefully approached Jean, until I stopped just behind her. What is my sweet and naughty night reading? I asked in a sensual voice. Her scream was delightful. I touched nearby chair and sat down, looking at her with a mocking expression. Come on, explain yourself, I demanded. This isn't what it looks like. She quickly defended herself. Are you sure? That sounded like a lie. She knew what I could do, so she got even more nervous. It's a coincidence. Coincidence? What is she talking about? Who? Are you sure it is? It doesn't seem like that to me, I said, not having any idea of what she was talking about. I swear it. It's a coincidence. The protagonist looks like you. She explained herself. Jean, I calmly said. Why yes? She looked unsure of what my suddenly calm voice meant. I'm blind, I confessed. I can't see the book. She froze, realizing how much she slipped. I knew you were reading smut, but until you told me, I had no idea of the protagonist, I continued. She was still frozen. So you are the only reason I know about how you were reading a smut book where the protagonist looks like me. Really, you should know better than to confess that. I shook my head. She was frozen, but I could see a wave of shame and anguish slowly building up. You are reading a sex scene where your best friend looks like the protagonist. I was going to keep going till the end. Please, don't tell me the female character is blonde with blue eyes or I will get scared. No. She stuttered. Jean, I didn't even need to check with my ability to know that you lied. I shook my head again. So you are reading smut in a public library, where everyone could see you, and a book where the two characters involved in what seemed to be a scene of rough sex are eerily similar to us. What am I supposed to think, Jean? I said with a gentle smile. She couldn't form a single word. I saw her soul trembling in shame and embarrassment. The first time I saw a soul tremble this much. Thud. Kenshin, she fainted. Gizhong came over and explained. After that little episode, I was ready to leave for good. The JRK was doing extremely well. I said goodbye to everyone, and I was ready to confront the big angry dragon. I had a lot of fun in Mondstadt, a different one from the one I had in Liu those years ago. I messed around a lot back then, but here I was more focused on my goals, and it was equally fun. Boy, aren't you going to say goodbye? Senora appeared and spoke to me with her usual arrogant tone. Didn't know you wanted me to. I genuinely replied. Why do you assume so? She asked again with a smirk. I can see your soul, I can feel it. Seriously, I told her time and time again. I'm not here to say goodbyes, but to sincerely extend an invitation to you. Come to Snezhnaya. You will be able to grow a lot stronger and fulfill every goal you may have. She seriously said. No thank you, I love my country, or maybe I should say I will love it. It's a mess now, I sighed, thinking of the current state of affairs in Inazuma. But thanks to you I know that not all fatuas are the same. Of course, the ones in Inazuma are trash, but seeing your soul gave me another perspective. I mused. That's regrettable, she said and turned to leave. I should remind you, no matter how much time you wait, Barbatos won't appear before you, I told her, making her stop. I thought you knew him. Are you sure you want to tell me that? She said with a smirk. If you ever win, is because he let you win, I mocked her, making her show an angry expression. Goodbye Rosalind is what her soul was screaming. Wait, what? She started talking before Gizhong picked me up, and we disappeared in a cloud of dust. Was that necessary? Asked Triley Gizhong. Yes, it was fun. Maybe she can start moving forward. As beautiful as that ice was, a jail is still a jail. And a caged soul is an unhappy one, I replied nonchalantly. Indeed, that's why my city is the best one. Barbatos materialized in front of us laughing. It's nice to see you in the flesh, God of Dust, he greeted Gizhong. The honor is mine, Anemo Arjun, Gizhong replied in kind. It should be your pleasure to meet me. I felt excluded. Without a doubt, replied Barbatos, surprising me. I didn't expect that comment, said with such honesty. I don't know why you are that surprised. You were able to do the impossible for a friend, even making such a sacrifice. But the most important thing is that you never regretted it, not for a single moment. That's something everyone should admire, but even more so us gods. We spent thousands of years in the world, and we sometimes then to forget what it means to live in it. I find myself slipping sometimes into the role of a spectator when the world is meant to be enjoyed, he sincerely said. I never heard him speak so seriously. So seeing acts of selflessness like yours helps us remember that we gods are also a part of this world, not only its protectors. Thank you for that and for all you did to help Mondstadt, he said with a dramatic bow. He looked at me again with a smile. But enough of that, tell me, was my city good? Yes. Honestly, I think it's better than Liu and Inazuma, I admitted. What? Asked an indignant Gizhong. It's true, I insisted. Humans are able to govern themselves, and setting aside some things they are doing quite good. There are a few bad apples, but overall I found the people in Mondstadt honest and open-minded. Of course, they are my precious people. After all, Barbatos cheered at my words. In Liu, people are too hung up on the past. I can't even count the amount of books and stories about the past. Storytellers, jewelers, historians, writers, theater plays. There are too many memories of the past there. It's not a bad thing, but I think it's hindering a bit the development of the people there at a societal level. Also, there are a lot of bad apples there, I said with a frown. That may be true, Gizhong admitted. She couldn't believe that if all Adeptus and even Mrax disappeared, the people from Liu could make a good society like Mondstadt had. Of course it is. My nation is the best there is. Barbatos looked convinced of that. What about your hometown? He asked curiously. I like Inazuma's landscapes the most. I like Mondstadt green spaces a lot, and I love the amount of forests there are. Liu is also spectacular, but I prefer the calmness of the forests in Mondstadt. But Inazuma is special. There is something in the sakura trees, the majestic Tenshikaku, the imposing mountain with the shrine on top, and even the view from the shrine. You can see everything from there. The beautiful Watasumi, the stormy Sairai, the imposing Tatarasuna. I suddenly realized that I wouldn't be able to see anything of that again. Last year was my last sakura viewing party, 2 months ago were my last fireworks, and I wouldn't be able to see a festival again. But that would come later. Now I needed to say goodbye to Barbatos properly. Anyway, while I like Inazuma the most, its people are the worst. People are murdering each other openly, and nobody wants to stop. If Mrax decided to disappear, people would be confused and worried, but in a few years, everything would be okay. Barbatos already left a few hundred years ago, and they are doing good. But if the Raiden Shogun disappears, we would probably kill ourselves, I grimly said. It's that bad? Asked a surprised Barbatos. It's worse. We are already in a civil war with Watatsumi, and the Fatui are being Fatui. And the clans only stopped murdering each other because I could catch them. Honestly, the Shogun is the cause of all this, and at the same time the only thing preventing a total collapse. I confessed. I didn't like how the Shogun was managing things, but I was a kid, and I'm not qualified to say anything about her. Beelzebub had it hard, said Barbatos with a pained look. I still remember how she stood behind her sister in our meetings, always ready to protect her. So when the cataclysm happened, Barbatos, Gizhong stopped him with a shout. Ops, sorry, even someone as free as me sometimes slips up, he said with a smile while hitting his head. But I couldn't feel any remorse from him. This is his way of helping me, as he knew that I wanted to help Inazuma. Anyway, he continued, from here on you will leave alone, he said with a smile. No you don't, I muttered while grabbing him. Barbatos was air. He only took a form when he felt like it. But even now he was pure air. But when I grabbed him, I was routing his soul in place, so he couldn't disperse like he always did. What else do you need? He asked me, but I could feel his nervousness. You abandoned me last time. After all I've done for Mondstadt, you are not leaving me alone with the angry dragon again, I said with a dark face. Of course not. I will be there when you find him, he assured me. Barbatos, I can detect lies, even from you, I grimly said. Even now he was betraying me. He repeated the same stupid posture. That was the only thing he did when he said that abominable word. All you want, I'm not leaving you, I firmly said. Okay, then do your best, he mischievously said, and I shivered. He couldn't dematerialize, but he was still wind. Before I could realize it, I was looking down at the whole Mondstadt and Liu, probably, Barbatos. I was screaming like a kid, but I didn't care. This bastard was not leaving. If you are scared, you should release me, I heard him say. You asshole, when I find you. I suddenly saw a lot of threads of different colors around me. If I saw them, they were souls. I counted them and saw 7 of them. What a coincidence, right? 7, the same numbers as the countries in Teyvat. 7, the same number as the archons. 7, the same number as the elements. Indeed, what a coincidence. I looked to see where they were leading to, and saw something. I was suddenly on the ground again, too stunned to think. Kenshin, whatever you saw, forget about it, Barbatos warned me seriously. Sigh, I couldn't see anything, I honestly answered. I only saw 7 threads of what I think are the elements, leading to a single place, but you dropped me before I could clearly see it. Good then, replied Barbatos. Can you let me see it again? I asked him. I have a feeling that seeing this would teach me more about the most guarded secrets of the world. Celestia. No way, he shouted. I hope the dragon turns you into a paste in the ground. And he left. He didn't materialize now, so I couldn't grab him. Are you okay? Asked Gizhong, wondering about what I had seen. Yes, but a bit confused, I honestly admitted. But I will ask ye first about this. I have a feeling I should hear it from her own mouth. Probably, nodded Gizhong. We can already see the Wang Xuan. Are you ready? Number. Creator's thoughts. A random mob. I obviously know Zhongli wouldn't attack Kenshin all of a sudden. But Kenshin doesn't know what Mrax will do in a moment of extreme emotional distress. He knows he won't get turned into a paste, but still. Chapter 40. After 2,000 years, they meet again. The moment of truth was quickly approaching. I don't know how Mrax is going to react, and that in itself scares me. He always warned me about the fact that some things are not to be touched, and I'm sure I looked at one of those. And the worst part is that I didn't even know that it was dangerous. I was only looking for a way to craft a body. I knew from the Shogun's body that it was not a big deal, if only very complicated. But when I saw the art of Kimia, I instantly knew that it was bad news. Where were the souls coming from? No matter how small they were still souls, and they couldn't be appearing from the air. When I saw those streams Albedo was using to condense the souls, I knew that this was one of the secrets Mrax told me not to look into. I could say that I was making sure that the process was safe so Gizhong had no problems, or that I wasn't expecting it to be that dangerous. I simply lost against my curiosity. It was completely unnecessary for me to peek at that thing. The process of forming a body didn't change, and I already knew it was safe. I could have stopped and Gizhong would still be by my side now. But again, I lost against my curiosity, and I paid the price. This was one of the reasons I wasn't angry with anybody. It was only my responsibility. I messed up, and only me. Not Albedo, not Barbatos, and obviously not Gizhong. So now all I can do is to face the consequences of my actions. There is a lot I don't know about, so my curiosity-fueled actions could have endangered the whole Teyvat. Even now I only have a suspicion about that thing. I'm not scared of being scolded by Mrax. I'm afraid of disappointing him. I consider him a friend, and my actions were the opposite of what he asked me to do. And I knew it. Before peeking, I just decided to put my own curiosity first. Are you okay? Asked softly Gizhong. I lament not being able to see her face, but I will have to imagine her as the image I saw when I cleared her remains, now 7 years ago. I don't know, I replied honestly. At this point, she was the person I trusted the most, even more than myself. She had been living with me for 7 years, more than half of my life, sharing every experience with me. Don't be anxious. We did what we wanted to. It's only normal we stay together to the end, she reassured me with a slight push on my shoulder. I can see Xiao with my new range. I could see his soul, now a vibrant green, free from his bindings. He seemed to see us too from his position atop the Wangshuing because he instantly appeared in front of us. Kenshin, how are we? What happened? He asked quietly, but I saw his worry. I messed up, I simply said. Now I need help to reach the toilet. Oi, Gizhong, I suddenly realized something very worrisome. What? She softly asked. What did you do every time I had to take a shower? What are you thinking about? I looked away. Of course, I have zero interest in your body, she disdainfully scoffed. What is happening? Asked Xiao. Well, you see, I realized that I needed to recruit him for my dialectic battle with the boss. Do you remember our little sealing trip? Of course, he replied. Of course, he would remember something that big. Well, I was quite young at the time, and I took a decision in the spur of the moment. I started to present my situation. He didn't say anything, but I could sense his nervousness, seeing how careful I was being. I saw someone familiar, and in the spur of the moment, I sealed that god. I chuckled a bit in nervousness. Xiao again didn't answer, but his hand was going to start trembling soon. And of course, as this god wasn't a hostile one, I didn't give it to you guys, I confessed. You took a sealed god with you, Xiao said in a disbelieving voice. Well, yes. I couldn't give it to you or the boss because I didn't know how you would react, so one thing led to another, and I kept this god with me for these 7 years, I confessed. Xiao was too stunned to speak. And were friends after a while, so I decided to help her. She had friends in the world, so I decided to make her able to see them again. I revealed the truth little by little. Xiao was stunned, probably looking at Gizhong. I guess seeing someone who was supposed to be dead 2000 ago being able to walk again like nothing happened was something miraculous, even for him. Gizhong didn't say anything, just stood beside me with her hand on my shoulder. And we left in Azuma again, searching for a way to recover her body. I told him. Wait, so last month when you arrived, you had this sealed god with you? He asked. Yes, and I deliberately hid it from you. That's why I left that early. The more I stayed here, the more chances there were for me to be discovered, I admitted. And yet, the big problem didn't arrive. The problem was the art of Kimia and her identity. Then you went to Mondstadt to find a Wii? He asked with a neutral voice. He was a smart guy. He probably sensed that something happened. Yes, I admitted. I remembered Barbato's invitation, and decided to give it a try. If I couldn't find anything, I would go to Sumeru. Were you that interested in helping her? Xiao asked. I could sense a spark of recognition in his soul, but he wasn't able to identify her. Yes, of course. We have been friends for 7 years already. I was going to help her one way or another. I nodded energetically. I see that you did it, he commented. How did you do it? Well, I stumbled a bit with my words, but I realized that I needed to say it sooner or later. I found an alchemist who was able to craft bodies. Craft bodies. I don't think it's that easy. Xiao sounded concerned. Oh. It was extremely easy. I dismissed his worry. And completely risk-free too. He would craft the body and I would put the soul inside, and voila, a resurrected god ready to pop more. Then how did you lose your sight? He said with a frown. Well, crafting the body was part of a certain process, and the other part was not that safe, I muttered. How was it called? He asked with anxiousness in his soul. He probably knows where this is going. Art of Kimia, I whispered. Are you crazy? He was very angry. Do you know how dangerous that thing is? Last time it provoked a war, and I even lost a friend to it. I know, I tiredly replied. How could I not? He fell silent, realizing that my loss of sight was related to that. What are you going to do? Of course, confess. There is no meaning if Gizhong has to hide herself, I replied. Why would she need to hide? Asked Xiao, a bit conflicted. It was a good thing that I helped my friend do something so difficult, but he lost friends in the war. One now know the art of Kimia caused. Because I know a lot of you. It was Gizhong who replied. I even saw you when I was alive, but may probably not remember me. You were still a boy eating snow happily after all. I wasn't in the mood to laugh at that, and Xiao was too stunned to be embarrassed. Who are you again? Xiao asked, and everyone realized his true question. Gizhong, she replied, but seeing Xiao's insistence, she continued. Also known as Hijantas, the goddess of dust. Xiao's soul trembled in shock hearing it. From what I heard, Gizhong was an incredibly important presence to all the remaining adeptus, and of course Mirax. She had been their ally during the Archan War and invented a lot of things that helped them a lot, like the Gizhong ballista. Do you know what you have done? Xiao, the Chuni and Deji boy gulped. I don't know what is going to happen. Neither do I confessed. Anyway, you are now on our side. What should we do? No, I'm most definitely not on your side," he quickly denied. "Then are you not happy Gizhong is back?" I asked with a frown. "Of course I am, but no buts. If you are happy you are with us," I affirmed without a shadow of a doubt. He whimpered a bit but looked resigned. For a 2,000-year-old snow-eater boy, he sure is gullible. I proposed to Kenshin. "I didn't know you were back." "Fuck him, that is some rude vocabulary." "Is that how young people greet each other in these times? The big boss was here, and we were with our pants down." "Good luck, Xiao abandoned me." "Traitor." "Who's that woman with you?" He looked curiously at Gizhong's petite frame. "I don't know how she looks right now, but she told me her body is exactly the same as it was when she was alive." Even if the boss's brain is clogged, it's going to be telling him that he should be furious very soon. So I decided to do what I do better, run. I tried running away, not caring about any obstacle that I may collide with, but with a sheeing sound, I hit a wall. I recognize this sound, it was from one of the boss pillars. I think I should feel angry now, so while I try to discern why, "Don't run," he warned me. I meekly nodded, knowing that whatever was going to happen, I had no choice but to bear with it. "Who are you?" I heard the boss ask Gizhong. "I think I should know you, but that's impossible." "It's been a while after all, Mrax," I heard Gizhong's teary voice. Rex Lapis didn't speak, but something was dawning on him. "Teach with wisdom, be bound by virtue, fortify the bones, unite in ambition," Gizhong recited, and I knew that this was going to be about them. Teach with wisdom, be bound by virtue, fortify the bones, unite in ambition is what Mrax heard this woman say, making a fleeting memory surface. Memories of a woman he found amidst a sea of the now extinct glaze lilies. "To unite in ambition is to be steadfast and immovable for all time," said Mrax, a face appearing in his memories. "Wisdom is like water, it nourishes all those who receive it, and in it is a reflection of the truth," continued Gizhong with tears threatening to spill from her eyes. "Fortify the bones, that movement be supple when the time comes," continued Mrax, disbelief showing in his normally unchanging face. "Virtue grows tall like a tree, though there be shade it will flourish forever." Gizhong said the last one. Those were the 4 commandments the Gili assembly obeyed. An assembly co-ruled by 3 gods. Mrax the god of the stone, March Osius the god of the stove, and Gizhong the goddess of dust. Those commandments were not unknown. Almost everybody in Liyue knew them. They were a part of their history. They made stories, books, plays, and even paintings about them. And yet, Mrax couldn't help but realize that this woman in front of him knew them, not only knew about them. And he didn't know what that meant. But there was something he always held with him, something his brain was telling him had something to do with the face in front of him. "Do you recognize this?" said Mrax, taking out from only he knew where a stone dumbbell, what people would call nowadays the memory of dust, called that way in honor of the goddess who created it. Mrax still remembered how she found said goddess in a sea of glaze lilies, and how she proudly showed the memory of dust to him, challenging him to open it. "All my knowledge is hidden inside this dumbbell. Open it and it's yours," she said. No matter how many times he tried, he was never able to open it, even after millions of tries, even after 2,000 years. So whatever that goddess hid inside it, it would remain a mystery forever. "Of course," Gizhong replied while silently crying. "A certain goddess hid her reasons to fight in the war. Her reasons were to defend those fragile lives that still fought with every part of their being to survive facing the dangers of extremely powerful beings. Her reasons to stand together with her friends who walked the same path. She hid all her knowledge. She hid all her being." Gizhong slowly walked forward and took the dumbbell from Mrax's trembling hand. It was the first time the memories of dust had left his hands. In over 2,000 years, Gizhong didn't speak, just manipulated the memory of dust, turning and twisting with a familiarity only a person deeply involved with an artifact that nobody had seen in millennia. With a final click, it finally opened, revealing its contents. Mrax looked inside, only to find that nothing was there. He had been trying to open the memories for 2,000 years, millions of times, and yet he couldn't do it. And now this woman that sparked a sense of familiarity within him had opened it in less than 5 minutes, only for him to find that there was nothing inside. He looked uncomprehending at the woman. This contained everything the goddess hid, Gizhong said, tears streaming down her face. Of course it's empty. Why would you think she had hidden something? Mrax's eyes trembled fiercely. Why did he think that? Obviously, because that goddess told him so. But wasn't she the same goddess who often taught him to look for the purpose beyond the words? This kind of lesson was indeed something she would do. That goddess didn't hide her reasons to fight. She always said why she did it. She wanted to see a world where everyone could properly use their intellect rather than their weapons. That goddess didn't hide her reasons to defend the fragile human. She always admired their naivety and curiosity, which allowed them to improve using their brains. That goddess didn't hide her reasons to stay with her friends. She always enjoyed their friendly banter, cooking dishes in the Tanging Mountain with the god of stone and cloud retainer, having competitions with using their gadgets, and sharing an evening in the plains full of glazed lilies. She didn't hide her knowledge. After all, there was nothing to hide. She gave you this dumbbell as a mark of your pledge and as her challenge to you, Gizhong said with blurry eyes from tears. She didn't hide anything inside the dumbbell. Everything she had, everything she was. Gizhong looked at the trembling dragon in front of her with a bright smile. I gave it to you the moment I gave you this dumbbell.